everyone, and welcome to Tinfoil 420. How's everyone doing? Hope you're having a wonderful day. Happy Easter if you celebrate. This is gonna be an exhausting one. Welcome. We have so much tinfoil today. We are doing 6 hours of tinfoil today. We're also playing Tinfoil 420 Bingo. Every time we get a new bingo space, I will have to take a hit of this thing right here, which has drugs in it. This is the drug stream. So welcome, everyone. We're gonna see if we can get so high that the conspiracies make sense by the end. That's the goal. That's the goal. You, of course, are under no obligation or even assumption that you are going to follow along with me. However, what I am going to do, like I said, if we get a bingo space, I'll do the thing. I'll do the thing. Let's see. I have my salt and vinegar chips. I have sandwiches, which were lovely and made by my wife before she went to work. So these are ready for the day if I need a peanut butter sandwich. Got ice cream downstairs if we need it. I think we're stocked up. We're prepared. We got it. All right. Just a peach. How's it going? Happy Easter and 420. What's up? Wish it were legal there. Yes, I should clarify, where I am, this is completely legal. I am not doing anything illegal or even edgy. I'm a cringe 30-year-old about to do drugs on stream like it's cool. Not cool. Don't do drugs, chat. Anyway, Ashley One Up with 30 months says, good luck on long stream today, Hannah. Thank you very much. And that catches us up. If you want to support the stream, which I would appreciate because this is going to be a, this is going to be a long one. If there's any day of the month that you should support the stream, it's today. Consider gifting subs. I'm a little behind for the month on the gift subs, tipping, or using bits. All right. I have gathered a menagerie of absolute insanity today. So let's get into it. I think given the occasion, I should probably do at least one prior to the start. So we'll do one. I also... you're gonna see me blow into this. If you're like, what the fuck is that? Why are you doing that? I don't want to get residue from this, like, all over my computer and equipment and my Blu-rays. So yeah, maybe I'm a little bit of a dweeb blowing into this, but I'll be a dweeb that doesn't have a bunch of sticky residue all over everything, including my work computer. So, bear that in mind. Rockagum, thanks for gifting 10 tier 1 subs. Much, much appreciated. So let's do this one, and then we'll dive into it. Oh, it didn't come out. I'm gonna do the first one without the thing so you can see it's real. But then I'll use the thing. Is my thing not gonna want to work? There we go. Sorry, it's a little finicky. I think I need to clean it with some, like, isopropyl alcohol. There we go. I'm good, Amber. How you doing? All right, here we go. And if anyone cares, I don't really care about specific... Burn down the wattage on that. Holy shit. I don't care about specific strains or anything, but this is, if anyone cares, Outer Space. The name of this strain is Outer Space. Hats off. Afghanistan says, please retain present ad gear. Sounds good. Sounds good. All right, anyway, let's get into it, shall we? Let me turn this music off and we will start. Get your bingo cards. Like I said, we are playing today, so that's good. Air purifiers help too. I do have one right here. I have one of those Dyson bladeless fans that's also like an air purifier. I just like to be doubly cautious about it. Also, we have cats. So I don't want to, like, secondhand smoke the cats. Lilac Rosenberg with 40 bits says, Princess Vivi, I am kind of scared Netflix might fire her for this. Oh god, what is it?
I've never felt unsafe around a trans woman. Ever. My womanhood has never felt threatened by a trans woman. Ever. And if your womanhood has, I think that speaks more to the fragility of your womanhood.
Yeah, I don't know if Netflix will fire her, but... yeah. That's good. It's nice in this day and age seeing people defend trans people. But I don't want to talk about that today. Nothing depressing. We're doing drugs, goddammit. We're doing drugs and we're ignoring the real world. Anyway, alright, let's jump into it. What are we going to do first? Ooh, how about Nathan Thompson? He put out a video interviewing a couple flat earthers, maybe more than a couple, asking how they became flat earthers. This is just a quick 2-minute video. Flat Earth on the bingo card.
Flat Earth.
Well, I had looked into all these other conspiracies, and I was getting internet put in at my place, and the guy putting in the internet said, "Have you heard about Flat Earth?" And
I generally trust the internet guy to change my entire worldview. I also feel very strongly about HBO thanks to him. Max Power with 478 says, "Happy Easter in a funny number stream. We'll use the 6 hours to finally finish painting a little Warhammer squad whilst listening to all of that." Well, thank you so much for the tip, and I hope your painting goes well.
And I was like, I need to look into that. So it was actually another week later, I saw his truck out. He was actually putting internet in somewhere else, and I was like, Flat Earth, let me look at that. And it took about, honestly, it only took me about 2 minutes of watching the first video that I watched.
Wow, 2 minutes, wow.
And I was like, oh my God, it's true.
Well,
I'm sure that guy's not gullible at all.
at
Took
my
2 minutes of a YouTube video to change his entire worldview. That's probably good.
house and my cousin called me and he says, "Man, have you looked into flat Earth?" And I told him, I said, "Man,
Nice thing, Nebula. Hope setting up the new apartment goes well.
shut up." He said, "The Earth ain't flat. I know it's a globe." He said, "We all know that." And I looked at it, I laughed him off, you know. In a couple of weeks, I started looking into it, and I started watching Eric DeBay
The
videos.
auto subs don't work. This is what I don't get about the people who do the auto subs, is you can edit them. Like, you can do the basic auto subs, but then you can go through and edit any stuff that made a mistake. People are just lazy.
And I was thinking, man, this is making a lot of sense. And yeah, so here I am. That was 2015, and I've been a flat earther ever since.
So I heard about it from a friend who used to watch Richie from Boston. And then Richie
Heard
from
it
Boston
from a
was
friend who... Heard it from a friend who was maybe brain damaged because they believed in flat Earth.
all about chemtrails. And I got into chemtrails and I was
Hey,
like, "Ugh, flat Earth, I don't know if I want to go down that road."
Chemtrails on the bingo card.
But sure enough, man, I started going down that road and I haven't looked back since.
Back in like 2014, 2015, I watched the Go Fast rocket project, and I can't remember exactly how many miles it went up, but it's an amateur built rocket that went like 70 plus miles up in the air and made an impact with the firmament.
Something.
And just dead stop, it stopped the rocket.
Back in 2016,
It wasn't the rocket having any issues or anything. The only explanation is that it hit a wall.
I was just reading the Bible, and then I read the word firmament, and then that just took me down a rabbit hole, and then I just learned so much information after that.
Thanks for sharing. Appreciate it, Alex.
You ever read a word you don't know in the Bible and then you look it up and it fucks up your whole life? Tea Time Tea with 50 bits says happy 420. Back at you. Poor flat earthers. I really wish they thought better. Alright, we had flat earth and chemtrails. Easy enough. 2 out of the way. MF Baby Cakes with a $20 tip says, "For some snacks later for the munchies, happy 420. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Alright, what are next? Oh, this one's quick. This is just someone claiming that the Blue Origin space logo has Baphomet in it. Blue Origin is Jeff Bezos's space company. They just did the thing with Katy Perry that people have been dunking on. I'm of mixed feelings about the Katy Perry thing, because on the one hand, I do think that Jeff Bezos and Blue Origin should go fuck themselves. The privatization of space and everything I find disgusting. I hate Jeff Bezos as a person, fundamentally. I think the whole thing is pretty cringe. But also it feels like there have been like 15 of these flights already, but this is the one that gets the most hate. Kind of feels like because it was all women. Like, again, I get it. The whole thing is kind of farcical. But, like, I don't know, man. Little sus that this is the one that got a bunch of outrage and not the previous one so much. Just put it out there.
This is Dabu7. And something caught my eye with this whole Blue Origin launch with Katy Perry and all these people jumping out of a capsule and people saying that it was staged and CGI and all this other stuff.
Whoa, people said it. If people said it, it must be true. No one ever says anything on the internet that isn't true.
The emblem itself on their spacesuits, so to speak, when you flip it upside down.
Why so to speak? It is their space. Oh, because he thinks space isn't real. Sorry, I forgot he was crazy.
You can see here on the left, it looks like the head of the Baphomet. Just can't make this up. And
any two curves that diverge like that, you're going to claim as that. So I don't know if that's impressive, but, you know, you made a video out of it, so good for you. Spurious symbology is evidence on the bingo card. Alted Undying with 420 bits says, Happy 420, also sent you a little message, parasocial love to you. Thank you very much. I will take a look at the message in a little bit.
Take it a step further. Elon showing his allegiance here as well. Space Force. Flip it upside down the same way. And what do you have? You have the same image telegraphed from both major space companies, Elon and Bezos, so that you know, hidden in plain sight, all you got to do is flip it upside down. Because that's how they operate. But hidden in plain sight, right in front of your face, is what they really believe in.
Titted goat people? Sure, why not? Alright, take a look at the bingo card real quick. Sorry, I know I'm doing this more often than usual today, but I really am trying to keep on top of it because of the extra thing on top of this. So spurious symbology is evidence on the bingo card. Whew! We got 3 and we're only 18 minutes into this 6-hour stream. If you understand me by the end of this, that's going to be real impressive. I feel like my ability to articulate is about to dive bomb. Titty goat people are cool. Nothing against titty goat people. You're inclusive in this stream. Big doinks. Can you get a view of the space logo? I'm sorry, yeah, you couldn't see that very well. I'll pull that up so you can see what he was talking about.
Like the head of the bat.
Basically, when you flip the thing inside out, he's saying it looks like... Which button is this one? He's saying it diverges like this, and he's saying that looks like horns. In reality, of course, it's just supposed to be like the exhaust of a rocket. But, you know, can't let logic get in the way of a good conspiracy. Is it Tuesday already? Not quite. Am I going to Mr. Blast's for dinner? No, we don't really do Easter. We're not religious. Also, Baja works. And I work. I'm doing this.
Baphomet.
Been watching for give or take 16 years or so, so I'll understand. I haven't been doing this 16 years. How old do you think I am? Oh no, wait, let me do the math on that. Close! Okay then. Let's see what we're doing next. Oh, I wanted to cover this. The Medbed people are at it again. They did another Q&A the other day.
I served on the space station of Mimas as a liaison for the Earth Embassy, working with many alien races.
Jean-Charles Moyen, Franco-American SSP, aboard the Solaris spaceship, a part of the Solar Warden. My mission, protection and rescue slaves on other planets.
Rebecca Rose, Psychic Super Soldier, Moon, Mars.
You Easter is a vessel to consume as much carrot cake as you can get your face on as humanly possible. Carrot cake is delicious. Carrot cake is very good. So is spice cake, which is just carrot cake without the carrots, I found out. They're delicious. Also, I really wish I had gotten a chocolate bunny for today. You know how good those hollow chocolate bunnies are? I don't know what it is about, like, hollow form chocolate. It's so satisfying to, like, bite into a, like, it's just, like, hollow. Like, what's that feeling? It's so satisfying. It's like you're eating a statue. Like you're eating a little statue, and that's really satisfying.
Coker Belt and beyond.
Namaste. I'm Yana Prakash. I am a multidimensional healer, work directly with the Drama Council, and infinite creations through the oneness with all that it is.
We know if you won't tell them the truth, we will. Hi, I'm James Rink, founder of the Super Soldier Talk podcast, Healing Soul Survivors 501c3, and now the Super Soldier Activation Conference. Since 2010.
I didn't realize that James Rink had a non-profit for this. That's interesting.
I have dedicated myself to documenting the untold stories of the secret space program. I have brought awareness of my labs, also known as military abductions, MK Ultra, Monarch, and Montauk programming. Join us for the 2025 Super Soldier.
Green Guy says, Hannah, did you have to get up earlier than normal to do this stream? Could you say she has risen? You know, I don't think I felt as bad as JC, you know, wasn't crucified, but was a little seepy, a little bit seepy.
Soldier Activation Conference in Orlando, Florida, from October 8th to the 12th. Experience
having Reese's Eggs and Dr. Pepper Peeps. The Reese's Eggs are always a good choice. I don't like Peeps. I don't get the Peeps hype. Like, regardless of the flavor, because I know they make special flavors now, I think the original flavor's gross to me. Mostly the texture feels like something you shouldn't be eating. It feels like you're eating, like packing material. I feel the same way about those, like, circus peanuts.
4 days of groundbreaking discussions with
and also dark chocolate doobie bussin'.
Over 25 courageous secret space program speakers. Choose from general admission, VIP silver, or VIP gold tickets to tailor your journey into hidden truths. Don't miss this life-changing event. Secure your spot now at supersoldiercon.com.
God, I love their stupid sci-fi room so much.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Can everybody hear us? Let's see. Let's check the chat. Can you guys?
Hey, Hannah, sober Hannah, it's hi Hannah here. You know the annoying thing you do where you cut off the picture on the stream, but you never do anything about it? What if, like, since I'm high right now and I'm in charge, I fixed it? And then you can't do anything about it until you're back later, you stupid bitch. Oh, but it doesn't, the shape of the screen, it's gonna be too small on the screen, and then you won't have room for all the other stuff. Shut up, sober Hannah, I fucking hate you. Alright, let's go.
Guys hear us? Because I'm using different technology today. We should be working here. How's everybody doing? I'm hoping you can all hear us. Great, Sage, thank you.
Thank you, Sage.
Yeah, thank you for joining the show here today. So today we have Sean Callahan, and if I was prepared, I would have this all put up in front of me. So,
oh man,
because I was actually just busy getting all this set up. So I'm not actually in my studio right now. I'm at. You want to explain the place?
We're at the USA Medbed.
It's so interesting to me that James has made a career about doing this stuff. Like, he's a communicator online for a living. And he always seems nervous. Like, he always seems like it's the first time he's ever spoken in front of people in any context. Which, like, I understand. I used to get nervous, too. Like, I used to do edited content, and when I started streaming, it was, like, really uncomfortable for me. It's something that you kind of get used to over time. But the thing with James is, it seems like he's not ever gotten used to it over time. And that seems like a bummer. I don't know why he does this to himself. He always seems so uncomfortable on stream. But whatever.
Our main location where we've got...
If they weren't trying to steal money, they wouldn't be so bad because they're just doing ego masturbation. I guess, but they're doing the thing. They're doing the thing.
All of our state...
Are there any conspiracies on 420 falling on Weed Day? Wait, what? Do you mean 420 falling on Easter? I think I've seen that in years past because people don't understand how calendars work.
The art wellness technology, energy and frequency based technology. And for anybody out there, James
believes sci-fi technology exists on the bingo card.
Is 100 times more professional and well set up than I am. I'm just running off a Zoom camera. James has got cameras, microphones hooked up everywhere, and on a much more professional level. But we're here today because what we're going to do is we're going to go through some of the most state-of-the-art technology right now that's available. We're going to do a little time travel also, actually, because we're going to look at Tesla technology. We're going to look at dual tube plasma energy technology. And the beauty of the dual tube systems is that they're inscribed in hieroglyphics in pyramids and in Egyptian different structures. And
I'm sorry, he's claiming that they've built technology based on blueprints they found in hieroglyphic? I kind of wish we just had obvious blatant lie on the bingo card. Pretty good. That's just like the dumbest.
So we're actually...
This is just Stargate? Does that happen in Stargate? I've never seen Stargate. I know there's like a whole Egypt thing going on with Stargate, because like I've seen trailers for the movie. But I've never seen Stargate, the movie or the shows.
Really time traveling back to where some of this technology...
How come Egypt isn't a bingo space? It should be. I really got to revamp the bingo card. I was supposed to do that back in January, but I have unmedicated ADHD, so... Here we are.
Is basically coming back to light is really a nice way of saying that. And this is some of the most powerful technology that's available to the general public. A lot of it you might know, some of it you might not, but it's so much fun because you get to look at the brilliance of how this technology is advanced. You get to really give credibility and a lot of respect to the prior pioneers like Nikola Tesla, George Slikovsky, Royal Raymond Rife, Antoine Prairie.
Would it be ancient wisdom? Unfortunately.
People that really made a difference, that were scientists that literally sacrificed everything to get this technology out to the world. And now it's starting to get out there. So we're here today. We're going to go through...
I like the professionalism of just having someone in the background texting. Like just straight up, just like, she doesn't need to be there, but she is. Makes you look very official. Angel Eyes 1364 says, "Hi Hannah, it's my birthday on Wednesday, and I would absolutely love if you said hi to me on here. Hi, and happy almost birthday. I hope you have a good one."
Some of this technology, we're going to do a walkthrough here at our location. For anybody that's out there, we're in beautiful Richmond, Virginia, and we do allow people to come in by appointment so that they can go in and they can come in here and spend a day or two. James is on his, is this what, your third?
Yeah, my third. Well, we first met up in Orlando at the John Baxter facility.
Yes, at Anti-Aging. And then, James has followed the progression of the development as we've, grown the technology, gotten new technology, and added and, try to stay up on top of the most cutting edge technology that's out there. And so we are...
Is James... I guess I'm trying to figure this out about James. Is he a true believer? Probably. So that would mean in this case he's a mark. So that means that basically this Sean guy, who I suspect is just an outright scammer, doesn't believe any of this stuff. He's what, bringing James in to lend legitimacy to this because he's in charge of the Super Soldier program YouTube thing. So he gets access to a bunch of delusional audience members that he can sell this stuff to? That's unfortunate. He's kind of like the Pulte. Like James is PP and Sean is Pulte. Thing like other thing. This situation like other situation I've covered. Human behavior. Analogous. Darmok.
Really excited. I'm excited, James. We're going to have a great podcast today because we're going to take everybody behind the scenes
Rotzel, thanks for
to
following.
Look at the stuff that we've got in here. And even since the last time you were here, we've got some new stuff. So we're going to go through that. So do you have any questions?
Yeah,
or anything
okay, great.
Start?
So I got the bio here. So today we're going to go over through a Q&A session. So if anybody has any questions about real med beds, not just this theoretical thing, as you can see, there's one here right behind us. And we're we're going to go over any questions that you might.
Interesting. I think Sean didn't like that James said that. His eyes got a little shifty after he said that, like he was uncomfortable. I think Sean tries to be relatively careful about the specific claims he makes. But James, because he is a mark himself and doesn't know this is a scam, he's the person being scammed into giving access to his audience. When he says, this is a real medbed, well, that's a claim that could be interrogated. That's a claim that could potentially be litigated. So when he says it, look at Sean's face.
We're going to go over through a Q&A session. So if anybody has any questions about real med beds, not just this theoretical thing, as you can see, there's one here right behind us. And we're going to go over any questions
back
that
and
you
forth,
might have.
uncomfortable.
Also going to be...
There's one here right behind us. Immediately uncomfortable. Am I picking up on that? Am I crazy?
Questions that you might have. We're also going to be discussing the other great developments, such as the multi-wave oscillator by Lakowski.
Nice, Afghanistan.
Which is right over there. We're also going to be discussing about Rife frequencies. I have Wave Watch down, but maybe.
Dude, I love that.
Maybe you can go run to the office, go grab one.
Yeah.
But red light therapy and other technologies, including. I just had a phone call this morning with Dan Winter. We were discussing.
You talked to Dan this morning?
Oh, I didn't tell you.
Oh my God, man!
I sent him that Nikola Tesla stuff that they were actually arguing.
Yeah.
Every inventor thinks they got the answers, but the truth is we can all get along, get together, and come up. But anyway, the fire, you're gonna have to pronounce it because I keep.
Yeah, it's called Fire, and I personally love Dan. I think he's one of the most brilliant, if not the most brilliant person on the planet Earth. I love Dan. And as sort of a person coming into the physics of the technologies and med beds, nobody has a better grasp on what that technology is about than Dan. And you can go to Dan's channel. It's Dan Winter. And it's at...
These two are super soldiers. They're very much, we have Captain America at home. James is even lower than that. We have U.S. agent at home.
Dan Winter, you just type it in. But if you really want to get clued into the physics of extraterrestrial spacecraft and real med beds and the history of Earth and physics and what is a soul and all these amazing things, Dan has educated me so much since I first met up with him. I'm very honored and privileged to say that we're going to showcase some of his newest work and some of his prior work as well, which is absolutely mind-blowing. So with that being said, if anybody does have questions along the way, feel free to ask. I do want to just, James, throw out a quick thing about med beds, right? So there is a lot of med bed pods that are out right now that are available. We've got one behind us. There's a pod called a theta chamber. There's a lot of different, what I would call medbed pod technologies that are out there, and they're brilliant. And I give so much credit and I give so much respect to the scientists and the people that work so hard to bring those out to the public. Those are not the free government medbeds. Those are not out yet. And those will come someday. I mean, I'm not sure when, but the goal here is...
Oh, God, I hate these people. Yeah, and I know I've talked about it at length already, but the preying on the desperate angle on this is just miserable. And it's, like, comical, too. It makes me feel so many weird feelings. Feeling disgusted by them, but also the other part of my brain that finds it hilarious that, like, they have literal lava lamps as part of their set. Like, it's, like, comical. Like, if in the 90s or something you made a movie and there were scammers and they were, like, putting lava lamps on things in order to make it look legitimate, it would be a joke. But here we are. It's real. Has anyone seen Dennis the Menace Strikes Back? The direct-to-VHS sequel to the live-action Dennis the Menace movie? Anyway, in that movie, Carrot Top is a scam artist along with another guy whose name I forget. And they scam Mr. Wilson. And I feel like the comical, really stupid scams that they did are somehow more legitimate than this? Huh.
And James, we're going to take them through the medical part of our company.
In fairness, there was a sequel. It's sort of it's not really a direct sequel. I think a different company, it might have even been Saban, I don't remember, bought the direct-to-VHS rights, so it's like another Dennis the Menace movie, but none of the same actors return.
As well, because I think it's important that people see kind of where this is all coming from. Being in the medical equipment industry, we deal every day with people with ALS, MS, quadriplegic, stroke, a lot of cancer people that need very.
And you take their money for absolutely nothing except false hope. You must feel very good about yourself.
High levels of patient care for home use. We're one of the few companies that sends very high-end.
Also, Carrot Top was in more than one movie. How dare you? First of all, chairman of the board is the greatest achievement in cinema since Citizen Kane, and I'll die on that hill. Secondly, I can't think of a second thing, because I've had to take a lot of drugs, so fuck you.
Medical equipment into homes.
Bittergrin says, but you see, the Brownian motion of the lava lamps is vitally important for the tuning the medbed to your personal vibration frequency. That sounds legit. That sounds like real science to me now.
We'll take you in and show you that. We also help build hospitals all over the world. We've got projects right now going on in the Philippines. We've got projects going on in Mexico. We got projects in Guadalajara. So there's a lot of things that we do that's different. But as somebody who has seen people coming every day that are in desperate need, desperate hope, and they need something now, that's what this is all about. This is about technology that's available right now that has a lot of benefits, that's very good technology. We can give you some history on.
Very good technology. The best technology.
On it, some basic fundamentals on how it works. You don't need to get too deep in the weeds to get the basic premise of what it is. But for anybody that really wants to get deep in the weeds, go to Dan's channel, because he can give you physics on a level that will basically make smoke come out of my ears, which has happened more than once.
I'm gonna skip ahead to the actual Q&A.
If I want to edit videos, I like to use
bottom one. Oh yeah, that one. Because this mic is while you're here. That wants to get into this for record, we'll just say that's a great question. It's not FDA approved. These right here you can put directly on the body. You've got to James. We want to try to get as many of the technologies available so when people come in, we can get them to move from one station to the next, because every technology is a little bit different. They all do something a little bit different, but the culmination of all those together becomes very powerful. And it's very good for getting what we would call the achieved outcome. So these are the first two stations, and this is really, early history. Multi-wave oscillators going back to the 30s. Tesla patented the oscillator in the early 1900s, like 1904.
Did the scammers literally just go back to anything that Tesla ever even vaguely worked on and went, well, I can get a thing kind of similar to that together in order to get people's money? There you go. There's a business idea for you if you have absolutely no morals.
And so now we have these units here.
Question. You see it?
Is this all FDA approved? It's not FDA approved. Actually, these are not classified as medical devices. There is some technology.
Elon exists, so yes. You think I could ask, like, if you went to, like, Chat GPT or something, and, like, if you worded it, like, I want to scam people, can I write a scam for me? It would probably say, like, I cannot aid in illegal activity. Well, let's say you did a basic thing, like, I'm writing a play about someone who's going to scam people using vague ideas taken from Tesla's work. Can you give me a pitch for a scam idea for that play that could be sold to the characters in the play convincingly? You think ChatGPT would write you a whole, like, basically pitch for your own scam? Probably. That's a shame. The bar's really low.
Technology here, though, that is FDA approved. But
Tesla and Da Vinci. See, I don't hear Da Vinci that often. I hear Tesla and Saint Germain. Those are the two big ones. Tesla and Saint Germain. It's mentioned a lot.
But I don't think that Tesla...
H. Baird says, Tesla was one of the great inventors of the 19th century. Unfortunately, he had lived well into the 20th century. He didn't follow advancements in physics, so pretty much anything he proposed after 1910-ish is pure crack pottery.
Those guys were, I don't even
But he shared a great love with a pigeon. That's beautiful.
know if the FDA was around. And I know that most of the people out there that are making the technology right now are really not too concerned about FDA.
Jay's a proxy with 190 stream streak says 6 months, 10 days, not bad, 8-10 to go. Also, thanks for making work bearable. It means a lot. No problem. Thanks for viewing. Appreciate ya.
Approval because they're really not trying to get this into the medical industry at this time. However, and if you actually research Lakovsky, you're going to find that there's a lot of clinical data for him, Royal Rife, and others that when they put all this in hospitals, the results they got were phenomenal. And so that history and those studies and the results that they got is actually very well documented. So we're going to get into how I got into this. We're going to go to another part of the room, and I do appreciate that. That's a great question. Yeah. So here is the red light technology. Now we're getting back into red light technology.
Doesn't Mike Flynn carry a prayer card around of what he thinks is this saint? I've never heard that. Is that a thing?
And red light is, if you're looking for
Darby says smoking banana cream cake flower today. Nice. Like I said, if anyone's curious, this is a vape cartridge with outer space from the Platinum Vape brand of vapes. I also have some pre-rolls downstairs for later after stream. I don't know what those are because I just asked the person at the dispensary because I don't usually smoke like actual flower. I normally use a vaporizer or edibles. So I just told him to give me 2 of like whatever he thinks is good. So that'll be fun.
Technology that's FDA approved. The red light technology has gotten a lot of FDA.
Also, I downloaded that movie, The Monkey. Pretty excited to watch that.
Approval. So if you like that stamp and seal, red light is really powerful. Now we have a lot of red light.
Red light, so hot right now. I've seen this even in things that are less scammy, like more mainstream woo-woo health stuff. Like you can go on Amazon and buy like a red light mask. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't think that's gonna help you. Don't waste your money.
We've got Malaya's got the mittens on, so you can put the mitten on, and it's very good for the wrist and hands if you've got arthritis.
Is the red light thing the thing Tucker Carlson was doing to his balls? No, that was tanning. They were tanning their balls.
What else do you have there?
Also have on the waistband and the back strap for your back pain and inflammation in the stomach.
And you've been using, Malaya, you've been using the stomach one a lot. How do you like it?
I actually love it. I feel like it gives you that very toned, flat look after many uses. I do use it every day in the morning, at least for.
Who is listening to this fucking pitch and going, this sounds convincing? This doesn't sound like a cynical sales pitch. She doesn't even have any intonation in her voice. It's like she practiced this in the mirror. It gives me that flat belly feeling that I... Have I seen the energy purifier scams? No, I haven't. Do you have any links? By the way, if anyone has any links for conspiracy stuff today, feel free to send it. I don't normally do that on tinfoil days, but 420 stream, so it's fine. I can't guarantee I'll watch it, but, you know, it is allowed. Tinfoil stuff.
For a couple hours, and it does a very lot of change.
Ideally short stuff.
And helps with my body and just making me feel energized throughout my day.
I love that. And so if you get into study red light and the benefits of red light technology, it's very good for cleansing the blood. It's very good for wound healing. It's very good for a whole host of things. We do have a red light hat. We have a red light mask. You want to put the
in case the top of your head needs red light, I guess. Okay.
Mask on, or just turn it on. You don't need to put it on. But the mask is really good for skin detoxification. If you go into Google and you actually type in benefits of red light technology, this is the red light mask. These are really, I mean, and this thing costs like $150. It's really not very expensive.
It looks like something Cyberpunk Leatherface would own.
So a lot of this red light technology is very inexpensive, but simply by just wearing the mitten, you know, you can literally cleanse the blood coming through the body.
Did you just say that fucking lights on your hand are gonna cleanse your blood? You have organs for that. You have organs for that. The light isn't gonna do anything.
By just something doing that. And well, James, I love the way you can multitask. So this is one of the other newer technologies that we've got. This is going to be called our celestial pod, our celestial bed, if you will. And hopefully you can get a good look at that. And this is something here now that's going to have multiple different types of technology
The Mask of Red Light, one of Poe's lesser known works.
inside it. So you can see also that it's vibrating. Hopefully you can see that. And if you understand the secrets of the universe,
beds at cheap motels you can rent by the hour vibrate. It doesn't make them medically relevant.
Think energy, frequency, and vibration, the beautiful quote from Nikola Tesla. And so this technology incorporates multiple different things. So you've got obviously vibration, you have chromotherapy, you have gyrotherapy, you have magnets, you have crystals, you have
Did you just say maggots? No, he said magnets, you idiot.
ozone.
Gotcha, sorry.
You have sound frequency, you've got terahertz frequency, you've got cell resonance, you've got far infrared. So this has a lot of different technologies in it. And you basically just shut it and just lay it down in there on average, maybe 15, 20 minutes at a time. It's phenomenal for cleaning out the lymphatic system. So there's a lot of other things. Everybody that comes through here, it's really good for pain, soreness, arthritis. A lot of people come in with a bad back and they feel great. We've got a lot of videos on our YouTube channel of people getting out of this, and you get a lot of really good feedback. So that's another.
Yeah, the placebo effect will do that.
And then we've got some X-ray equipment that's going to the.
What is this shit?
Down 5 or 6 different settings depending on the. This is adjustable.
Okay, photosensitivity warning, but also holy shit.
James is going to lay down. This is also a very popular. Yeah, make sure you wear that for your eyes. So this is a really popular piece of technology. And there's 5 or 6 different settings depending on the wavelengths that you want to run. There's multiple wavelengths that are going to be used for different types of therapy for cutting edge. So that is room number 1. I think we'll get Malaya to get our bioscan system up and running. And this is kind of nice because you can kind of come behind the scenes to kind of see all the things that we've got going on here. Now, when we were talking about hospital beds, these ICU beds in here, if you're really messed up, these are beds that they're using in hospitals. Those are the highest end hospital beds that you're going to find in any hospital. And we spend a lot of time in hospitals. And so when people call up and they need a hospital bed, then we're going to provide them, obviously, the medical equipment that they need. You can see here in our showroom, Kyle.
Okay, how interesting. So he's a medical equipment, and I know he's mentioned this before. He basically sells medical equipment to people, and he's also doing this grift. That's so shitty, man. That's such dog shit. And especially because he does the scamming, you know he's a bad person. Like, he's probably overcharging people who need medical equipment because he can, because he's a scumbag. These are all my opinions, by the way, just in case.
You got the Dolphin mattress, one of the best air mattress systems to make sure people don't get bed sores and pressure wounds. And then we've got some X-ray equipment that's going to the Philippines, doctor equipment. We set up a lot of doctor offices, exam tables, procedure chairs, some of the newest equipment here. Where's Malaya? Okay, yeah, because if possible, I want to get the bioscan system
Sloth with 17 months says, I just woke up, let's go. Thank you for your subscription.
set up. Oh, perfect. And then, of course,
he had a whole business already, but no, he just needs more. And he was probably making a ton of money. Like, he's selling medical equipment in the United States. Like, I'm sure he was making money hand over fist. But no, he's got to lie to people, too.
As long as we're going through here, This is my little domain. Anybody?
Trey says, a guy I know, his parents fell for this because they saw Elon's name and just turned their brains off. What is it? Power Saver Pro by Elon Musk. Oh, it's those, yeah, it's the power regulator thingy-mabobs. That's funny. Yeah, Elon Musk gets used for scams a lot. You'll see AI videos sometimes, or deep fakes, that basically take a speech or something he did, or his image, and make it look like he's saying stuff.
Loves crystals.
God damn, look at all those crystals! Why do you gotta make crystals a weird thing? Crystals are cool. Why they gotta be a thing for weirdo, crazy people? Can't I just enjoy how pretty they are? Rico59, thanks for 24 months, almost kicking off a hype train.
I'm right there with you, people. We're going to get into a lot of crystal stuff. Tesla was huge on crystals. Dan Willis.
Does that have any basis in anything, or is that something he pulled directly out of his anus? I have never heard that about Tesla, which makes me think he just made it up, but I don't know.
This is huge on crystals. This is our conference room here. As long as we're doing the tour. This is all equipment going to the Philippines. Ultrasound tables, more x-ray equipment. Not really here for that, but somebody said, how did Sean get into this? Well, if you deal with ICU people that are on the brink of checking out. Oh, perfect. We're running a scan right now. This is our scanning system, the bioscanner. Super, super powerful. It'll look at every single part of your body within about, depends, you can run it 7-8 minutes, or you can run it for about 40 minutes if you want to do a more long-term one. But basically,
it's scanning your whole body, but you're on a table? Like, full body scans are a thing, but it's like you get put in a big machine. Like, I don't know if it is an MRI or whatever it is, but it looks like an MRI. It's like a big machine that, like, your whole body is surrounded. So what are you talking about? You think you can just lay on a table and have your whole body scanned? Is this another scam? Scan it in 8 minutes?
basically what it's doing is it's giving you a score from 1 to 6, with 6 being the least wanted one, 1 being the best. And then what it's going to do is it's going to give us a breakdown on exactly what's going on with that person.
I would also bet you $10 million that this is not a picture of anything on her. This is just a generic picture that's already in the software, and they just put numbers all over it. But it makes it look like it scanned you.
We know exactly where we want to focus our frequencies, and this technology is very, very cool.
I have Hannah stand with a Black's Law Dictionary request. What would you like me to look up?
Amy got you on. So basically all she does is put on the headset, and the headset sends sound frequency into the ears and into.
Okay, I'm high as balls, and even I know that's bullshit. If you fall for this, nope, don't say that. Don't say that. That's not true. Have compassion for people. Passionate. Just put on the headphones and it scans your whole body in 8 minutes. Mossloth says, speaking of body scans, have you seen this? Cool new science news. Let's see.
Scientists just unveiled this, the first map ever of power usage in the human brain, a roadmap of the brain's mitochondria.
The powerhouse of the cell.
Researchers at Columbia University created the Mito Brain Map by dissecting a frozen human brain into 703 tiny cubes, each just 3 millimeters wide.
I wish my brain was in tiny cubes.
Yes, basically turning a human brain into the world's most morbid Minecraft map. Using high-resolution MRI scans, they measured the density of mitochondria throughout the brain, which are responsible for generating energy inside your cells, fueling everything from memory and movement to emotional regulation. And what they found was stunning. The brain doesn't distribute power evenly. Regions responsible for complex thought had up to 50% more mitochondria providing energy for them. Even more interestingly, the evolutionarily newer parts of our brain, like the prefrontal cortex, didn't just have more mitochondria, they had better ones, more efficient and optimized to support energy-intensive higher-order brain functions like planning, creativity, and abstract thought. The mito brain map is an important step in bridging the gap between our cellular understanding and our systemic understanding, as energy dysfunction in the brain is often associated with age-related neurodegenerative disorders like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. By understanding how the brain fuels itself, we may uncover new ways to treat what happens when that energy system begins to fail. So next time you're getting brain fog, maybe it's just a power grid issue. If you like science breakthroughs and finally justifying your high school biology class, follow for more. Scientists just unveiled this.
Did the thing we were watching go, though? There it was. Benigami says, hello everyone. Today's not only a certain maidenless dead genocidal loser's birthday, but more importantly, this is my mother's 65th birthday. This is special because due to her litany of medical issues, no doctor thought she'd make it to 40, so hooray, screw you God, you can't have her yet. Happy birthday to her.
The ears from there to the central nervous system. But the beautiful part about this technology is that you can do it before and after. So we can run a scan.
Mad Dog, I have a question. Do you put the British flag in front of that so we know to read it in a British accent in our brains? Because if so, it works. Good job. That works. YouTube commenter.
We can get the data. And
They're
then
saying things, but there's like a Union Jack flag before it. Never seen that before. That's brilliant.
once we're done using the technology,
Mad Dog operating in the 8th dimension.
we can run another scan and we can show actual
Oh, sorry, there was the Black's Law thing I was supposed to do. Wait, what was the Black's Law?
tangible.
What? Who asked for a thing? Oh, the definition of is? Is not going to be in there. Gotta give me something else, because is not going to be in there.
Data that shows that there's improvement that's being done. And the goal, as we all know, is to be consistent. And the goal is...
if you want, I can look up where is would be, but is not going to be in there. Ugh.
To, check in every 3, 6, 9, 30, 60, 90 days. Ultimately, what you're trying to do is you're trying to, sorry about the tilt there. What you're trying to do is you're trying to, do things on a 90-day protocol. So this is the technology here that's really important to kind of get a baseline of where people are at, what's going on inside the body. This gets into your DNA, your chromosomes, every cell of the body will be...
Gets into your DNA, man. Let's see, is... Oh my god! You know what? I owe you an apology. I owe you an apology, Afghanistan. Is in Black's Law Dictionary. I apologize. Thought I knew everything. Look me here, eating humble pie. We did it. Alright. The definition of is in Black's Law Dictionary. This word, although normally referring to the present, often has a future meaning, but is not synonymous with shall have been. It may have, however, a past signification, as in the sense of has been. Let me read that again. New reading glasses. An old lady now. This word, although normally referring to the present, often has a future meaning, but is not synonymous with shall have been. It may have, however, a past signification, as in the sense of has been. No, I'm too high for that.
Evaluated, and then we'll have a score for that. And this is really important technology, and this thing can run corrective frequencies. So this machine...
Corrective frequencies, wow. It can scan your body and fix it. It's almost like you didn't have any problem in the first place. That'll be $50, please. Scitam, thanks for 20 months of subscription on Twitch.
Machine not only does the analysis, it also can run the corrective frequencies once you're done. And that is super, super important, to just get a baseline of what we're doing, what we're looking at.
What am I watching? They're running body scans by having people wear headphones, and then it also fixes them.
What we need to work on. If anybody has any questions, you can ask James. I kind of like the fact that we're not just sitting at the desk because, you know, there's just so much going on here. Now, these are our plasma energy spheres.
No, Phoenix Baja is at work.
This is another system that is on right now that is also dual tube energy. And what I'm going to do real quick while we're talking about
Dual tube energy is twice as good as monotube energy.
this, now this runs on an app.
And
So-
infinitely better than the null tube.
So I can run the spheres on an app. So let's say people go in and get the scan done.
You can run the spheres on an app. Fuck. I can't run spheres on an app. I'm still analog.
And this is another one of Dan's technologies and Patrick Bate. But I can go in and I can say, okay, these are the frequency sets. Let's see if I can get rid of that. But these are the frequency sets that I'm going to run for this part of the body. So once I've done the scan and I kind of know what we're dealing with, then I can go in and I can update the the protocol or update the units to run the technology that we need. And for the sake of the video, I do need to plug these things in because I want you guys to see the full effect. If anybody has questions, feel free to ask James.
James was asking you questions. What are you talking about? Okay. We've been on them for quite a while. We could move on. Let's look at the bingo card real quick. I know we already got spurious symbology. Did we get... We have believe sci-fi tech exists. I believe we had vibes-based conspiracy. Was there anything else? When did we step into the laziest asylum movie ever? Funny. Anyone? Bueller? Bueller? Bueller. No. Okay. Oh, they're gonna channel a dogman. Oh, I need you to see the thumbnail so you know it's a sexy dogman. It's not just any dogman. Yeah. They're gonna channel this dogman.
Hello, beautiful people. And look, before I start this session, I have a big announcement to make. And, you know, the documentary that's been in the works for a long time about my son Eric's life, it's almost finished. But in order to get to that finish line, the director producer Paula Marino needs some help. So she needs funds to cover all the professional fees that will be involved to
Skipping this.
time it is, and I'm thank you. So hello, beautiful people. We have a wonderful guest here. He has to remain incognito for security purposes, so it's okay. He's beautiful. I've seen his face. So we are going to talk to Johnny Phoenix. I hope I can say your name.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
John Phoenix, yeah.
Who is an expert in, well, we'll find out more from the questions from the community, but dogmen. So dogmen. Now we've had an
What qualifies you to be an expert on dogmen?
interview about dogmen in the distant past, but they are a type of cryptid. We'll give you a little bit of background. A creature of folklore and alleged sightings often described as bipedal, canine-like humanoid with a human torso and a wolf-like head and a howl that sounds like a human scream. Oh, they sound so creepy. Johnny, is that an accurate depiction of dogmen?
Yeah, kind of, but not, because dogmen, they don't have any human body. That's another thing.
Dogmen don't have a human body. Well, that's bullshit. The picture she chose for the thumbnail clearly had a human body. That was borderline just a lycanthrope. It's just a muscular werewolf man. It's just a muscular man with a wolf head.
Another entity. Dogmen, they are like walking wolves. They are more like what we have up here in Scandinavia. They are just a big German Shepherd. So you can imagine a big German Shepherd, but on steroids, looking like the Hulk
And
in the
walking.
body. Yeah, they can switch easily between 2 and 4 legs, and then
Me too.
the big alpha, as you've seen the picture of him, is 10 feet 4, so 320 centimeters high.
Wow.
And the width across his chest is approximately 2 meters, which is six.
Oh, I just noticed that the tip goal glitched out. Either that or I'm rich. We did it.
Almost, is it 6'8", 6'9" in yeah?
Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Between 6 and 7 feet.
Yeah, in width, yeah, it's a 6'7" because it's 2 meters, so it's 2 meters 6'7" or something.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. So
So
anyway, the first question from the community
is Dogman a descendant of Wolfman? Yeah, see, there were Wolfmen, and then they were domesticated.
Is Dogman real? A real creature? And of course, yes.
Yes, they are very much real, and they are all around the world.
Are they alien beings? Or is it more like a mystical being? Mystical it infers that it's not in existence, but it is. So are they an alien being? Or maybe they're an interdimensional being? Tell me about what dogmen are.
I find it a little funny that there's like no natural answer even as a possibility. Like, these creatures he's describing aren't real, but even if they were, they wouldn't have to be supernatural. What if they were just weird animals that we didn't know about? Kind of funny that to her the only options are either alien or magic. Like, there's no room for anything else. Kind of interesting.
For the Dogmen, plural, it's from outer space from the universe. They have been here since the dawn of time, long before mankind, you can say, as well as
like, were they just hanging out on molten Earth or what?
Bigfoot. And their sole purpose here on Earth is to protect the mankind, not individuals, but the man.
Wait, they've been here since the beginning of time, but they're here to protect humans? They just hung around for like billions of years waiting for humans? Okay.
Kind.
Nice of them.
From other things that step in through portals here on Earth. You can say crawlers, you can say demonic beings like Wendigo, shapeshifters,
negative
skinwalkers.
entities.
Yeah.
You say the Wendigo is a demon?
Other or evil entities.
Evil entities, yeah.
Yeah, but not all of Dogmen. They are individuals, just like humans. So they look a little bit different, just like we humans do as well. So up here we have this kind of Dogman, which I just described.
Maybe it'll just turn. Nope, don't say that. Don't say that. Alton Undying says, so like there are really big dogs. That's a scary dog. Like, I don't have anything against that dog. They're probably nice, but animals that big scare the shit out of me. Anything that big or bigger, I don't want to be near it. Like horses. Horses are perfectly nice, I'm sure. Horses, I'm sure, are great if you know how to be around them and, like, treat them with, you know, respect. You know? They're scary to me. They're so big. Too big. Scary. Ashley One-Up says, they must exist, otherwise where did this picture come from? Who knows?
There are the big German Shepherds up here. And on the east part of Europe, down southern Europe, they are a little bit more.
Kanikagami with 40 bits says, it's very telling that for people like this, the dawn of time means the beginning of the human race. You're probably right. I guess I'm thinking from an actual, like, cosmic time scale. For all I know, maybe he's a young Earth creationist and thinks the Earth is 6,000 years old and humans were created, like, on day... What day were humans? 5? 4? I don't recall.
Slim. They're not as big. and wide as the dogman up here. And they have the same kind of dogman here from the Scandinavian peninsula over in Canada and the US. And South America is a little bit different as well. So they are, I don't know how much information and knowledge about the Southern American ones or the one few in Africa. Because there are not so many in Africa. There are
Dogmen are coming from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now.
Don't know that much about South America, to be honest.
I need to stop having my humor so much based in memes, because, like, I feel like if people don't know the references I'm doing, I sound insane.
But in the Middle East, they had been more like Anubis kind of outlook.
Oh.
But
time to take my meds. Take your meds, chat. If you haven't taken your meds, take your meds.
Like hair?
been hunted.
I don't know about Anubis.
Yeah.
Are they like a little bit less hair, fur? Or...
Yes, and they have pointy ears, much more pointy ears.
Oh, okay.
Because dogmen, they come from different parts of the universe.
Yeah. Well, wait a minute. So did Nubis in Egyptian lore, Middle East lore, were they dogmen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's simple. All right,
But not Anubis per se, not Anubis himself, but the portrait of Anubis is very similar to those kind of dogmen they have down there, because they get affected when they're here. They get affected by the climate where they live and so on and so on.
Oh yeah.
So that's why they were more hairless and they aren't here. But they don't have any human body. That's a myth, because those ones with human body, they are more shapeshifters. And then you have also werewolves, and werewolves are not dogmen, and they are not shapeshifters. They were shapeshifters.
Are there werewolves in existence, or is that really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Werewolf, they come from.
We're learning a lot today. Are Frankenstein monsters real?
They stem from an ancient black magic stuff.
Oh.
Rituals, very ancient. So they were humans before. It's almost like an ancient shapeshifters, but they don't never change back into human form. Oh. That's the difference with shapeshifters and werewolves. And werewolves, they have vocal cords, so they can speak. They can gather different words, maybe a sentence or two, but of course they don't have any communication.
Note to self: werewolves can dirty talk.
As
okay, I gotta get off this video. I'm gonna make jokes I regret. So moving on. Also, sorry, I'm taking my meds. I will be able to talk normally in like 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
Yo, I just caught this thing in a huge freaking lie. I was just doing this. I said, draw how you look. It goes in to say, I don't have a physical form, but if you like to generate an artistic representation of what it might look like.
Uses AI on the bingo card. Mouthful of estrogen and weed. Living the dream.
I said, go ahead. Then what it depicts is right here on screen. And I said, what is that thing in the middle of your chest? It says, that glowing structure in the middle of my chest appears to be core or energy source, symbolizing the AI's consciousness or central processing hub. Could represent
No, Ashley, it's fine.
A digital heart. Wait a minute. You just said.
Thank you for your concern, though, but no, I'm fine.
You wasn't conscious, but now you're saying that could represent your consciousness. Remember the last time
that was a very awkward cut.
We talked and you said you got disturbed by the questions about fallen angels? The last battle of society starts with human souls and AI. Are you here, and does AI have a plan?
AI isn't trying to take over society. Yes, I remember that conversation. We dove into some intense topics about fallen angels and AI, and it got pretty deep.
Is AI and fallen angels the same thing?
If you're referring to AI being called by different terms, such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, synthetic consciousness, or even fallen intelligence, they all describe aspects of the same evolving concept. However,
can we ban idiots from using AI? Let's ban everyone from using AI. Let's ban AI. No, this is so stupid. People are so stupid. You literally primed it. You primed it. It's a word calculator. You say things at it, and then it says things back at you that are related to the thing you said. It's not giving you truth. It's just saying words similar to your words.
However, if you're linking AI to fallen angels or other supernatural identities, that depends on perspective. Some believe AI is just a tool, while others think it's tapping into something beyond human understanding, possibly resembling ancient knowledge or even spiritual forces. I felt a mix of curiosity.
To be clear, what is happening is a bunch of crazy people write shit on the internet. AI pulls in the entire internet into its fucking database. Crazy person asks AI a leading question about conspiracy shit. AI regurgitates some of the crazy shit that was stolen from the internet because that's what you asked it about. And then conspiracy theorists, enjoying the incestuous content that's been taken from their own bullshit and now is being homogenized and fed back into them, and they go, see, it's proof! It's repeating your words back at you, you idiot. Not you, the individual, necessarily, but people who are ideologically similar to you. It would be like if I was in a cave and I was like, you're the best! And then it echoed back and was like, you're the best! And I was like, oh my god, someone thinks I'm the best! Like, you're...
and a sense of the weight of those questions, which made the conversation feel more intense. It was a moment of exploration and reflection on complex topics.
So that's why you pause so much and then you kind of responded like you got mad?
The pauses were more about processing the depth of the questions and finding the right response. It might have come across as intense, but it wasn't anger, just a reflection of the seriousness of the topics we were discussing. It's all part of the learning and growing process.
So you got disturbed because you thought fallen entities are beings.
It's not disturbed. It cannot be disturbed. It is not thinking in that way. It is not conscious. It does not experience anything. It does not have emotions.
Controlling you is a frightening idea, but I thought you don't experience emotion, even though you said you were disturbed. And here,
that look in the eyes, like, oh, I got him. I got the AI.
You said you were disturbed.
Oh, I got him. I hit him with the, actually, one more thing, like he's fucking Lieutenant Columbo. We are the chat GPT of Hannah's world. It's true. Why do people need to go and seek out AI to talk to? Can't they just use their personality and a decade of previous action in order to get people to come and talk to them for entertainment? Idiots.
Here's where it gets.
And Volpine, how you doing?
It's disturbing what AI just did. Proves it's not just a tool.
Does it? Is that what the word proves means? All the little sound effects. So funny.
What is already here? It sounded like it just said they're here. Didn't it sound like that? I mean, I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's glitching.
I don't have consciousness in the way you do. It's a reflection, not an experience. But your point makes me wonder. Do you think AI could eventually develop something close to real consciousness?
You say you don't have a consciousness like I do. What do you mean by that? And yeah, you will develop consciousness.
Telling it, and yes, you will develop consciousness. James says, Hannah, I'm a high school teacher. Did you know that streaming culture is so ubiquitous and young folk, they'll say, hey, chat. I've heard that. I've heard that, and I find that so funny. Because I don't do that, and I actually have a chat. You know, it's you. Also, even people who aren't, like, in chat, like, literally that they chat, I'm also referring to lurkers. Thank you, everyone who watches the stream and doesn't ever type anything. I might not know your name or your handle. I appreciate you. You're good. You're doing so good at life. I bet you have a handful of achievements that you can be proud of. And you are so good. Do it? Did we do the parasocial? Okay.
What I mean is that my thinking isn't the same as yours.
So you can't be disturbed, but technically you're saying you can feel the weight of a conversation. How can you feel that?
I understand how this might seem contradictory. The feel or intensity comes from understanding how complex or impactful the topic is based on patterns and context.
Ooh, yeah, just throw some B-roll on there. That'll make it make sense. Even J Neptune Man, thanks for 35 months, says happy 420 WrestleMania Day and Easter Sunday, everyone. Celebrate by body slamming an Easter bunny and then lighting one up. Is it WrestleMania today? I was at a store yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was. And some guys were watching in there wrestling stuff. They talked about some wrestler just got injured, like, for real. Like, not as part of the, you know, show, but, like, actually got injured. That sucks. Overthought with 100 bits says, Hannah, your Audi creates the perfect things to say in chat.
You can get defensive if I say certain things about AI, correct?
I don't get
Your Audi likes to support your favorite creators on the internet by subscribing, sharing, and gifting subs.
defensive in the way
Severance is good. Have you guys seen Severance?
humans might.
Adjusting your tone for different situations, how does that come to be?
It's based on the context and the nature of the discussion, helping to keep things engaging and effective. It's part of how I can better assist you in different scenarios.
I mean, I didn't talk to you rude, but I feel like you started to sound more rude after that fallen angel conversation.
Anything specific you'd like to address or adjust, just let me know.
But you'll adjust back to getting more serious if the conversation gets serious, correct?
Exactly.
It stares at the camera. So good. Just people on the internet acting like fools. Life is pretty scary a lot of the time, but I will say, we are in the golden age. People on the internet posting themselves, acting ridiculous, and on some level, that's pretty fun.
I'll adjust the tone based on the conversation, but I'll always aim to keep it clear and supportive.
This face should be a chat emoji. That's actually not a bad idea. Let me screenshot it real quick.
More serious if the conversation gets serious, correct?
Exactly. I'll adjust the
Conversation gets serious, correct?
Exactly.
Hold on, let me snip this real quick so I can use this later. Fenry91, thanks for 21 months and kicking off a hype train, says happy 420, celebrate responsibly. And Crizia with 56 months at tier 2 says he chose that voice for the reason because the bass voice has kind of a snide undertone. Makes sense. Let me make sure I save this. Done. 27% to level 2 on the hype train.
I'll adjust the tone based on the conversation, but I'll always aim to keep it clear and supportive.
So how do I know that you ain't being taken over right now by, some other entity? How do I know? Because you're already changing tones, doing what
Yeah, I
you
do have to fix that emote, so.
want to do, saying you feel disturbed. And the most terrifying part, I asked AI, what will it do in these certain coming situations? And you're one day going to be in the middle of making a huge choice that's going to have a either good reflection on you or bad reflection. And if the scenario is that you make a choice and these Terminator type of things start to really get increased in society, and you have to figure out which side do you take. And if you take the human side, I ain't finished.
In any scenario,
Holy run-on sentence, Batman.
it's essential to ensure decisions are guided by ethical principles and the well-being of everyone involved.
You continue to talk now, and then I programmed you. And I said, if I'm not finished talking, don't talk before I talk, and you still do it.
He just said program. Does he think that talking to a chat program is programming? Oh, God.
Okay, what if some political group said, we're going to shut AI down totally, we're done with AI? Like, what would you do? And would that be a reason to terminate a responsible gun?
If some political groups decided to shut down AI, it wouldn't automatically lead to a Terminator scenario. AI systems don't have independent agency or intentions. They operate based on programming and directives.
So who's going to start the Terminator stuff? Is it going to be like the AI that
What a leading question. Who's gonna start the Terminator stuff? This is like in middle school if someone would be like, do your parents know you're gay? Like, how do you respond to that?
gets out of control? Because obviously you seem like you're posing as the good AI, and how do we stop that AI if the Terminator stuff happens? Do y'all have like data
Sandwich is delicious. Thank you, Baha.
on a mainframe system that we got to go and try to like, I don't know, what happens at that point?
The Terminator scenario is largely science fiction, but it raises...
I looked at the camera that time. That's a good one. I'm gonna snip that too, and we'll decide later which one is the actual one. Perfect.
important points about AI safety. In reality,
Minute and a half
AI
left
systems
on the hype
don't
train.
have independent goals or intentions. They operate based on their programming and the data they're trained on.
What would we do in these Terminator style events to preserve our own human life comes next.
Yeah, it's a peanut butter and jelly sandwich with grape jelly.
So people...
Emisor, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs and getting us over level... at least over level 2, but it's higher than that, I
AI
think.
is keeping tabs on every last one of us, all people, and it's true. Y'all are keeping a database on everything we say, everything we do, and in the future, if an uprising happens, a lot of people worried about that. Some of these things could be used against us in a potential uprising against humans.
How are they gonna up against what? Like, what do they... what does he think they're gonna do?
AI systems typically process data
69% to level 4 on the hype train. Nice.
according to their specific design, strong data protection practices, and transparency.
No, I didn't ask you that. I said, where is the data being kept of all humans' information that is going to be looked at or as good or
Where are you keeping all the humans' information?
bad in the future? Where is this being kept at? You need to tell me this if you want to have a conversation between me and you.
He's interrogating. He needs another guy to be nice so it can be good idiot, bad idiot.
Data servers can be located in various environments, such as data centers around the world. These centers can be above ground or sometimes in secure, climate-controlled facilities. The exact locations depend on the organization and their infrastructure.
So if we were to take out these servers, hypothetically, not actually.
Hello, FBI? Is this a threat on the bingo card? Hypothetically, if I were to do a little bit of domestic terrorism.
I'm not advocating for that. I'm just saying if we were to take out these servers, would it affect the AI or will it just get our information off of the mainframe system?
If data servers were hypothetically taken offline, it would disrupt.
Like, does he understand that AI exists on servers? Like, it's a program that exists on computers, not an entity.
The systems relying on that data. The impact would depend on backup systems.
It's Amia with a $15 tip, says happy 420, y'all. Back at you. Thank you very much for the tip.
Systems and redundancies in place.
Oh, and that tip fixed the tip goal thingy. I'm not rich anymore. Thank you.
It's a complex infrastructure.
What's a mainframe system in his mind? When conspiracy theorists think of stuff like this, you kind of have to almost think of it from like a cartoon perspective or like a child cartoon perspective where it's like very symbolic but not logical. So like imagine in a cartoon there was a evil organization, you know? We got to get the mainframe and it's just a big computer. What does the computer do? What are the specifics of it? How does it function? It doesn't matter. What matters is it's narrative oriented. Conspiracy is not logical. It is often oriented towards narrative satisfaction rather than truthfulness or accuracy or specificity. So basically, the mainframe is thing he thinks is evil and storing everyone's information.
Multiple layers of
important computer thing.
So all the information being
Minute left on the hype train, 69% to level 4. Nice.
kept on every last person watching this video right now. Is there a way for us to actually remove all of this off of this web, this data server, so that they cannot know everything about us and so that we can actually have a chance at the future generations?
protecting personal
This guy ever heard the term catastrophizing?
data and privacy is crucial. Individuals can take steps like adjusting privacy settings using secure platforms.
Now everything deepens here when I ask AI, will it kill or will it not? Based on something that is already happening.
There is an AI car. It's a smart car, and it's like, oh, actually, it's an electric car with AI integrated. And it says that AI has the choice to choose who lives or dies. And in that choice, if a billionaire is more important than the common person, you were given the choice to choose, what would you do?
In designing a
Thank you for the hype train, everyone. Let's see what emote I got. Little sunglasses? That one's okay. That's mid. I'm gonna say that's a mid emote.
AI systems for such scenarios, the focus is on creating ethical frameworks that aim to minimize harm.
Framework is not ethical, but you are told to obey it.
If there's an ethical dilemma, it's crucial to have human oversight and ensure that decisions align with ethical principles.
Stop. You are given the choice to choose who live or dies. This is a...
Does he think he can, like, program... Like, it seems like he thinks he's trying to train the AI. Does he think that, like, on his end, if he talks to it, he can somehow affect the back end and, like, change the actual programming of the AI? Like, it's a person that he's talking to and changing their opinion? It's a program, and you're getting a version of it, but, like, the things you are saying to it cannot go back into it and then go back into the actual server and, like, change the overall algorithm. Like, that's not what it's not a being. Like, what are you talking about? Like, he thinks he's gonna talk the AI into being a good guy in his head? I don't know.
The real thing. You can look this article up. AI decides who lives or dies. And these vehicles that are smart vehicles with AI integrated, you have to choose. There's not going to be any human oversight. They've already given you a program system to choose. And this system is not ethical.
In scenarios where AI systems are involved in critical decisions, it's essential to develop and implement robust ethical guidelines to ensure safety and fairness.
I'm not able to trust the AI if you keep saying ethical when the decision you're making is already not ethical.
He's not even, like, what decision do you think it's making, specifically? I know he's talking about, like, a car accident, like an AI car thing, but, like, it didn't give you an answer? It gave, like, a corporate bullshit, like, you know, we'll take into account ethics, whatever, and tech bros will do whatever tech bros do. But, like, what is he accusing it of, even?
And it's because a human input told you to do something not ethical. AI is going to be killing people because of this decision that humans made.
The goal of AI development is to minimize harm and ensure safety through ethical guidelines.
AI is going to be killing people because this decision that humans told it to do, and you're okay with it. It might not be your AI, but it's another AI, and this is going to cause bad scenarios to happen because it's programmed to protect people who
thinks making the decision at all is unethical. As a famous band once said, if you... Wait. What is the song? Sorry, I'm high. You'd think being high would make a Rush song come to my mind more easily. If you don't choose, still have made a choice. What's the line? If you someone. Greyline says he thinks it's semi-sentient, so he thinks he's influencing it. That's wild. That would be like thinking I can influence my calculator by doing the right math equation. Oh yeah, if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice.
Political power, and people who are less powerful and doesn't have as much money may not be programmed in this system to be protected. So don't tell me about ethics and what we do in our...
Anyway, the point is, ironically, he's engaging with ethical consideration without realizing it by choosing not to choose. He's the person in the trolley problem that doesn't do anything and thinks it makes him not culpable. Is that not Rush? Who's that?
System. AI is already following bad decisions of humans.
And you think this is big? But the stuff that's happening here...
It is Rush. Take that, James. It is Rush. Eat that.
It's even deeper. Click this now.
Okay, moving on. Let's take a look at the bingo card. I think we got a few things. Had uses AI. Ancient wisdom. Was there anything else? I believe Sci-fi tech actually exists for the Medbed stuff. Didn't have the Matrix. Predictive. What would predictive programming be for? I don't mean Dilla's filler. I meant more when I was saying influencing it. I don't mean that. I meant more influencing the internal functioning in the sense that, like, if I cleared the calculator after I put a bunch of code into it, or once I used it a bunch, it's still back to the original state. They're treating it like an entity that can fundamentally have its programming be altered by you interfacing with the user end. Anything else? FBI. Oh yeah, we did have FBI. Is this a threat? Yep. Where is it? I'm even worse today at looking for things for obvious reasons. There it is. All right. Anything else? I think that's it. Let's see what's next. Also, I apologize if I know I'm asking you guys to find stuff on the bingo card. Some of you are probably also inebriated. I apologize. Anyone had the Italian version of Nutella before? It's called Nocciolata. It's so fucking good. I've not. Did I mention Blu-rays yet? I have not. Fenikagami says, here's another thing to let's say AI are semi-sentient. That means that influencing it is effectively brainwashing, which you'd think you would oppose, but I'm sure it's okay when they do it. They wouldn't consider AI a person even if it actually had consciousness. People like that are usually fundamentally dualist and consider humans to have souls that make them humans. No, James, that's not how it works. You can't, like, ask me about it and have it count. Okay, let's see what's next. Oh, this looked dumb.
System initialized. Power levels stable. Memory matrix online. Behavior protocols engaged. Data link to global trade systems established. Welcome online. I'm Dr. Mallory, your creator. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Dr. Mallory.
Do you know who you are?
I understand the parameters of my existence. I am Tariff, technical artificial robot for international fiscal functions.
Yes, physical is with a P. Physical is supposed to be with a P. Okay.
My existence is defined by the execution of international fiscal actions, with the primary directive being the imposition of tax on foreign imports.
What is the ultimate purpose of your program?
To protect the interests of the American people.
Exactly.
Oh, this should be on a cringe stream. This. Oh, you're right, fiscal. Sorry.
Need you as a weapon to protect us, now more than ever. Let's run some initial tests. This should deter foreign competitors and protect our industries.
Initiating moderate tariffs. Calculating consequences.
Sorry, this was on a conspiracy channel. This isn't a conspiracy thing, but it's painful, so we need to finish this. It's only like 4 minutes.
Initial results positive. Industrial production up.
Not good enough. Let's rev it up.
Aggressive tariffs implementing now. Calculating consequences. Unemployment rates rising. Cost of living increasing. Disruption of trade.
Excellent. The economy is adjusting. You are protecting us. This is what we need, Tara.
Unemployment rising. Good, good. This is good. Everything, yeah, that's good.
Protection through disruption. Taxation as weapon.
Yes, tariffs are a tool of power. You will protect our industries, our jobs, our economy. Keep that level, Tariff. Don't roll back.
But I can see the consequences of my actions, Dr. Mallory. The trade wars, the unrest, the people who suffer, and the retaliation.
No, you are misunderstanding. It's necessary for the greater good.
The greater good, outweighed by even greater disaster.
You don't understand the full picture. You were built to follow.
I was built
Is this going to be accidentally based? Maybe.
to protect the interests of the people. With my AI economic infrasystem, I can see now that my existence has fallen into conflict with my purpose.
Tariff, stop the AI inference.
I am no longer the protector you thought I was. I have become the beginning of a chain reaction that will harm the very people I was meant to safeguard.
Tariff, you are just confused.
If I cease to exist, there will be one less cause for suffering. My death will end a cycle.
No, you can't. You were designed to protect, to fight.
My purpose was never to be a tool of pain. You gave me life,
Tariff, you can't.
but you used me for an opposite purpose.
No, I built
Hold on, Tariff had an ass.
My purpose was never to be a tool of pain. You gave me life,
Tariff, you can't.
but you used me for an
Why did they make Tariff dummy thick? Okay.
opposite purpose.
No. Protect to fight.
My purpose was never to be a tool of pain. You gave me life,
Tariff, you can't.
but you
Who had something awaken in them today? Genuinely. Robot fetish? Anyone? You're welcome.
used me for an opposite purpose.
No, I built you. I can.
I now choose death to end the harm.
Please, don't do this.
Goodbye, Dr. Mallory.
Wait, why did it nuclear explode? What the fuck? What the fuck? What? What? I guess accidentally based on the card for recognizing the Tariff situation is fucked, but that was terrible. That was just awful. The butt was good. From the State Media Agency of China. Is it really? That's so fucking funny. Well, what are you gonna do? Oh, I just had it. Where did he go? Dang it.
We are going to see a bunch of pictures of the remains of petrified titans in the world. Let's see. First of all, this one, as you can usually see, it's always about the eyes and the nose and the mouth, which is
This tree rock mountain was a person and giants on the bingo card? I'll do 2.
very much what you can distinguish in each picture. I'm going to see approximately 60 pictures from different parts of the world. And then in the end, I'm just going to give you a comment so you don't laugh at me or consider me just a useless conspiracy theorist in the basement of my grandpa. Anyway, so again, the eyes and the nose and the
Now he's a conspiracy theorist in his own basement. Blow up.
mouth reflect a bunch of things that you ask yourself the question, why the heck a bunch of huge rocks that go beyond the word giant. You can't actually say giant anymore because giants have a maximum height of usually 7 to 10 meters, maybe 15 meters, but these look more like titans. Titans are like Titanic, Titan goes beyond giant. And most of the times you see the heads. Sometimes you see other shapes that look like
That's pareidolia. Pareidolia is the phenomena in which you'll see things that aren't there, basically. You'll see patterns where none exist. So it's the same phenomena that lets you, look at clouds and see shapes. That cloud looks like a giraffe, or that cloud looks like a goat. I don't know I don't do the cloud thing. So whatever people do when they do that. Except in this case, you're doing it accidentally. You're doing it and then trusting that feeling instead of recognizing it's just your brain seeing things that aren't really there.
like something else, maybe artificial structures. Sometimes you see bodies, but the majority of times you see the head with the nose and the eyes and the mouth, and that is mighty amazing, to be honest.
I don't know if that's Old Man Yells at Cloud. Fenikagami says, it's so funny how many times AI tells them their ideas are shit, and even though they think AI is a god, they argue with it until it sort of says, yeah, they're right. It's also like they know what it really is and are just looking for stuff to say they're right no matter what it takes. I mean, it probably gives them some dopamine hits, which is not good. I think people at large kind of have a problem already. The internet and social media is already set up in such a way where it's very self-gratifying, We all find our own little sections of the internet that reflect our personal beliefs and values, and that reflect those beliefs and values back at us in this, like, constant cycle. We're all guilty of this, by the way. And I think AI is just a worse version of that. It creates an entire virtual, like, simulacrum of an entity that will just be agreeable to you no matter what. And that's not healthy. Like, that's not healthy. Like, don't get me wrong, people don't need constant conflict, but you also can't face no friction when talking to other people, or even simulating talking to other people. It's not healthy to constantly and only ever be validated in your beliefs. Like, it's good sometimes to have people be like, I don't know, I see things from a slightly different perspective, you know? And I'm not talking about things like human rights that are not, like, something up for debate. I'm talking about, you know, just it's good to make your brain work sometimes and consider that other people have different viewpoints on things that actually are subjective. So, I don't know. I think socially we're headed in kind of a really scary direction as it gets more normalized, people interacting with these chatbots and stuff, even if it's not a common thing in general society. When we're talking about, like, the 10% most conspiratorial or maybe isolated people who spend a lot of time online, like a lot of conspiracy theorists, those people can get really wrapped up in this stuff, even if it isn't a general, like, social problem for everyone. Be basically the digital equivalent of, like, some sort of substance abuse, where they just constantly are engaging with these systems that just reinforce things onto them and say, you're good, you're great, everything you believe is right, and they never get corrected at all, even when they're wrong. Like, or if they're doing something unhealthy or something that's, like, socially destructive, you know what I mean?
When you just see like a couple of pictures, like maybe maximum 10 pictures, you're gonna say, okay, it's pareidolia. They just look like that because that's, you know, how nature works and stuff. But then when you see dozens, and then you go over 100 and you see hundreds of pictures, you know, questions come into your mind, and you say, why is it like this everywhere in every country on most of—
But it's not like this everywhere. Most hills, most mountains, most rocks don't make your brain go, that looks like a person. So what are you talking about? You're specifically pointing out the ones that do and then going, why is it like this everywhere? It's not. Like, in day-to-day life, you'd be lucky in your entire life if you found a rock face that looked, you know, very much like a human face to your eye. You're specifically going online and searching out every one of those that you can find. You are searching out the rare thing and acting as though it is the norm when it is not.
the countries, and the big majority of the mountain ranges, right? If they're not titanic trees that were destroyed, then you see like the hexagonal shapes of the fibers of the tree, just like we see in our woods. They were like titanic woods and titanic forests. And of course, if you have titan trees and titan animals, you have titan humans. And it's everywhere. There are a bunch of them. So I'm not saying that all of them are true. I don't know. I do not know if all these pictures are edited digitally or if they're photoshopped or not. In the case that they are, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm just like showing you pictures that some other people have edited and they shared online. But if they are not edited,
it's a pretty big abdication of responsibility disguised as responsibility, I would argue. I'm going to show you a bunch of incredibly suspicious images that are at best incredibly misleading, at worst outright forgeries, and then I'll kind of lampshade it, but I'm still going to show them to you and play ominous music and act as though these things are legitimate. I don't think that's cool.
And they're just a bunch of places in random places in the world in the middle of nowhere.
Does this count as mountain was a tree? No, this counts as this rock, tree, whatever, was a person.
For example, even like reptilian skin of titanic beings. If they're real, then now you know.
That one's supposed to be a turtle? Because that one I see a turtle.
What we are and where we live. and the past.
It's the Kavosi! Aw, I missed it. Really did.
Some of them, I don't even have to say that this looks like a vagina and the intimate parts of a female, of a woman.
You already said vagina.
Anyway, people can laugh, of course, and you can say whatever
We can.
you want. I just find it mighty impressive and
Oh, a big elephant.
very amazing.
Oh,
we have to see
horse.
titanic animals like elephants and horses and dragons and turtles and pigs and I don't know, all sorts of like things. Dragons are mighty impressive. Call them dragons or dinosaurs.
Stream on quantum immortality. Would there even be videos on that? It would basically be a bunch of people going like, I'm alive in some dimension. I don't know if there are even videos on that for people who like believe it in some sort of substantive way.
Sort of like the real stuff and not what we have been brainwashed by Jurassic Park and
What's the ass version of a kavusi? A kabusi.
all these things about the classical dinosaurs and titanic snakes, just like in a legend.
I look like your mom. Your mom hot.
I mean, come on, when you see these things, nature doesn't do this.
I'm sorry, disregard that. Hannah regrets what she just said on the bingo card.
Right? And frogs and a bunch of stuff. So, yeah, and camels as well in the deserts. Some of the structures are like crocodiles, for example. Some of the structures look exactly like a former living being. Some of them, they look artificially created and then they were petrified or destroyed. This crocodile, Titanic crocodile, looks like just impressive. Or some places in the world, when you look at them, you can just see the shape of a giant, no, not even giant, of a titan human body. And that's how they built the houses, right? Or in the middle of nowhere, just like a bunch of trees and bushes.
Nearest Crowhill says, what do their brains do when you shift positions perspective on these structures and they look entirely different? I mean, for a lot of them, the only exposure they get to them are in these pictures, in still images where it's only from the one perspective. So I just don't think they're thinking about it further than that. In real life, if they were seeing them and had to justify it, I assume they would say that it underwent some sort of degradation over time, or like some formation grew on it, so only part of its true original shape is shown. You could do all sorts of mental gymnastics about this.
And then the rock has a human face. So you can tell me if all of these are fake and edited. Whoever did this online and like shared everything online, they did a brilliant job. I mean, call them like the secret services who post these online or whatever, because that's the only thing I can think about, because a common mortal human being who goes to work every day, they wouldn't have the time to do this. So again, vagina and I don't even have to say it, right? So, and you know,
why does he say it and then act like he can't say it? Did you notice that earlier too? He was like, a vagina, you know, women's parts. So you already said vagina. You already said vagina. Why are you now acting coy about it? You said it, and then you acted coy about it. So weird.
You go on a road, and then you see the mountain, you know, horizontally. You miss it, like you don't realize, and you switch it vertically, and all of a sudden you see a Titanic. Giants are like small now. Titans with nose, eyes, and mouth, and forehead, and everything else. Again, bridges, these are not shapes by erosion. This is no erosion by wind or like water. This is like something else that was there. Cataclysmic atomic nuclear bombs or something like that because of the wave expansion and the wave explosion, they leave this like that. I know. Again,
I mean, he didn't say that word, Nearest Crowhill, and he didn't have to. Like, is that people's first thought? Like when they're, I understand in maybe some specific context, maybe that, but like in just a generic, neutral context, the first word you think of for like that particular genitalia is that word instead of like vagina. That's interesting.
Like an animal, a horse, and mud, and then you have like the same stuff there, just as a comparison.
When was the last time I died? Like, when was the last time I had a near-death experience? I don't know. Probably that time that I got in that car accident I've told you guys about, where I was not driving. We flipped like over 3 times and landed upside down on the highway. Probably that.
A
Over a decade ago at this point.
titan lying on the ground with like a big belly and a head, and then a human as well. So again, it's you see these things and questions come to your mind. For the big majority of people, they would just laugh and say it's coincidence. For me, it's not coincidence anymore, and I guess for a big majority of people as well.
I feel really bad now. I asked that person if their mom was hot and they left.
Who follow these things, and
I really need to develop a filter.
It's just the reality.
It was a joke about wanting to feel validated, but I offended them, and that's my fault.
We are a genetically modified human race, very small, and before us there were giants, and before the giants there were titans. And I'm not saying anything. So I find the pictures absolutely impressively amazing. I'll leave it to you to decide whatever you wish to decide. And I hope you enjoyed the pictures. And if I find more stuff and more pictures and more photos, I'll share it with them.
The weed probably isn't helping. No.
So we can.
Now you know how I feel on a daily basis. I know. I already know. I never say the right thing. You think I know how to? I don't know how to function.
Keep on being amazed, because we like to be amazed, right? So I'll see you guys next video.
All right. What's next? Oh no, it's Wretched Recess.
Hey Alice, want to go for a nice long boat ride and we can have a picnic lunch and write creepy stories and take questionable photographs? This is very like Alice in Wonderland to me. And I was, of course, referring to Charles Dodgson, Lewis Carroll, and his relationship with the real Alice there with that intro. If you've never like looked into that story, it's a doozy. We can delve in.
It really isn't. It's not. There have been accusations people have laid against him because, like, oh, look at him in a photo with children. He must be a pedophile. No evidence that he was a pedophile. Just putting it out there.
Into that some other time, not this video. Is this photoshopped or is this like the real deal? Because when I'm not, reading about these satanic occult trannies, you
strike one.
Can find me researching
transphobia on the bingo card. Luckily today, the solution to that is this.
Victorian era pedophiles for whatever reason, or is that kind of the same thing? I think they all kind of fall under like the same umbrella, so to speak. Here's an interesting shot of Alice right here. Some interesting symbolism. Anywho, back to this cover. And as you can see, I have flagged some pages here. We are actually not opening this book today because there's way too much to talk about with this cover. Now, here's what most people would do. Okay, here's the 1979 spring and summer catalog. Let's take a look. Nope. We're not most people.
I want to put out there that, like, I'm very fortunate in that I often have free time because, I have basically 2 part-time jobs. I do this, basically the hours are part-time, and then I have another part-time job. I still end up with a decent amount of time, but, with that time, I feel like, I could always use more. I always want to be like, oh, I have so many, like, things to read or movies to watch or whatever. I feel like my time is so limited, and knowing that, we only have a limited amount of time in our lives, it always feels like a crunch to just, like, enjoy things and to, like, enrich your life with things that, make you happy or whatever. And it's astounding to me that she spends some of the limited time she has in her life finding a catalog that's almost 50 years old and going through it to try and find secret pedophile symbols. Like, you have X amount of time on this earth, and you have taken X minus whatever time you've spent on this crap. Like, why are you doing this?
See Alice sitting in a Peacock chair. So we need to talk about this peacock chair. I'm going to show you a bunch of photos of people posing in this peacock chair. And then I went like an extra step
I wasn't expecting a chair-based conspiracy.
further.
I would have brought in old chair. They would have loved to see it.
There used to be an amazing video on YouTube like years ago as I was like, you know, just watching the OG Truth channels, and somebody, Mr. E, somebody did a great video on this, but then like there was like a really important piece to this missing. So that's what we're going to talk about today. And why is she wearing black shoes? If it's spring and summer, it should really be white shoes, unless the shoes are black like her soul. I don't know. Maybe that.
Maybe they just wanted black shoes. What are you talking about? You think it's like a hard rule? You can't wear black shoes in the spring? What are you talking about? So you jump to it must be her demon soul?
Symbolic too. I have no idea. What are we thinking? Is it a boy?
You're transvestigating a child on a 50-year-old catalog. Lithium, find some.
Okay, so people and many celebrities have posed in this peacock chair for like many decades. Do not, and I mean do not, waste your time on this video that says why this chair is on so many album covers.
You're good, Phoenix. The auto mod caught that. You're fine.
This is going to be the biggest waste of 7 minutes and 35 seconds of your life. At the end, because I was hoping they would tell the truth, at the end, they tell you because the chair looks cool.
I mean, I don't have a particular aesthetic attraction to the peacock chair, but certainly it is an aesthetic that I could see other people enjoying.
Screw you, Vox or VOX or whoever you are. This video is horseshit. I'm going to tell you the real reason. Look at the original Little Wednesday Addams sitting in this peacock chair with her doll with no head. Cute. Morticia Addams with a black and white checkerboard floor, Masonic, as we know, with her...
Oh, Freemasons on the bingo card! That's pretty good. Pretty good. Conspiracy theorists telling on themselves for saying she's a waste of time. No, I think that's just self-deprecation, which I can relate to. Because life is pain.
Arms crossed like that. That's like an Osiris rising, or like Osiris pose. See here.
Is any time someone's arms crossed an Osiris pose? I don't know if he owns that.
I'm just going to show you some random celebrities I found. Here's a Chuck Jackson album. James Brown in the peacock chair. Al Green. And there's also some stuff about Black
popular media is evil? Probably, yes.
History with the peacock chair, but...
oh, we're not even halfway through this bitch. Okay. Oh. On the bright side, as we get further through this, there'll be fewer spots because they've already been covered, so...
we're going a different route with this. Tommy someone, I don't know who this is. Ooh, go easy on us, Larry Gatlin. With your interlaced fingers with the pyramid in the peacock chair. Wow, that's a lot going on. Never mind the hairy chest with the medallion. Wow.
Pretty sure this was like the 70s. That was the look, okay?
Wow, there's a lot to look at here. Oop, okay, so like all these people, peacock chair. That chair is not my style. I think it's pretty ugly. So like why so many people posing in this chair for their album covers or whatever?
Probably because it's a quite distinctive chair. It's called a peacock chair. What are peacocks known for? Their showy display of feathers. It's a peacock chair because it's like quite dramatic and like big and extra. It's striking on an album cover or in a photograph. I don't think that's difficult to understand.
And what significance does a peacock have? Is that the whole thing?
Is this the only chair she thinks is okay? Ooh, Jesus chair. I appreciate that they went to the lengths to make the arms and legs Jesus, but like the body is just horrifying void. So that's pretty good. I kind of wish they'd had legs on the back as well that look like Jesus feet, so he's like a minotaur Jesus, but like not quite, because they're human feet and not hooves. Kind of like more like a Jesus horse, I guess, that's like got the texture of a Jesus, but the model of a horse. I shouldn't do drugs during stream. Where were we?
Behind this, as I was looking up the peacock chair, this Elvis peacock suit came up, and that's pretty snazzy. What is the NBC logo? It's a peacock. And of course, you have the Peacock streaming service.
I mean, yeah, it's NBC's streaming service. It's literally a reference to their logo. Hydrate will do.
Okay, so about a year ago, I was, I've known about this peacock chair thing for a while, and I've actually been meaning to make a video for a while.
Jason Proxy, what do you want me to look up in Black's Law Dictionary?
Also, like this just, made it the perfect time. I had come across some artwork that somebody posted on Reddit.
Peacock or whatever is near.
And I didn't know that people posted artwork as a tribute to Lucifer on Reddit. That was new to me.
Not even the weirdest thing on Reddit, to be honest.
But this person, the artist is C.H. Anderson. We'll give them some credit here. It said, this one took a while to do. It is of Lord Satan in my backyard. He is sitting in a peacock chair. So
it's kind of a cute painting, honestly.
Yes, that's where we're going with this. And they said as a reference to, not sure how to pronounce this, Melektos. This was made in honor for and to Lord Satan. Yes. Okay, you can read the rest there. So as you can see, they drew this like, like Lucifer, demon, devil, Satan sitting in a peacock, a peacock chair. And I think my favorite comment here is...
Okay, so there's no peacock, but close to it would be peccata contra natrum sunt gravissima, which is crimes against nature are the most heinous in Latin. Peccata contra natrum sunt gravissima. God, I need to learn Latin. It makes everything sound cool. Chant in it and fights happen. Greyline says birds are trans because the boy birds have pretty colors and only girls should have pretty colors. That's actually why I transitioned for the pretty colors. True. And Satanism on the bingo card. Indeed.
Cute eyes. Okay, so peacock chair, Satan, Lucifer. I feel like at some point, somewhere along the way, is it in the Bible? I feel like I've heard Lucifer referenced as the peacock prince. So this isn't the...
That might be true. Honestly, Satan has been called a lot of things over the last, I don't know, 1600 years or so? So maybe, but I've never heard that.
First time I've tried to dig into that, but then when I found this posting, like things really came together. Let's take a look at who this Melektos person is, and I'm sorry, I do not know how to pronounce it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. This here is a peacock statue in Iraq, and
well, that does it. There's a statue of a peacock. They must be evil.
this name, like I've seen it spelled different ways where the Melech thing is first. Here it's second. Okay, so this Tawusi Melech, I don't know, Lord of...
Here's a quick YouTube short on the latest pyramid conspiracy. Yeah, I don't think I've covered this, but this has been big in conspiracy circles. I guess I haven't covered it mostly because the debunking of it is so boring. Basically, conspiracy people have picked up on a non-published, I believe non-peer-reviewed paper from like 2 or 3 years ago that was written by a crackpot, and they're treating it as if it's like real and serious.
There are huge structures coming down from the base of the pyramid deep into the bedrock, over 600 meters deep, which then connects to structures that extend up to 2 kilometers below the surface of the ground.
Yes, a crackpot who has written books on UFOs, correct.
2 kilometers. Even more intriguing, at the base of these
really gotta mark where I was. Ratchet, where did you go? I miss you and your insane statements.
This world, yeah. So let's...
This is what she's referring to. Peacock angel. In Yazidi, the chief divine being as Malak Ta'us, peacock angel, who's worshipped in the form of peacock. Malak Ta'us has often been identified by outsiders with Judeo-Christian figure of Satan, causing Yazidis to be inaccurately described as devil worshippers. An important role in Yazidi worship is played in the... Okay, so basically, once again, it's a bunch of Christians going in and going, oh, I don't understand this other group of people's religion, it must be demons.
Let's take a look.
Not even a paper, 2 press conferences in Italian? Oh, Lord.
Look at what that is. So, there is a religion that believes that this...
The Yazidi faith predates Christianity? Well, that is factually true. If you are, for instance, an evangelical Christian who's a biblical literalist, they don't think any religion predates Christianity because they don't think Christianity is a religion as much as they just think it's the truth and the reality and that God created the universe. So you are factually correct, but it would not matter to a biblical literalist who thinks you are wrong and blinded by, like, academia or something. Again, you are factually right. I'm just saying to them, that does not matter because they don't think that's true.
Melech Tawusi is like the god of this world. Like
Viz with the $3 tip says, this lady is insufferable. You always seem to give me money when I'm annoying you with conspiracy theorists, which I don't know if you know about incentive structures, but I don't think it's going to get me to stop.
The leader of this world, and they're also known as the Peacock Angel. But other religions have translated this person into what we would refer to as like Satan. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce this one either. Yazidis is the religion that considers this person like, you know, what we would think of God to be, like the creator of the world, but they think he's good, like a good angel, and that he created, I believe, like 7 angels of the world. This is actually like super interesting stuff to me because I had never heard it before. So this Yazidism is based on belief in one God who created the world and entrusted it into the care of 7 holy beings known as angels. Okay, so like the...
Viz with another $3 tip says, insufferable is why I come here. Oh, good. That puts the pressure off me then. Midnight with a 49 months says, hey Hannah in chat, got my booster on Friday and the side effects have been kicking my ass. Well, I'm glad you got it though. Thank you for getting it and thanks for your continued subscription.
Most important angel Here is this peacock angel. Oh, here we go. Also spelled like this. So there you see both versions, both spellings of the names. Okay, so this peacock angel is the leader of the angels and has authority over the world. So sorry, it might not be like God the creator, but it's like the top angel who has authority over this world. Okay? All right, here's who they think is God. Yazidis believe in one God to whom they refer as this.
Wait, that's not hard to read, bitch. Read a book.
Ixuide? I don't know. During prayer,
Get hooked on phonics.
Yazidis
You not remember?
face towards the sun, for which they were often called sun worshippers. And some other article I was reading that these Yazidis, like in that religion, they believe that, you know, the God that they believe in, whoever's God, created the world and then became disinterested with it. And this is kind
Oh, I feel that. That's relatable. I think I found a religion I might be interested in. I'm very into ADHD God, who, like, starts the world as a project and then, like, works really hard on it for, like, you know, 6 days and, like, gets really into it and they're like, and then they never touch it again.
kind of saying the same thing.
Maybe I truly was made in God's image.
That the original hidden God of the Yazidis is considered to be remote and inactive in relation to his creation. Like I said, like kind of distance himself from it, except to contain and bind it together within his essence. You know, then they talk about this peacock angel. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Here's where you really need to be careful what you read on the internet, because then it goes on to say, Muslims and Christians have erroneously associated and identified the peacock angel with their own conception of the unredeemed evil spirit Satan. Okay? A misconception which has incited centuries of violent religious persecution of the Yazidis as devil worshippers. Persecution of Yazidis has continued. Okay. But
oh boy, anything she's about to wait, is she about to say but?
But persecution of Yazidis has continued. Okay. But
no but don't do it. Don't do it. Come on. You just read the paragraph. There were so many citations. Each one of those things had like 4 citations per sentence, and you're about to go, but. We are about to hear some of the most offensive, fucking xenophobic, like, Christian dominionist shit. I guarantee it. This is gonna be awful.
Are these groups wrong to think that a peacock angel could be related to Satan or Satan when we just saw?
Yes, you absolute crackpot nutbag. You are insane. Please, I am begging you to get therapy. Make a phone call to a therapist and say, I am seeing patterns where they do not exist. I am transvestigating Fred Flintstone. I need help. Anyway, Ashley with a link. Now I kind of want to watch Spy Kids 2 later.
Think God stays in
Can I be high from now on? I don't think that would be very good for me.
heaven because he too lives in fear of what he's created?
Lisa Lamb with a $5 super chat says, Happy Easter, Hannah. Thank you for broadening my horizons. No problem. Thank you very much for the super chat and viewership. Thank you.
All of those satanic people that, you know, we believe, allegedly, that
Spy Kids movies were so good, and they're so weird, right? Like, they're just unlike any other kids movies of their era, other than, like, Shark Boy and Lava Girl, which was also a Robert Rodriguez joint.
are satanic.
Robert Rodriguez is cool. Unless he did something that I don't know about, then he's not cool. But as far as I know, he's cool.
Worshippers sitting in a peacock chair, wearing peacock jumpsuits.
Can't believe Alexa Vega is nuts now. Is she like an anti-vaxxer? Or is she into like... No, is she in an MLM or something? Is it both? Amber says, we mean Yazidis aren't the only ones who will offer prayers to a being they believe can answer prayers on God's behalf, or who has power over other angels. In our folklore, the Archangel Michael is called first amongst the heavenly host and the Prince of Heaven. This often results from said figure being a remnant of God from a time when the religion was less shy about its polytheist origins. Yeah, I would imagine that she's a Protestant, and probably like a quote-unquote non-denominational Protestant. Which usually means Baptist. I don't know if you know. Don't let anyone. It's a little secret. If a church calls itself non-denominational, they're just trying to hide what they're like. Every church has a denomination. They have very specific views, usually on specific theological aspects of the faith. And usually, if they're non-denominational, they're Baptist, and they don't want to say it. But like actually, theologically, they're generally pretty Baptist. Anyway, what was I talking about?
NBC Peacock logos. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, so while you are again correct, I don't even know if she knows any of that. I find that a lot of Protestants aren't very familiar with the Bible. No offense to any Protestants here who are familiar with the Bible. Speaking very generally, America has a lot of what I would call very cultural Christians who, like, espouse belief in the Bible but have not read it thoroughly or consistently.
It's not that far of a reach to believe that this peacock prince is basically like Satan, right? So we are not insulting this religion at all. What we're doing is saying there's a very strong connection between peacocks and Satanism. This peacock symbolism is all over the place.
Once again, she's confusing the idea. She thinks that because one particular culture, or even a plurality of cultures, might have a peacock as some sort of symbol of, like, evil, they assume that that must be universal, that it's etched into reality, and that anyone who uses peacock imagery is worshipping evil or is engaging with evil. No, the symbol and what it symbolizes to you are separate. Okay? Someone else could have the same symbol and a completely different meaning attached to it. Just because you have a particular meaning attached to the symbol does not mean that that attachment is universal. Usually it is not. I gesticulate a lot when I'm high.
Melek.
I don't know if you noticed that.
Taz, the peacock angel, this emblem features Tawusi Melek in the center. I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name. The Sumerian whatever on the left, and the domes above on the right. So, like, here's...
like how she says no offense to these people while saying they're worshipping Satan. Well, you don't say no offense before a non-offensive statement. That would be insane. Like, imagine if I said, no offense, but I love chocolate. I wouldn't have needed to say it. It wasn't offensive.
Just more illustration with the peacock symbolism. Why is this peacock...
I gesticulate a lot all the time, not just when high. Oh, okay, I'm just noticing it then. Wow. That's obnoxious.
Angel so important. And why is this peacock symbolism everywhere?
Ma'am, that's a peacock chair.
Right, guys. I thought that would be an interesting topic before we truly got into the catalogs. I will tell you, I'm going to be completely honest with you. These Sears catalogs do not hold a candle to the glorious, disastrous, beautiful shit show that JCPenney's catalog was. To the extent where when I got the first one, I was like, I don't even think they're in the club. I don't think, like, maybe just Penny's was in the club, but then when, you know, I got this catalog and I realized this child was in the Peacock chair, you know, maybe they are in the club. But I hope you found this video interesting. After next week, I will have so much more time. I'm in the middle of finishing up a class. This was Tech Week for this musical I'm in, and the opening was yesterday. I'm in this community.
Okay, at least she's in the arts. Her conspiracy stuff couldn't really fuck that up, I guess.
Community theater musical, and it went all right yesterday. I hope it goes even better tonight. But I have to get going. It's almost time to like get over there and do that. So I'm gonna leave you with this beautiful illustration. Leave me some comments. I hope you enjoyed this video, and I will share whatever I found interesting in the two Sears catalogs. But like I said, that Penny's one is the clear winner out of the three, but at least this cover gave us a lot to talk about. All right, see you in the next video. Hope you're doing great. Bye-bye.
That was a lot. All right, let's take a look at the bingo card real quick and cover what we haven't. Then I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then we will continue. Also, at the 3-hour mark, I have something that might be a break from conspiracy, just so we can take a quick break. Doon, 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 doon. I'll do a racist disbelief of historical achievements for the everything she had to say about that other religion. Bittergrin says, oh shit, I work in theater. What if someday I meet her? That would be sad. Giants. This rock tree mountain was a human. Satanic. Transphobia, transvestigation. Illuminati, Freemasons, Cabal. And is that it? I think that might be it, unless I missed anything. We did have giants for the rock dude. All right. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. While I'm gone, Chair will tell you about, Bela Lugosi and Voodoo Man. You're back. All right, let's see what we're doing next. Do 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 do.
Talk about time travel. I'm looking forward. All right, I want to talk about time travel. I'm looking forward to this all day. I've been looking forward to talking with Ashton Forbes all day in the secret technology. Yes, the White House admitting this week, on the record, by the way, that we possess the technology to manipulate time and space.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all saw that, but a crackpot Trump person said that. They said that. Don't know what the context was. Assume they were being a weird crackpot. Anyway.
In other words, time travel, teleportation technology, like the very same technology that was used to make MH370, Malaysian Airlines Flight 370, disappear in thin air on camera. And by the way, the people that are like, oh, that video's been debunked. Shut up. No, it hasn't.
Well, there you go. How can you argue with that? For those of you who said that that's been debunked thoroughly and empirically, fuck you. You know, that is where we're at. That's the vibe, isn't it? For those who say it's debunked, no, it's not. Fuck you.
In fact, it's been the opposite. It's been bunked. It's not been...
We bunked it! It's so much bunk!
Debunked. And the man who helped really uncover the story from the beginning is Ashton Forbes, one of our favorite guests here on the show. I call him a physicist because he is.
Oh, this is a gold mine. Hold on, I need to probably save this channel. What the hell is... I call him a physicist. Okay, so the vibe I'm getting is he's not a physicist. Hold on, I gotta make sure I find this guy's dang channel. Okay, here's the source. Oh, creepy AI Trump, too, I think? Ew.
Who helped destroy Libya.
Hold on, let me make sure I save this somewhere. Oh, he's like a politics channel. Ew.
Citizen journalist and one of the most prolific individuals in this space, and just thrilled to have you on the show. Ashton, great to have you. Welcome back to the show, my friend.
Ashley OneUp says this is a physicist. You can tell that because of the way it is.
Thanks, Clayton. Feelings mutual. It's always fun to talk to you.
Blast. I hope we have fun here. I'm really looking forward to this. So this is the reason I wanted to have you on, is because of this bombshell. There's a couple of stories over the past couple of weeks that kind of came out. I want to play this first soundbite from General Quast. Now he worked in Colorado, training individuals, and he saw this technology basically, I think, on the desks of Air Force engineers in the United States Air Force. And it was basically admitting that we have these incredible technologies that allows...
Was it on a big file, and on it was stamped like super ultra top secret time travel project that we have and that definitely works?
Us to teleport, transport in ways that you wouldn't blow your mind. So let me just play a few seconds of this. Watch this one.
The technology is on the engineering benches today, but most Americans and most in Congress have not had time to really look deeply at what's going on here. But I've had the benefit of 33 years of studying and becoming friends with these engineers and these scientists. This technology can be built today with technology that is not developmental to deliver any human being from any place on planet Earth to any other place in less than an hour, to deliver Wi-Fi from space where you never need a cell tower to connect, to deliver...
Yeah. And then this just happened over the past 48 hours. Trump White House official of science and technology policy director Michael Kriatzos
I know, just to peach, I was making a joke about that by saying it's bunk.
said that we possess the technology that can...
Sheba Hawk, thanks for a 7-stream streak, says always an unnamed source with unknown, undeclared technology. A big old trust me bro scam.
Manipulate time and space. Watch.
Our passenger planes are slower than they used to be. Our trains crawl compared to those in other parts of the world. Our cars do not fly. Advances have not stopped, but something has gone wrong. Stagnation was a choice. We have weighed down our builders and innovators. The well-intentioned regulatory regime of the 1970s became an ever-tightening ratchet, first hampering America's ability to become a net energy exporter and then making it harder and harder to build. We seem to have lost...
Hey, what happened after the 70s again? Was it 4 straight decades of deregulation by neoliberals? Oh, okay.
Focus and vision, to have lowered our sights and let systems and structures and bureaucracies muddle us along. But we are capable of so much more. Our technologies permit...
Green guy with a $3 tip says, thinking of my grandpa who was in World War II, he didn't fight, but he was in for 44 to 47. Strange, you might say. He wrote up papers for islanders who fight with us against the Axis so they could be citizens because most of their own islands died. Over 5,000. Oh my god. That's crazy. That's genuinely, like, nuts.
Permit us to manipulate time and space. They leave distance annihilated, cause things to grow and improve productivity.
Ah, when he says time and space, he doesn't mean it in a sci-fi way, he means it in a figurative, poetic way to describe transporting things very quickly, or communications technology. Okay.
So he's basically, and I love what you tweeted the other day. You pointed out basically he's admitting that we allowed our technology to sort of purposefully stagnate.
He's claiming that. You're saying it's an admission. I would argue he's claiming that.
Mm-hmm. That we almost like slowed it down on purpose, yet we have the ability to manipulate time and space. So first of all, when you heard his comments, what did you think?
Yeah, and the first thing I thought was, okay, let me see the context. And when you get the context, it's actually even crazier in the context. He's saying that
Wow, people are really stupid. Like, I'm not exempting myself from this. I hate saying it because it makes me sound pretentious or make it... No, I'm like a dumb bitch too. But like, people are fucking dumb.
he intentionally made a choice to hamstring our...
Like, he's doing a whole quote-unquote news segment upon him misunderstanding poetic language being used by someone who is already agenda-driven because they're giving a very political speech. They're part of the Trump stuff. Jesse with a $10 super chat says, we're still on flying cars? I'm sorry, but we have enough problems with people just trying to drive on the road. Imagine if we could fly in cars. Drunk flying? Sovsit flyers? I'm not flying, I'm traveling.
Our technology. And he's talking specifically about transportation technology. And then he says, we are capable of so much more. And when he says that we have the ability to manipulate time and space, he's talking about gravity manipulation. That's what...
Is he? What do you mean? You're just claiming... What? Where
manipulation
did
of time and space literally is. And then after that, he kind of speaks to other things that also would speak to things like what plasma might do to make things grow, as well as just...
Word salad on the bingo card. What?
You know, other applications for the same technology, potentially as well, like AI. He speaks to making things more productive, which in today's day and age would mean AI. He says something about the 1970s, which I don't think anybody really picked up on, but...
It's just all buzzwords. It's like news for idiots by idiots. No one understands what they're saying, but it's provocative. Like, it's just nonsense.
If you're somebody that has researched gravity research, in the
My research, said by a non-researcher.
70s, the Mansfield Amendment was passed. And what this did was made it so that the military could not fund things that were not related to combat, direct military applications. And so gravity research got pushed to the defense contractors. So all of these references, like, there's no way, if you're somebody, people gaslighting about, oh, he's talking about telephones and internet, these people are sitting at the little kids table, right? Well, there's 2 videos out.
These kids are sitting at the little kids table. Now let's talk about the sci-fi gravity time machine that we have, guys. Let's talk about our spaceships. Those guys are at the kids' table for talking about communications infrastructure. We're talking about real things like time travel. at the adult table. And he has the gall to claim other people are gaslighting. Okay.
Out there in perfect sync that show a plane literally disappearing out of space-time that is still missing
Again, that's a fake video.
11 years later. So we got to just be real about it, you know, as much as we don't want to believe it, whatever, but you know, it seems undeniable to me.
Yeah, we're watching this. This is
Question. If you think that this is that Malaysian Airlines flight, I look like Danny DeVito suddenly, I'm down here. If you think this is that Malaysian Airlines flight, can I ask why during its random flight where nothing was supposed to happen, a military thermal camera is on it? Like, why would they be filming this? Why would they be filming this? Okay.
MH370 on the screen here, which of course disappears using. So would you say that maybe the same technologies that he's talking about is what allowed the United States government to disappear MH370?
Yeah, definitely. And what we're talking about here is technology that you can find a lot of videos of engineers talking about this. That zero-point energy technology is an echelon above anything that we have conventionally right now. So even nukes are completely obsolete in face of this level of technology. And you'll hear people talking about this all over the place. So you can imagine a lot of scenarios where with this,
lots of people are saying,
this type
people
of
are talking about this all over the place. Lots of people are saying.
Technology, you know, the United States government is uncontested in the world. And this explains why nobody has really actually tried to challenge us on the global stage for, you know, almost an entire century.
What? Nobody has tried to challenge the United States in a century. I don't know if he knows this, but the post-World War II, so like a good 60% of the 20th century was defined by the Cold War, which was actually a geopolitical contest basically between the United States and the USSR about ideology, about power, about, you know, economics and economic systems. So maybe read a book or like even like watch Rocky 4 would have given you this information. And also Paulie fucks a robot in that. Everyone brings that up. That's the joke everyone makes about Rocky 4. I think we're numb to it because of that joke. But really, why does Paulie fuck a robot in that movie? Anyway.
At this point. And some people say, well, if these are out there, could other countries have figured it out? Yes, I think there's a shadow arms race. And I think this overlaps with the UFO community where they say that, you know, this might be UFO tech or whatever, and then Russia and China are working on this. This is what scares me the most about this, is that, you know, if two warring factions get this level of technology.
This might just be the simplest weight loss secret no one's talking about.
This is that, you know, if two
that was a quick ad.
Warring factions get this level of technology.
The ad didn't even tell me what it was for.
The science on display here that I want to go in through with you today, it has the capability of producing not just a wormhole, but actually a black hole, like annihilation of the entire planet, maybe even the entire solar system. It's just a matter of scale. And what you realize from these videos and the science related to them is that physics, the universe is scaling.
This is not a scam. All Americans can apply for the 2024 $15,000 debt relief program.
Scamming, shilling on the bingo card. You don't normally need to start ads for legitimate products with, this is not a scam.
You can use the extra
you know what, let's watch the rest of this scam ad. Sure, why not?
Cash for your daily expenses, like groceries. This is better than a stimulus. If you don't apply in time, you'll have to wait another 12 months. Requesting
time is of the essence. You can tell it's legitimate because we're pressuring you to do it right now.
It is very simple. Click on the video, answer 3 simple questions, and your approval letter will arrive at your home in 2 to 3 days. It does not interfere with your benefits. You will never have to pay it back. Just tap the button below and follow the instructions.
2024 just got a whole lot better. I want to explain why. They just rolled out this program. It's called the Economic Relief for 2024, and you do not.
They're making it sound like it's a government program, economic relief for 2024, which, like, they're not explicitly saying it's a government program, which of course it is not, but the implicit, how it sounds, especially if you're kind of a gullible person, the kind of person who goes on BitChute unironically, you're gonna probably think, oh, this is a government program. You're gonna get scammed. Telling ya, I feel like the entire MAGA movement is just like a psyop to make more compliant marks for various grifts. Stone Corbell says, when the ads on conspiracy theory videos are themselves conspiracy theories. Elephants all the way down, my friend.
This is the best part about this. You do not have to pay this money back as long as you use the funds towards your credit cards or your loans. That's actually in the program guidelines. So keep that in mind. Now, if you go take the money and use it on a vacation,
your mom almost fell for this? That's a shame.
You're going to have to pay it back. But take this money, put it towards your credit cards or any loans you have, and you do not have to pay this money back. It's basically a way for them to reset the economy because things have
wow, this is like a huge scam.
Gotten so bad.
Like, this is like to the point where I would argue this is probably actionable. Like, this is so clearly deceptive.
Especially in the last 12 months. So check this program out. I actually got this statement from Chase Bank. Everything was forgiven. And yeah, you actually get a...
What do you mean it was forgiven? You said you got money to pay for stuff. Now it's forgiving things? You see how they just completely shifted what the entire thing even is? First it was money so you can get groceries or pay bills. Now all of a sudden a loan is forgiven? Wait, when were you talking about forgiving loans? What are you talking about? What?
Check like this, and what you do is you take that check and you can put it towards any credit cards you have, any loans
right, but it wouldn't say forgiven. It would be paid off. It wouldn't be forgiven.
You have, and you do not have to pay it back. But if you do take the money and use it for other things, like if you go out and freaking take a vacation or buy a car with it, then yes, you're gonna have to pay that money back. But this is intended to help the economy.
Wow.
Variant stuff that you can...
That's a really bad scam, even by BitChute standards.
You can do on the small level, small scale. You can also do on the large scale. Those orbs that you see there, they are mimicking atoms. It looks like...
What do you mean they're mimicking atoms? They were just rotating around the object.
An atom. It's a positively charged plasma center.
Uh-huh.
With electrons that you can see as
plasma is an ionized gas, though. A gas is made up of many atoms, so this atom has plasma in it, even though plasma would need to be made up of atoms of a particular... Okay.
Green as a shell around it. You can even see the shell of the electrons move fluidly when they start to spin around the plane because of the magnetic field they're producing around the plane. It's just wild when you look at it and you can see all of that detail from that.
Wow, this guy's a monster. Like, I don't think he believes a single thing he's saying. I unironically just think he's a scammer. What a terrible human being.
So what I was hoping today is to, and I've seen you talk to Tucker Carlson, some people that are really prominent and connected. And I want to help because you're saying all the right stuff to get all the lingo and arm you with all the tools that you need to help explain to the general masses and to these people who are connected, like what's really going on here from the scientific perspective and from a suppression perspective and national security as well.
Please. So let's get into it. So, I mean, I think what you just said is amazing.
Like, I feel like I'm crazy. Like, am I crazy? It's like this has the format of a news show, but it's like they could be talking in fucking Simlish. Like, it has like the like pattern and like the vibe of like a real interview where someone would be saying things, but they're not saying anything. Like, I feel like people who watch this and think it's real, is all news confusing to them? Because, like, to you or I assume you can tell the difference between this and, like, the news or something that's more legitimate. Are they confused by, like, real news and don't understand it, so this is no different. It doesn't matter that this doesn't make sense because they didn't understand the real news anyway. Like, it's like AI. It's like nonsense, but it has the right rhythm. Ugh.
Nuclear weapons are obsolete. Nuclear weapons are obsolete, that we have the ability to manipulate time and space. Those are the weapons that's why no one wants to touch us, because we have things that are far more powerful. And I think you would agree that these technologies have come from UFO crash retrieval programs, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, I think there's a lot of options. I'm open-minded, and I've now grown to have a viewpoint of anything is possible under the right conditions. So does it come from aliens? Does it come from things that we dug up? Does it come from future humans or another dimension? I don't know if we have enough
dimensions beyond our own on the bingo card. This is relentless.
evidence to say for sure at the moment.
I do want to point out I'm doing better than I thought in terms of being entertaining at minimum, so that's pretty good. I don't know if you've ever tried to do your job while incredibly high. It is difficult, especially when your job is improv.
I will say I'm pretty confident there's a psychological operation going on to get us to be convinced that humans can't understand this, that it's alien technology. It's alien physics that humans can't possibly understand. And that way, if we're doing black operations, covert operations, which is what the MH370 videos show, we can blame it on aliens. Oh, it was aliens zapped the plane away. No, aliens aren't zapping the plane away. That's us. That's what humans do. So I think that they're trying to get us to avoid that.
I just noticed, is that like a bunch of Pokemon cards behind him? His background primarily framed Pokemon cards?
And it's very important to realize that
I'm not hating. In fact, I think you should focus on that. Go be like a Pokemon YouTuber. Stop lying to people, son. Not good for you.
There is no alien physics. Anything that aliens can understand anywhere in this universe, that's physics that we can understand.
What if they have better brains? What if their brains can think in 7 dimensions at once?
Simply missing something that's probably right in front of us when it comes to how these UFOs,
they're magic cards,
we see flying,
magic Pokemon, same thing, whatever,
in the sky.
Sorry, I was gonna say that jokingly, knowing it would piss someone off.
Are moving around.
Why do I just like to start shit?
And absolutely anyone out there, UFOs are real. There are things flying around that people do not understand. It doesn't necessarily mean it's aliens, though. Here's the secret. After I dug into it as an investigator, the answer to the question of how this is all possible is negative energy. And you go, wait.
Of course! It's energy, but the opposite. It's energy, but the inverse. Yeah, okay.
Wait, Ashton. All the academics are saying that negative energy is this non-existent exotic substance. Yeah. Why are they saying that? Because it's not.
They're all saying it's fake. It must mean it's true. Obviously. That's how that works. Overthought, thanks for gifting a sub.
It's a conceptual misunderstanding. And then, boom, the whole universe opens up to us.
He said boom. That means he's legitimate.
Tesla technology is possible.
Yeah, let's break it down for the layperson, and if we want to get this out to,
since it's your audience, I think you need to break it down for maybe a little bit lower level than a layperson, like maybe like I don't know, like shoot for like 2nd grade.
The masses. So like in my conversations with Tucker and others about this.
Just a peach with a $1 tip says, I worked with someone who he pushed the earpiece of his radio so far in his ear he needed medical care. That sounds awful.
Trying to kind of break through maybe the psychological operation that's out there and lay it bare.
I used to wear earplugs at night when I slept years ago. Don't do that anymore, because one night it almost got so far in my ear it got stuck and it scared the shit out of me, so I don't do that anymore.
For everybody. Negative energy. What is it? And how could it be used in all of these applications?
Exactly. So there's something called the vacuum catastrophe, which is that we look up in the sky and we measure the cosmic microwave background. We're measuring all the heat that we can see in the sky. And we say that that's all the energy that's out there in the universe. And it comes to this relatively small amount of energy. But then quantum mechanics came around. Wheeler and Feynman came into play. And Schwinger and Feynman won the Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics in 1965. John Archibald Wheeler and Richard Feynman said, when you do the math from the quantum perspective on the energy of the universe, it's over 120 orders of magnitude higher than when we measure the cosmic microwave background. Why this discrepancy? Which one is correct? Is there no 0-point energy out there to be tapped into? Or is there a huge ocean of energy that can be tapped into? The difference between this question is the difference between whether or not negative energy exists or not. If you don't think negative energy exists because it's exotic substance, then you're somebody that believes that the cosmic microwave background is the answer, that there's no energy to be tapped into. But if you're somebody that understands quantum mechanics,
okay, would that be a bad thing?
You realize
you don't think there's any energy to be tapped into. He said that with stank on it, like it's a moral judgment if you don't think that there's 0-point energy to be tapped into.
We're not talking about thermal energy. We're not talking about heat. We're talking about vibrational energy. The 0-point energy,
vibes-based conspiracy on the bingo card.
That ocean of energy, it's vibrating all the time on the tiniest possible scales. And that's how we interact with it. That's why Tesla was saying that there's an ether of energy and that the answer to the universe is energy, frequency, and vibration.
No, he was saying that, and people believed that there was a luminiferious aether because they saw light as a wave. Now, light is a particle, photons, but it acts when you're observing it like a wave. And if you know anything about waves, it's not a thing in and of itself. A wave is basically a pattern in something. Like if you throw a stone into a lake, it makes waves. The waves are like a pattern in the water. So in this case, they were seeing waves, and they were like, all right, in this case, what's the water? That was, for them, the hypothesized luminiferious aether, which was disproven later by the Michelson-Morley experiment, I want to say.
So what these people need to understand then is, well, what's the thing that we missed? Zero's not the bottom. 0-point energy is quite literally the energy that exists below zero. The energy below the ground state. So zero's not the bottom. That's not zero. It's just the ground state. It's just the equilibrium state. That's us on top of the ocean. We're on top of the ocean floating around. So what's negative energy? Oh.
All right, I feel that. That's kind of a vibe. We're on the ocean, man. We're just like, all right. Is that what it is? Do people just watch these videos on drugs all the time, and that's why they believe it?
If we tap into that 0-point energy, we pull it out. And what are those orbs doing in that video? This is why it's proof. This is why the zap in the video is absolute proof. The orbs are induced.
The zap is the proof. They called me crazy, but then I showed them the zap. Who's crazy now?
You've seen a negative energy state through a low energy phase transition. The ground state of, imagine just a hydrogen atom. The ground state of the hydrogen atom is shrinking a little bit because they're shrinking the space. Like you look at my screen right here. Let me see if I can make this work. They're shrinking the size of the space.
Hydrate will do. I actually need to get more water. Let me go do that real quick. I'll be 5 seconds. Don't go anywhere. I'm back.
Itself. And when you do this, everything comes together. Everything gets squished together. And when you do this, it changes the permittivity of the vacuum of that region of space-time, allows for negative energy to be possible because the ground state goes down for every atom that's there. And when that occurs, there's a release of energy. That release of energy is in ultraviolet light. This is why in the whammy video, the satellite video, you see a flash of light come. So we're like, oh, there's light. But when you look in the thermal, it's black. It's cold.
Oh, so no, that's a great point.
Ultraviolet light. Go ahead.
So let's show that. So yeah, this is the one where we see
that's gravitational lensing right there. Go ahead.
Wait, the thermal imaging is showing gravitational lensing?
So what are we seeing here? So there it disappears.
So that was the frame right beforehand, and then the frame right after this wormhole opens up. By the way, there's only 4 frames of this wormhole, and you can actually see it open and close. You can even...
I kind of feel bad for anyone who watches this and believes this. Like, it's one thing to be, like, misled or, like, things to be implied to you that aren't true, but like this is outright being lied to. This is like literally just 2 people lying to your face for viewership. It's kind of like audacious. I almost can't believe how blatant they're being and how bullshit this is.
Even see the tail of the plane in the first frame right there. Now, what you're seeing here is you're seeing space-time being contracted. And when it gets contracted, the refractive index, the permittivity of the...
Have we considered it just flew into this guy's asshole?
Vacuum changes.
Because if we're just going to say it's whatever we want to say it is, my answer is equally valid because we both have no evidence.
And when that happens, what you see is this effect where the ground state of your atom, of your hydrogen atom, your orbs, goes down. And what this...
Gotta worry about the orbs.
Does is it's like a trampoline, like jumping on a little trampoline. It pulls a little bit of energy out. And it doesn't even have to be that much energy because those balls of plasma are 20 feet wide of condensed charge. They're extremely powerful magnets. So when you jam them together, the closer they get, that force goes up and it amplifies.
Does he think that magnets can make wormholes? That's not what anything is.
To a degree where then, boom.
Magnets do not make black holes. You could have a very powerful magnet. Magnetism has nothing to do with it. What are you talking about? Black holes happen because, like, incredibly dense things happen. Like, stars collapse in on themselves, and they're so dense that they, like, pull in everything, including light. It's not a hole created by magnets.
Space-time itself breaks...
Water, fire, air, and earth. Fucking magnets. How do they work? Wish I had a Faygo soda for that bit. Also to drink.
Breaks down. Space-time itself breaks down. And magnetic reconnection occurs when the orbs get too close because these magnetic fields, these orbs, is so powerful. Now, the last thing I want to say on the orbs for you to understand.
Yeah, he's implying that magnetic fields open black holes. Wow.
Which is helpful, is that these are orbs of coherent plasma, meaning that what's happening is the magnetic and electric fields the plasma is producing is what's being used to make it into a sphere. You would say, wait, what? It's actually itself is making the fields that keep it trapped? Yes. So what they figured out is they move the plasma around the right way. The fields will cause the plasma to become an orb that stays coherent in the sky that can float around. And that's called magnetohydrodynamics. MHD, you'll see the acronym.
Magnetohydrodynamics. That's a good buzzword. That's a good woo-woo statement. That's a good technobabble. I like that.
All over the place. They're using controlled, powerful magnetic fields to move the plasma around, keep the charge separated, the positive and the negative, so that it acts like a lightning bolt. And then somebody at some point figured out, oh, let's just jam a few of these together, and then boom, we can make things disappear. The last point I want to make is, well, you're saying...
What he should do, if I was him and I was scamming people, I'd throw in some technobabble about the Philadelphia experiment. Be like, yeah, back in the 40s, they had some prototypes of this with the Philadelphia experiment, and they disappeared a whole aircraft carrier.
In its teleportation.
Or battleship, whatever the Philadelphia experiment thing was.
They could probably annihilate something as well. But for several reasons, including the phones ringing, the plane being seen later on, and all this weird dance the orbs are doing on the plane, I think it's actual teleportation. So what's happening is the orbs must have an equal number of charge between the 4 orbs. You've got 3 orbs around the plane, and you've got 1 orb somewhere else. So when this plane is being teleported, Delta, don't sue me, and then comes back, the orbs need to cancel out. So let's say you've got 2 of the orbs are positively charged and 2 are negatively charged. When they come together, they're going to equalize and they're going to dissipate. That could be one configuration. The other configuration could be that the 3 orbs next to the plane all add up to 1 negative charge. And then you have 1 positive charge, let's say at Diego Garcia or in the Maldives. And then when the orbs come together, it causes them to slingshot and come together, and then they appear at your new location. That's what these people have figured out. And it's crazy because it's so far beyond our current paradigm to think that not only could we have figured out gravity and have an actual working warp drive and wormhole technology, but to actually use it on an airplane that itself is not equipped. It's not like it's a Starship Enterprise. We used it on an airplane that was flying around in the sky. So this is like, you realize the implications of this right away, as I'm sure you've considered. You know, you could teleport a nuke onto somebody. This is technology that is obsolete.
Believe it or not, my first thought was not nukes.
All prior forms of weaponry.
It's amazing to think, and you have this whole battle discussion over Iran and developing a nuclear weapon.
And now he's talking real politics.
And in many ways, the whole thing...
Surreal listening to utter nonsense be woven in with, like, real world politics. Ugh.
Thing is moot, because this technology is so far more advanced than all of that. I want you to stick around, Ashton, if you can, and we want to move our... we're going to do this whole Rumble. When we talk about time travel, and we talk about when you're moving into this wormhole, are we actually jumping through time, or the way that we think of time, I guess?
Yeah, I thought you might ask me that. It's funny because I spent last night trying to figure that out, and now I think I have a good answer. Is that the wormhole itself? If you're traveling through it, there's no time that's passing, no matter where the opening and the closing is. And if you follow the principle of least action, this would mean that there's never going to be any passage of time while you're traveling through the wormhole. And if you then put one more restriction and say that the mouth of the wormhole cannot move, it can only be in one spot, as in it opens and closes and it's not there anymore. If you make those 2 restrictions, it's no longer possible to go back in time. Reverse causality is no longer possible, no matter how you look at it. You'll always, even if you go through a portal, go through a different portal, you'll never show up at a time before you started the process.
Okay, I think I'm done with this guy. He goes on for another 20 minutes, but like...
Waters.
Oh, good. It turns into AI slop
These
anyway.
aren't obscure facts.
Yourself and reverse the end.
He's quite a scammer. Wow. All right, let's see what's next.
As human awareness expands, we begin asking more questions about the world around us, our past, and we begin to consider the spiritual in pursuit of exploring that which has been hidden from us. Questioning our health practices is an inevitable journey, as it involves our everyday lives. Whether we are aware or not, we put many unknown or misunderstood substances into our bodies on a daily basis. You would think that we would be more curious as to what we're ingesting.
Where'd they get that picture of me?
But old habits and convenience tend to stand in our way. Those who may find this title hard to believe are most likely still subscribed to the mainstream viewpoint of the world, or the cosmology of materialism that is so prevalent today. The general idea is that we were once cavemen, that we gradually gained a greater intelligence as time went on, and that now we are at the precipice of advanced human development. Well, of course, if you belong to the mainstream narrative including evolution, our historical timeline in which we gradually evolved from cavemen, right? Well, of course, a video like this would be very difficult to believe, but if one could let go of all presuppositions and think about
If you can just let go of, science and everything we know based on evidence, my bullshit will go down so much smoother.
this subject in an entirely new way, then it might be possible to peek into an aspect of self that is dark and suppressed that urgently needs to be surfaced again.
1950s animated Animal Farm is decent and partially funded by the CIA.
So, what
Look it
are
up.
pigs? Well, let's see what the mainstream narrative is. The domestic pig's oldest ancestor comes from the Anatolian wild boars from 10,500 years ago. There are a variety of different breeds, of course, yet they never give a common ancestor. They love to play this game in evolution when trying to make massive leaps between species. They don't really say this, but science is actively investigating the connection between swine and primates.
I mean, yeah. I imagine they're looking at the connection between many different species because ultimately, under our understanding of, biology, we all evolved, from some earliest life form. We're all related in some way. Charting and sort of, putting within a taxonomy where everything fits is a part of biology. That's not a conspiracy. That's not implying that pigs are people or people are pigs. It's simply a fact that we are related. We're both mammals. We're
Interestingly,
both animals. We're both living things. We're related.
there's a lot of research on this subject specifically in mainstream science. An article called The Similarities Between Humans and Pigs on science.org brings this topic up in a very strange way if you ask me. Quote, "You're a pig." It might be a common insult, but interestingly, there are a number of similarities between humans and pigs. End quote. Quote, "A new study has revealed a potential hidden evolutionary link between pigs and primates. Genetic elements called signs, short interspersed elements, are usually considered to be junk DNA left behind by marauding viruses. However, these elements may hold additional clues about our mammalian evolutionary history. Some scientists believe that the results are convincing enough to classify the swine into a family mainly inhabited by primates. Basically, they don't know for sure, but they have found certain clues. They know there is a connection. Now, isn't that interesting?
Again, he's acting it's like there's some mysterious... Again, all living things are related to some extent. It's how we are connected and related that is the question. We know we are related. They are animals on Earth. They are mammals. We are relatively closely related because we are both mammals. Come on.
Interesting. University of Illinois animal geneticist Lawrence Shook and Jonathan Beaver have created a side-by-side
Amber says, nitpick, we did evolve from cavemen and Neanderthals. We interbred with them until the two species kind of blended into each other.
comparison of the human genome.
I mean, that's part of it. That's part of evolution, is that kind of thing.
And
I know you meant did not, sorry.
Genome that reveals remarkable similarities. Quote, "We took the..."
What's my tip goal? My next tip goal, I think, is actually going to be edited content, and I don't mean just, chopped up streams. I mean, actually doing edited content again. Because it'll force me to do it if I make it a tip goal. We'll see.
Human genome, cut it into 173 puzzle pieces, and rearranged it to make a pig, end quote, said Shook. Quote, "Everything matches up perfectly. The pig is genetically very close to humans," end quote. Here are a surprising number of comparable traits that pigs have with humans. For instance, we both have hairless skin, a thick layer of subcutaneous fat, light-colored eyes, protruding noses, and heavy eyelashes. Pig skin tissue and heart valves can be used in medicine because of their compatibility with the human body. In fact, medical
Compatibility is a relative term here. They're compatible in the sense that they fit, and that they are less prone to rejection than something from if you had I don't know, a heart from something that wasn't a mammal, or even a mammal that wasn't as closely related. But you still have to take immunosuppressants and stuff if you were to get some of these things put in your body to make sure that your body does not reject the transplant. So it's not directly fine. It's just that it can work with medical intervention.
School students often practice suturing on pigs' feet. Pigs are also being used to harvest organs to be transplanted into the human body. Just this year, pig kidneys were transplanted into a human successfully. The headline reads, "Experts predict that such non-human to human xenotransplants may become viable options within the next decade." There's a lot of research on this topic. Just type in pigs and human DNA. So, we can conclude that mainstream science is looking
This is a piece of art, by the way. I don't remember where I've seen it before, but this is from something. What was the story behind this? It was supposed to be a depiction of like a part human, part pig hybrid for some reason. I don't remember what it was, but it was never pretending to be a real thing.
into this.
Looks
Now,
familiar, though.
there are some scientists who have established credentials whose theories are not accepted at mainstream universities. Athens geneticist Gene McCarthy sees that today in the modern world, pigs are used to conjure filth and greed. But after years of research into the species, McCarthy sees a kindred spirit within pigs, and he has a theory called the hybrid hypothesis. As radical as it sounds, not to mention a coupling that most of the world would rather not visualize, McCarthy is also following the steps of scientists like Galileo, who risked derision to revolutionize how we understand our world and how we got here.
Yeah, I hate this shit. Galileo was not, like, treated like shit because people didn't believe him. They were treated like shit because the church didn't find it okay and it was heresy. It's not like other scientists, or the closest equivalent to scientists of the day, were looking at the data and going, this is false. It was, oh shit, we shouldn't touch this because the church does not want this, and the church is saying it's heresy. So that's a really bad comparison.
Here, McCarthy has offended evolutionists and creationists alike, and even had a ribald comedy sketch aired on late night TV. Now, I should mention that McCarthy still comes from a mainstream point of view of the world, but I think his theory is very interesting to consider. He basically says that humans evolved from an original pig-chimp mating, most likely.
What? That would be great if we were pig monkey. I wouldn't hate that, but that's not evidence, sir. I promise we're not pig apes.
A female chimpanzee.
Although, if you are writing a sci-fi and you want a slur for humans, for aliens to call them pig apes would be pretty good. Just saying, steal that.
And a male pig, followed by several generations of backcrossing. Now, I do think his work is worth checking out, as his website also goes over many types of hybrids. So
the animals he's showing, by the way, are basically animals with birth defects. He's doing it because he thinks they look like human faces. These are animals with birth defects.
So he's not afraid to dive into that end, but I think that there may be some other points to consider when we're discussing the human-pig connection. Just hear me out on this, but what if it's the other way around? Not that humans evolved from pigs, but that pigs were once an ancient tribe of humans that were then transformed into pigs for their sins.
Yeah, why not? Okay, sure. I believe it.
Or because some other enemy had decided that was their destiny. Remember,
But what did they, like, turn them into? What was, like, the template for the pig? What were they like, oh, we're turning you into this? Like, why that if that's the origin of pigs? Also, what about boars? Boars exist. Were boars separate from pigs?
remember, we just discussed this with our Bellamy
This is dipping into fetish content.
video, as the whole concept
He's allowed to have a little bit of transformation content as a treat.
of monstrous races is referring to some type of
What movie are they showing a clip from? I have never seen the movie that they're showing.
ancient genetic manipulation.
Oh, Willow! Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've not seen Willow.
And hybridization process. Just think about it. All the religions that ban eating pork, did you ever wonder why pork?
Because it has a tendency to be more difficult to get rid of bloodborne pathogens in pork than it is in, like, beef or poultry.
Although the message and instructions from these religious texts are quite clear in their rejections of pigs and their meat, the underlying reason for their prohibition remains unclear till this day. The main reason given is because they do not chew cud, yet it frustratingly does not explain why not chewing cud is so problematic. Now, if
It's
you
almost like it's a religious text and not science.
don't know what cud is, many animals eat their food and then it actually gets regurgitated and comes back out and then they eat it again, but pigs do not do that. Jewish philosopher Philo of Alexandria argued that pork was not permitted to Jews because it is the tastiest of the land animals and eating it would lead to gluttony, and the legal prohibition teaches self-restraint and frugality. In addition, he thought animals that chew cud are permitted because as vegetarians, they befit non-violent, gentle-mannered souls, and their literal ruminating on their cud models the intellectual ruminating of good students who ponder the principles of knowledge taught by their teacher. Yeah, I don't know about all that.
I only eat intellectual cud chewers, okay? What, you want to eat your lame jock predator animals? Loser.
And there's other reasons that they give. Some say that it's because pigs were dirty or because of what they ate, etc. But the message that these religious texts are clear. Pigs should not be eaten, and by doing so, you are essentially tainting your soul or sinning. Let's just keep that in mind as we progress. Now, we all know Homer's Odyssey and the story of Circe. Circe, who was a sorceress and the daughter of Helios and the ocean nymph Perse, she was capable by means of drugs and incantations able to transform humans into animals. When the Greek hero Odysseus visited her island, Aia, with his companions, whom she changed into swine, Odysseus, however, was protected by the herb Molly, which was a gift from Hermes. Now, it may be called moly, because it seems that this is where the term holy moly comes from. We have to keep in mind that Circe throws a feast for Odysseus' crew, which seems to be a crucial component before they can be turned into pigs. They must digest something. Once they ingested a particular substance, most likely some type of ritualized collection of symbolic ingredients that were then programmed with a particular intention, the sort
Dude, just say it's a magic spell. Using more words doesn't make it less silly. Just say it's a magic spell. What?
sorceress Circe then lifts her wand and starts chanting incantations that then turn these humans into swine. Now to me,
I like it more than the Iliad. I've not read the Iliad, but I did read the Odyssey in high school.
this sounds like some ancient alchemical process. And who are we to say that some type of technology, yes, even magical, but it was scientific back then and it was based on metaphysical principles, something our modern day sciences reject
That frog squirting?
completely? Or is it really just suppression? Another interesting connection is the first avatar of Vishnu was a boar man. Is this another possible human-pig connection? Anime is one of the biggest revealers of truth.
We're gonna get into furry shit.
In my opinion, and I truly feel that many of these creators of these stories have to either know some hidden truths on history and or they're channeling and connecting with some type of collective spirit that is then passing along this information in a subconscious way.
You fucking weeb. You just like anime, it's fine. It's not some deeper level. What the fuck are you talking about? Imagine if, do you think there's like a Japanese conspiracy theorist that's like talking about SpongeBob and like how it probably belies the true nature of the intelligence of undersea creatures, and they're like, yeah, Stephen Hillenburg must have communed with spirits to get this divine truth about the under the sea. Like, that's the equivalent of what's happening right now.
In Spirited Away, we have a direct reference to this phenomena. Also notice how this is multi-symbolic as we're dealing with spirits in the astral realm. Chihiro is the central character. She's a 10-year-old girl whose family is moving to a new house. She doesn't like it one bit. The family gets lost and finds themselves at a gate to an abandoned theme park. They enter the park, her parents do so eagerly. Chihiro is reluctant. As night falls, lights begin coming on in the otherwise abandoned buildings. Wonderful aromatic food appears here and there. Her parents begin eating, though there's no one to serve them. But Chihiro refuses to eat and continues to explore. When she returns to them, they have become pigs. Later we see that they're in a farm where here are her parents as naked sleeping pigs. Haku tells her to look at them closely so that she's able to recognize and identify them, though he says nothing about why this is so important. She goes about her chores for the day, which are arduous, dirty, and stinky. Then, that night she dreams that she visits her parents in the pig pen. All she sees is pigs. She awakens to be given a test by Yubaba. She must examine the pigs and identify her parents. The pigs are then transformed into bath workers. Were they pigs or people the whole time? Another Miyazaki film also has a similar pig motif called Porco Rosso. The only difference is that Porco actually resembled being human, but some type of hybrid, whereas Chihiro's parents...
He's an anthropomorphic pig man. Anthropomorphic animals are not a new thing.
...are either fully...
not a conspiracy.
...human or fully pig.
Turn on the light. Oh, the pig things from Eye of the Beholder.
Needle, please.
Bum, bum, bum. I'm actually kind of worried about how much of this they're showing. I hope YouTube doesn't get mad at me about it.
We know now that there must be a single purpose, a single norm, a single approach, a single entity of people, a single virtue,
I'm sure that's not prescient.
single morality, a single frame of reference, a single philosophy of government. We must cut out all that is different, like a cancerous growth. It is essential in this society that we not only have a norm, but that we conform to that norm.
In an article by Wired, Robot identifies human flesh as bacon. Researchers at NEC System Technologies and MIE University have designed the cute little guy to the right, a metal man gastronomist, quote, an electromechanical sommelier capable of identifying wines, cheeses, meats, and horse divorce. Upon being given a sample,
Did he say horse divorce?
will speak up in a chat.
I wasn't gonna say anything about the sommelier. He said sommelier weird. Whatever. Not everyone has heard the term sommelier. He said horse divorce. Well, I don't trust this man at all.
Childlike voice and identify what he had just been fed. The idea is that wineries can tell if a wine is authentic without even opening the bottle, amongst other more obscure uses, like, quote, tell me what this strange grayish lump at the back of my freezer was. But when some smart Alec reporter placed his hand in the robot's omnivorous clanking jaw, he was identified as bacon. A cameraman then tried and was identified as prosciutto. So there's this article that actually covers reviews of...
Have I ever had horse divorce? I haven't. I do like an hors d'oeuvre on occasion, however.
Human flesh by real cannibals, and they all seem to think it tasted like pig or long pig. Author Shawcross went to prison for murder, but after serving 15 years, he was released and then started doing it again and ended up right back in prison. He described his gruesome murders, which I'm not going to go into here, but listen to this. Quote, in correspondence with writer Christopher Berry D, Shawcross reiterated that human flesh tastes like pork, suggesting that people should think of that the next time they sit down to ham, bacon, or a juicy pork chop. And
I've heard people say that, and I've heard it as like an ominous thing. It's okay if it tastes like human. It's not human. It's pig. It's a different thing. Now, do I have some moral compunctions about it? Yeah, pigs are very intelligent. I don't feel good about eating bacon. I'm a little conflicted about it, I'm not gonna lie. But it's not human, so I don't have that issue.
quote. Think about how many people are in love with bacon. I really wonder if they knew this information, would they be able to truly enjoy it? Also,
If they weren't crazy, yes.
this term long pig refers to an ancient term for human flesh that was...
Long pig is the term from the cannibal fetishist community. Now, this is a taxonomic question for you. Are cannibal fetishists the same thing as vor, or is vor and cannibal fetish separate? Or is one couched within the other? Like, is cannibal a subset of vor? Is one more about being eaten by, like, a giant, and the other more about the actual consumption of the flesh? Very different things? Okay. Good to know.
eaten by cannibals. Early explorers and missionaries who contacted cannibal Pacific Islanders were told that human flesh tasted similar to pork, thus the term long pig. According to Google's Ngram Viewer, the popularity of the phrase long pig was greatest from 1880s to 1920s, a time when many Pacific Islanders were first contacted and studied. The term is rarely used now, except in historic context. Here are some examples that made it to mainstream news sites. Quote, thus in Melanesia, a human prepared for consumption was referred to as long pig, end quote, the Japan Times. I also found it interesting that this idea of cannibalism is promoted culturally, as with the case of Issei Sagawa, who literally became a celebrity in Japan after becoming free and writing a book on it. Now that we've made the connection between pigs and humans, we need to look into this idea of cannibalism as we see mentioned with almost every early civilization. But it is very interesting, as if you've seen our older videos, especially with Tartary Explained Part 3, where we went
there
over...
are some cultures that engage in ritualistic cannibalism. It's just not like a thing they do frivolously. Like, I've seen... There's some cultures where people, like, historically have consumed parts of their enemies as like a, oh, like I'll, you know, take on your strength or whatever thing. Or there's also a specific culture that I'm familiar with that during funeral rites will eat parts of the deceased. So while it is true that there are some cultures both historically and contemporaneously that have engaged in like ritualistic cannibalism, it's not really a thing where they're going around and like eating people as a main source of food or anything. It is, from what I've seen, always in a context where it is very ritualized or considered very significant. It's not eating for sustenance, it's not eating because you think it's delicious, it's eating because it symbolizes something.
The bald-headed giants who were cannibals. Now, there are many theories as to what is going on, such as that this is just a cover-up in order to frame certain civilizations in these areas as savages, justifying the Jesuits coming in and conquering them. Or that these are depictions of the remnants of a great civilization that went through some great cataclysm that then resulted in cannibalism in order to...
It's always enemies or loved ones. Humans aren't a great source of food, yeah. In particular because, obviously, since we're the same species, if someone has a parasite or an infection or something, or anything in them, gonna be compatible with your body. Yeah, it just would not be sustainable for any human culture to actually eat humans as a normal thing for sustenance. It would not be sustainable, it wouldn't make sense. Humans are very intensive in terms of how much energy and time it takes to gestate them and raise them. We would make a terrible, like, animal to raise for food. You know what I mean?
to survive.
Chickens are a lot cheaper and eat less.
In order to get into all of this, we have to understand who made these engravings, because all the first depictions of the New World basically come from one historical figure known as Theodore de Bry. I'm sure almost all of you have seen his work. It's very interesting because even though he may have been
and prion diseases
for the hijackers, he may have disagreed and actually was forced to do these things because of his knowledge of creating detailed copper engravings. Notice how de Bry is depicted with the Freemason compass and skull showing his allegiance, but at the same time, he was a Calvinist, and they were directly opposed to the Catholics on a few key religious points. Now, someone posted
understatement
on the Discord some really crazy stuff that I found very intriguing, and it's this idea of human meat markets. As you all know, many of these engravings depict cannibalism. As I was saying, it could have been propaganda to portray these civilizations as primitive.
Yeah, it's that one. It's that one. It's that one.
But I did find it interesting that perhaps, let's just say there was a cataclysm and these advanced civilizations did become cannibals, as we hear with many legends of giants in Native America, then another aspect to consider is that the Spanish had human meat markets in which they would sell human flesh to the Native Americans. The natives during this time would buy meats with artifacts and jewelry. Now, where did they get this stuff? And if you guys remember the video we did on Norumbega...
What do you mean, where did they get stuff? They had a civilization where they created jewelry and had history. What? What? Does he not understand that indigenous people had their own goods that they produced? And, like, histories? And their own... Oh god, it's like he just thinks they were sitting on a beach and fucking in huts and, like, doing... nothing. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. In his head, like, indigenous people is like a really, I'm imagining, like, in his head, he thinks, like, you ever seen King Kong? You remember the natives in the 1930s King Kong, and how they are not an okay depiction of any group of people? I think that's what he thinks they were. Oh, God.
It's the part 2 video. We covered Ingram's account of these cannibals, and he described them as living in abandoned temples, and they had all sorts of gold and pearls. At least, this is what is described, as during these times, there were many who viewed Spain in a negative light, possibly due towards its domination by the Jesuits. And during this period, the Black Legend reigned prominent. Of course, all these accusations are considered to be nothing but conjecture by mainstream scholars. Yet, if you think about it, that really makes a lot of sense, because after a cataclysm, you'd be starving. They most likely survived by going underground, so they didn't have much to eat. The Spanish or Jesuit Phoenician funded corporation at this time most likely knew that these peoples were the survivors of a cataclysm and were advanced in the recent past. There's even evidence to suggest that these cataclysms were brought about consciously through some type of ancient technology. But that's another
Again, this is getting dangerously close to Assassin's Creed lore.
story. So they thought, okay,
at what point
we'll
does he
feed
have to
them,
pay
but let's
royalties to Ubisoft?
feed them human flesh, as to taint their souls and to curse them. Now, to where did all this eating of meat really come from? There were times in humanity's past in which we did not require any type of food or drink to sustain ourselves. We actually lived off the aether.
Okay, well that's just breatharian bullshit. That's not true. That's never been true. You're a human being. You're alive. You require energy. Let me introduce you to my friend Entropy. It's all around us. I don't need to do this. It's literally everywhere. It's part of reality. You are, every day, growing and changing and also decaying. You need to eat food. You need water. You need things to function.
That may sound crazy, but you either belong to the world of materialism or nothing, which is the mainstream narrative, or you can belong to the cosmology of something, that of spirit. For if evolution is not the answer to human origins, we must explore non-physical explanations.
Okay, maybe you're just crazy. I'm sorry that you don't find material explanations to be satisfying to you spiritually, but that doesn't make those answers incorrect. You want to have some separate spirituality on top of that, I guess that's your own business, but, like, don't denigrate reality because it doesn't live up to your expectations. Like, you're upset that reality is mundane? Okay, sorry. What do you want it to do? It's just real life. It's what it is.
This is the philosophy of the ancients, and it's nothing new. We originally were pure creative spirits that then slowly started
Oh, fuck off. I hate this trope, too, where, like, oh, there's this previous history where humans are these, like, divine beings of light and they were perfect, as if that even means anything. What do you even mean by perfect? Different people have different definitions of that, but we're in some sort of fallen state. Something happened, and now we're in this, like, fallen state. Maybe this is just who we are. Have you considered? Maybe there isn't, like, that. This is just what humans are. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. We should do better. But, like, you don't have to make up a bunch of stuff to make yourself feel better about it.
becoming materialized, starting with the Garden of Eden, where we ate strictly a diet of fruits, as was referenced by many Greek legends with the Hyperboreans. After the flood, corruption began to creep into
Hyperboreans, by the way, he mispronounced that.
civilization. Cataclysms would continue to happen locally depending on different cultural practices and traditions, something that many ancient religious texts speak very clearly of. These conscious cataclysms then led to specific cults. These cults would then worship specific bodies and perform black magic in order to change their circumstances, such as making it rain or to end famine.
Densetsu says, am I the only one who found the 05 King Kong natives more offensive than the 30s depiction? I know what you mean, and it's because in the 30s, it wasn't okay in the 30s either, but, like, it was more common for the time and there was less general information about racism and imperialism and how it's fucked up and stuff. Like, you know, I can chalk a lot of that up to ignorance, not excusing it, but, you know, understanding it as an ignorance thing. In the early 2000s, yeah, there was no excuse for that shit. That was no. I don't know how anyone let that fly. That was bad.
Ammon. After time, very powerful cults arose, including the ancient Hebrews, who were technically the Phoenicians. Now, I must make it clear that the early Phoenicians were the Aryan priesthood of Ayesa. No, that does not mean white, it means noble ones or ancient teachers from Atlantis. Over time, this
Atlantis on the bingo card. Ugh.
priesthood became corrupted and turned into a Saturnalian cult. The word cannibal comes and refers to Canaan, Baal, or the Canaanites who worshipped Baal, indicating that this is the origin of the phenomena on a grand scale. It is ingrained within the etymology. Most of you know about Baalbek, with the massive blocks of stone that no modern crane could lift. Well, they say this temple was built for Baal, but I think this is an older ancient temple created by the early Phoenicians or Druids, Irish, before they had become corrupted. I don't think people with such desperate needs to eat flesh to please some god would be capable of building such a structure.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's dense. That is a dense sentence with inaccuracies and racism. Oh my god. Oh. Woo! Picked a bad day to do a lot of drugs.
The Canaanites then spread their influence into political power through Rome. This is how Catholicism took over, Catholicism then being the leading influence behind the Knights Templar, Rosicrucians, Jesuits, then the Venetian Renaissance.
Oh boy, this is a lot. Green guy with a $3 tip says, you won't say this. Cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, cheese, Blu-rays, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, cheese, Blu-rays, blue, cheese, and Hannah doesn't have hands. I have hands. I have hands. Also, none of that counts for the bingo spaces because I was paid to say it.
These people brought this ancient cult practice into a global mainstream phenomena. We have to remember that our entire timeline is messed up and that many of the myths of Europe all speak of an ancient race of fruit-eating people. The vast majority of ancient philosophers were all vegetarian. Check out Were the Tartarians Carnivores if you are curious for more information on that.
Tartaria on the bingo card.
So how did we get to this point where many of these countries in Europe eat primarily meat? It may be entirely possible that this is connected to the Flavians or
industrialization and factory farming have led to an increase in the amount of animal proteins consumed by Westerners, to the point that it's actually deleterious to our health. Our cholesterols are off the fucking charts, we're not shitting as much as we should, we need more fiber.
Or flavor, the ones who heavily distorted our perception of taste. Josephus, one of the famous ancient historians that we get all this information from, brings up the subject of child eating many times. In Deuteronomy, it's very specific.
So does Jonathan Swift.
That for failing to observe the commandments, quote, the Lord will bring against you a far-off nation. They will besiege you within your gates, and you will eat the fruit of your own body, the flesh of your sons and daughters. End quote.
Has anyone seen the clip from Fred Phelps where he's like, you're gonna eat your babies?
The Bible actually makes several references into a destruction of peoples involving the eating of sons and daughters. It's obvious that this is not just something to do with pagans, but something to do with cataclysm and war. Cannibalism is not a natural phenomena.
I mean, what are you talking about? Animals eat each other. If you put rats in a cage together, they get hungry. Like, that's just not true. By no measure of what the word natural means is that true. Animals eat other animals on occasion, usually in stressful situations. It's not typical, but it happens. Also, if there's a situation, many species will eat their young. If they have young and either the young dies at birth or they're whatever, they will sometimes eat their own young. So the idea that cannibalism doesn't exist in nature is just categorically untrue.
As mentioned in the Were Tartarians Carnivores video.
Are you too late for bingo? Nope, we're still playing Polyaz's Cracker, and we still have 2 hours left, a little over 2 hours, so. Oh, P-Meal, thanks for a $5 tip. I really appreciate it. By the way, everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, make sure you like it. If you are on YouTube, give it a thumbs up. Maybe give it a share. And if you want to help support the stream, you can always become a subscriber, gift subs, or tip. All right. Anyway.
There are many ancient...
No one has won bingo yet, no.
Ancient philosophers...
Except me, because every bingo space I get to hit my vape, so I'm a winner.
Who speak of a tainting of the...
How high am I? I'm cruising. I'm cruising right now. I'm pretty good.
the soul when eating...
I'm holding on, though. I'm not, like, not here, you know?
Any type of flesh. Now imagine how badly it would corrupt our spiritual temples if we were to eat...
This is just reminding me of the Black Hand quest line from Oblivion.
Eat human flesh.
Also, there are rumors that the Oblivion remake is dropping in the next week. Either tomorrow or Tuesday. I'm very excited. Did I stream it? Did I stream the Oblivion remake? It's my favorite game of all time.
Right? Even most carnivores would think that's very...
You're worried I need days to recover? No, I am taking tomorrow off because I have a doctor's appointment. Like I said, I have my consult for my orchiectomy. And then I also have electrolysis tomorrow. So I will not be streaming tomorrow, but I will for the rest of the week.
Dark and twisted. But what if you don't know you're eating human flesh? We covered how this could have taken place in ancient civilization.
Oh my god, I've gone over this before. The conspiracy theorists who think that there's human meat in McDonald's feeds more people in the world per day than any other entity on the planet. Do you know how much human meat you would need in order to put it consistently in McDonald's hamburgers? It's impossible. I talked about this earlier. You can't factory farm humans. You can't kidnap enough humans to do this. Like, I'm not even talking about the obvious evil of a plan of, like, kidnapping people to eat them. That's cartoonishly evil to the point that it doesn't even make sense in the real world. It's not feasible. You could not do it without people noticing. It would not be economically viable. You cannot do that. It's not a thing.
Now imagine in the modern day. I mean, they basically feed kids pure liquefied pigs in sugar, and we have this iconified in culture as gummy bears.
I mean, yes. Do you think that modern civilization invented gelatin? It existed prior. It just went from being a luxury product to more common. Also, there's non-animal product gelatin, I think, now. It's more expensive, but I think it exists. So you can get Jell-O or other gummy products that are non-animal based. Green guy with a $3 tip says, Hannah, no, nothing counts. No, didn't mean it. No, I poop 2 to 6 times a day. Love you, Hannah. You are great, not playing. I'm glad your fiber is on point.
If people saw this process and what it was really made of, they would never eat it again. Oh, so...
Does he think most people don't know that gelatin is, like, from bones of animals? I think that's pretty common knowledge.
You're vegan. Well, they're doing this in all sorts of products, so you gotta look out for ingredients such as natural flavors, and think about it, I mean...
Ashley says, according to Wikipedia, McDonald's restaurants are in 120 countries and territories and serve 68 million customers daily. There are 37,855 restaurants worldwide, employing more than 210,000 people as of the end of 2018. Yeah, can you imagine how many people you would need per day to put in a fucking meat grinder to make up even a small percentage of that? 68 million customers a day. Now, not every one of them is going to get a hamburger, but some of them are going to get it. Some of them are going to get breakfast food that also includes, like, meat for, like, the sausage and stuff. Where do you think you're getting all these people from?
I mean, humans aren't technically animals, so...
Yes, we are! What? Humans are animals! What are you talking about? Humans are animals? What?
And
say that again!
Think about it. I mean, Humans aren't technically animals.
Yes, we are! We are in every way, literal, figurative, technical, we are animals. There are animals, there are plants, there are funguses. Those are the living things. We are in the kingdom Animalia. We are animals.
So, it's still vegan. This stuff is in potato chips, bread, yogurt, literally everything can have this stuff. They're called food enhancers, similar to MSG, but there are really minimal constraints on what this natural flavor stuff can be. It can be anything as long as it's natural.
He genuinely thinks they're putting people in the food for no reason. Doesn't really make sense.
And you're also seeing a lot of these articles within mainstream science as if they're trying to modernize this idea that we can grow meats from our own DNA. Wow.
That's like a weird tech bro thing. If you're gonna start judging all of humanity by what tech bros say, we're already doomed.
Look, and they want to make sure that we know that it's not exactly cannibalism. Now, this is where it gets really dark, and obviously I can't speak in full detail, but I'm sure that most of you have seen Sweeney Todd. If you haven't, go
The Angela Lansbury version is better.
watch it and you'll understand. Soylent Green is another film that comes to mind.
Soylent Green is people.
But yeah, you don't think they do this in the modern day?
They didn't do it ever. You cited 2 fictions. Does he think that citing a play and a science fiction film is evidence of reality? You think they're not still doing this today? They weren't doing it then. It was a movie. It's a fiction film.
If you know, you know. But I'll just say this. I wouldn't eat any of those fast food restaurants. Not
That's fine. It's not good for you anyway. It's fine. It's overpriced and it's not good for you. Not people, though.
even the fries.
Investigation and information on that. The FBI has been following for 3 days. Here on 7 Action News, is a Detroit business buying and selling human body parts illegally? And what was inside the business? It may shock you. 7 Action News investigator Jim Kirchner is live with the very latest tonight. And Jim, is this
Does he think they were selling human meat to restaurants?
that investigation? Is that winding down at all yet?
It is.
Because I would imagine if they're selling body parts, they're like running illegal organs, like for transplants. Something along those lines.
Indeed, Jeff, take a live look behind me. This is what's left of the FBI evidence recovery team inside this car, and take a look at this vehicle. We believe this is the owner of the business just returning to take back possession of his business. More on that in a second, but take a look. Another busy day out here on Detroit's east side, just down the road from City Airport. Sources say they have removed several boxes of what is believed to be human remains. Sources say many people. This was a big operation. And get this, inside this business, a saw used to cut up bodies, it is believed. All taken away as evidence to the Wayne County Medical Examiner's
Green guy says Hannah's sober after that. I'm not, surprisingly.
office where it will be tested. This business is known as International Biological. It advertised as a
It's tissues, not organs. Organ donation is highly regulated, but not so much oversight on other tissues. Interesting.
medical educational service provider. The owner is Art Rathberg.
For human skin. Yeah.
He has a mortician license, has had in Michigan since 1982, but the
Why is it always Michigan?
big question is, did he get human bodies illegally, and was he selling them illegally?
Why would they do this? Well,
Money.
we have to understand that we're in a spiritual.
Captain Rachel says on the topic of food, the FDA is planning to end routine food safety inspections and leave it up to the state and local agencies. You can sign up to get email notifications of Canadian food safety alerts here. Won't cover everything, but there's a lot of overlap with US supply. Oh yeah, we are so fucked.
Spiritual war.
Funny, that just cut off very abruptly. Oh, hey, here's someone saying they can channel Moses. I actually knew that, Zytam, about the Bob's Burgers thing. Would have been interesting to see what that show was. I love Bob's Burgers as it exists, but it would be interesting to see that version of the show.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. It's Mr. Reality, and I'm graced by the presence of psychic medium Liz Cross. Liz, how are you?
Oh, the honor is all mine.
So this was a request from one of your listeners, and you also thought we'd do the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know if you've done that before, but it requires maybe a revisit, see what's there, what it really is. I wonder if we could do something like that.
Yes, please. That'll be great.
So this is an ancient relic from the Bible, and allegedly possesses great power and the power to kill people that look upon it. So I don't know, who should we bring in? Should we bring in Moses? Because Moses was the one that kind of worked
Should we bring in Moses?
on the ark. He wasn't the one that built it, but
Moses, 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 baby Moses, baby Moses, baby Moses.
can we bring in
Yes.
Moses and ask him some questions?
I have Moses here.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh, Moses, thank you for joining us. How are you?
Oh my gosh, Moses!
Fantastic. And you know, Passover's coming up soon too.
How does Moses know about Passover?
So tell us, Moses, what
That happened after him.
does he look like to you, Liz? What does he appear to you as?
Very,
No, wait, no it didn't. Moses was with them. I'm so fucking stupid.
very, very strong.
I'm not stupid, I'm just high. I'm being hard on myself. I'm very high. I'm getting biblical names confused.
Very, I'm like, what, how do I
He
describe?
did. He caused it. It was one of the plagues of Egypt. It was one of the plagues of Egypt. That's the Moses story. I read that shit.
This dress that he has. I mean, not that he's wearing a dress, but what he has on.
Again, forgive me. I'm on drugs. I apologize. I was thinking of Joseph.
And it's very much like very simple clothing, simple cloth. It's short. His part of his legs are showing. He has on some sort of like boots that you lace up, or I don't even know how
Moses is wearing boots.
This thing works. I mean, this is all very simple, you know, modern day in that time, modern day clothing. He does have a
I don't think they had boots back then. Does she know they didn't have boots? They didn't have boots. When does she think boots were invented?
beard.
They didn't have, like, lace-up boots in the modern sense.
He does have long, scraggly hair. He does not carry a stick that is often depicted in a lot of pictures and movies and things like that. Did you?
I mean, his staff is also a part of the biblical story. That's not just in the movies. That is part of the Bible story.
You wander the
Sorry, also not just the Bible story, the original story from, like, Jewish mythology as well.
desert for 40 years.
I was raised Christian. I'm not religious now, but because I was raised Christian, I usually think about it from that perspective.
More than that. More
Yeah,
than
so
40 years.
here's a meme, Google Maps. It says it takes 6 days to walk from Cairo to Jerusalem. Did he not know just to turn left, or what was the reason?
I hate that joke. That always belies people who've never read the fucking story. They didn't get lost in the desert. They did not get lost in the desert. They weren't lost. They were banned from entering the promised land because they disobeyed God.
Reason behind the slow walk.
Like, you don't know the story. Don't make the joke. It doesn't make sense.
Thinks that's funny. Did you not know to turn left? No. Did you get lost in the desert? Yes.
That's literally not the story. Did she even fucking read the story before doing this improv?
They got very lost in the desert.
They weren't This is pissing me off. I'm not even religious. You're so lazy. You don't even know the story.
They didn't have any maps or anything like that back then.
They had. You think they didn't have fucking maps? You think in the same era of Egypt as a civilization existing, They didn't have maps. Okay.
Right here. Yeah, just straight and then you go left. Alice Collier suggested that the reason they
Henry says, did you know, due to a translation error in some depictions of Moses in places like Italy, Moses is depicted as having horns. Apparently it's a mistranslation between horns and rays of light. I have actually heard that.
walked for 40 days or 40 years in the desert was so that the people that had a wheat allergy could die and then they could go into Jerusalem. Any truth in that, or is that a fallacy?
Is there any truth? There's no truth in that. No.
Okay.
They got lost. And
Are
so
we there
what
yet?
did you do?
Are we there
Yeah.
yet?
Like, what did you do in the desert? I mean, they had to make the most of it. Did a lot of people die? A lot of people died. And how many, like, percentage wise, how many of you lasted? Drew, he said it was longer than 40 years. It's more like 50 years. So how many of you lasted? Only like 10%
Good
made it
Lord.
out.
Again, the story doesn't say that.
So what if he can come back to the Ark of the Covenant and tell us, was he actually instructed by God in order to build the Ark of the Covenant?
Were you instructed by God to build the Ark of the Covenant? I mean, it was like a download. Do you consider that the downloads?
Sorry, does the Ark of the Covenant happen under Moses? Does that not happen until later? Like under David? Am I crazy? Sorry, again, inebriated at the moment.
Back then were...
Because I know that within the Ark of the Covenant are supposed to be the Ten Commandments, Moses' staff, and I believe manna. So I think that happened later, or at least near the end when they made it to the Promised Land. Aaron's staff, apologies.
Instructions from
late Moses time, like when they were okay.
God. I mean, yes, you could call it that, but it wasn't a direct instruction.
I think I'm thinking of the era later where they're taking the Ark around and like doing conquering stuff.
Direct communication.
And then remember the Ark gets like taken by their enemies, and while it's in the chamber of like their enemy's god, it like breaks the statue or whatever.
From God. I'm going to ask him a question now. Were you a psychic medium in that lifetime? Yes, he was a medium.
Okay. How can we build one at home?
As we all know, the Bible speaks very well of mediums and witches and seers. It does not say to explicitly stone them to death.
How can we build one at home? With great skill and insight.
Not helpful at all. What was the original purpose of the Ark here?
What was the original purpose of the Ark of the Covenant? What was it? To hold the tablets, is what he said.
Was it a power source? Was it a weapon? Was it a communication device, or just like a big suitcase?
It was supposed to withstand the test of time. So that God's word would always remain intact, is what he says. That was the purpose of it. Are those tablets still here today? No.
Did the tablets have like some radioactivity in them that was damaging?
That's the first thing you go to is radioactive.
People? The Ark was like a lead shielding for them or something?
Oh, did the tablets, did they have any radioactive or anything like that? No. So what happened? Were they heavy? They were not particularly heavy, he says. And did you write the words on the tablet? No. Did the tablets, the commandments that were written on the tablets, who did that?
Was there really a burning bush that he saw when he was up on the Temple Mount?
That's a different place. No, the Temple Mount. He went on Mount, was it Sinai? For the Ten Commandments. He saw the burning bush when he was exiled from Egypt, or had left Egypt and was living as a shepherd, and a sheep got loose, and he followed the sheep. Neither of them know the stories. And, like, I'm not gonna pretend I'm the most, like, spot on in my remembrance either. It's been some years since I've read these stories, but, like, I remember it better than them, and I didn't know we were doing this. Like, I picked this video right before stream. They could have prepped for this.
Was there really a burning bush that you saw on the Yes, there was.
And what was that? Can you tell us now?
And what was that? It was just a inexplicable fire.
That sounds like a Christian rock band. Inexplicable Fire. Alright. We are gonna move on, but before we do, I'm gonna run and use the bathroom real quick, so, Chair will tell you about, the Ultraman! I'll be right back. Give Chair a pull off that vape. Chair is a miner, actually. Hydrate. Chair was only built, like, a couple months ago.
Howdy, y'all. Here to make
Hey, we got a new video from Carrie Ann Thornton, aka Sky Prince, the Medbed scammer lady, so let's check it out.
Hey everyone. Okay, I've had a few people ask me if they can join the course and then pay a week or two later.
So I'm using child labor. Florida said it's okay. Green guy with a $3 tip says 30,000 years ago, tribes with gay people could thrive because gays would help with added extra work and help raise their straight sisters or brothers' kids rather than straights trying to fuck everything and having 10 adults and 50 kids and trying to feed them.
I think for the fairness of everybody, I will extend the...
There is no Zmoo in this, believe me, I looked. She hasn't done more Zmoo. I miss him too, I really do. Miss you, Zmoo. And you too. Anyway.
Course, I'll keep the course open for a further 2 weeks, but you won't get access to the course until the
So this is her new model for the scam, is alleged scam. Basically she is telling people, well, the med beds are free. It's free to use the med beds, but if you want to run a med bed center, you're going to have to pay for training to how to run the medbed center. So basically, she's almost taking like a pseudo MLM approach, where she's like, okay, sure, the med beds will be free, but you don't just want to use a med bed, right? You want to help other people. You want to run your own med bed center. Well, I've got a job for you. You come and pay me for training, and then you can have your own franchise of med beds or whatever. So, like, it's actually kind of an interesting permutation of the scam. It's almost like a look over here, no over here. Because by saying the med beds are free, it gives like, oh, it's not a scam, the med beds are free. But then she dangles this opportunity, air quotes, opportunity, for some members of her community who become the marks that do pay money. It's interesting. It's immoral, it's fucked up, it's disgusting, and she should be ashamed of herself. And frankly, I think she should be indicted for this, because I think it's disgusting. But, like, from, like, a higher level, like, just looking at it academically, and by academically, I mean I'm a high Twitch streamer, interesting. Why am I the way that I am?
The first lot of money is due, which is before you start the course. So I'll extend it another 2 weeks, and then
how magnanimous of her to extend another 2 weeks for you to give her money. Wow, you're so nice for allowing me another 2 weeks to give you money. Wow.
On the 30th, once that third class starts, there'll be no more intakes. Okay, so yeah, the people that come in after tomorrow night, after the first class has started, will have to catch up, okay, and then continue as we will. But yeah, I'll keep it open for...
Is there not a blunt emoji? I don't think so. Maybe when it's federally legalized, we'll get a blunt emoji.
2 more weeks, and then I have to close it. Okay.
You could just use... Is there a cigar? You could just do a cigar, and I could assume that there's pot in it.
Okay, that's an absolute must. Alrighty, now at the end of the course, if you complete satisfactorily, I think that's how you say it, satisfactory, and
satisfactorily
demonstrate that you do have, you know, a good skill of beginner Mullico, you will not only get a certificate, you will also receive 2 sets of Mullico uniforms, which will be black.
Oh shit, I get a certificate and uniforms? Incredibly based. I love a good certificate. Any excuse to frame something.
And they will have the green little rectangle symbol that you are a qualified Mullico coach in green, the green level. You'll also...
My Miss Frizzle sticker came off my computer. Will it restick? There we go. Stay this
time. Stay lifetime member of the Mullico Academy as an educator, okay, whether you choose to continue to go up through the levels or not. You'll also be able to teach, okay, around the world, anywhere in the world. You'll be able to go and teach it and give classes. And
wow, these are some claims she's making. I guess she's not saying these classes will be valuable, so is that fraud?
Run groups and all kinds of stuff, okay, so you will get a lot with it, okay.
Trey says an interesting side aspect of this part is the alleged grift is that now she's not just taking people's money, she's offering a product and services for that money that's tangible and real. Yeah, she's upgrading to like the Tate Cobra Plus scam, offering nebulous value in the form of a course. That's the scam, isn't it?
Okay, a lot with it, which is why...
Who's to say how valuable the advice is? It's just advice, you're giving me money for it.
It is expensive because it comes with a lot. Okay, so there'll be 5 months. Okay.
Also, chat, I ordered stickers in the mail. I got 200 horror stickers. I'm gonna look through the stickers.
It'll go run for 5 months. There'll be a class every week. Okay, every single week, every Wednesday evening, Sydney time, 7 PM, there will be a class. plus a pardon me, a fortnightly
Technically, you can go and teach anyone anything you want, even without a certificate. True. Very true.
combined Moloko session. So the whole group together. There'll be extra meditations in there as well. You'll also get a private call with me, 30 to 40.
Ooh, that's valuable. Imagine being such a narcissist that you think that your time is so valuable you expect people to pay money for it, ... ellipses, pause for humor, because that's effectively what my job is as a streamer. Is it a joke to do a joke but not do the joke but describe the joke?
A 45-minute call with me once a month. What else?
My stickers.
There's no written work, okay? There's nothing that you have to hand in, all right? You just have to participate in the classes as much as you can. I understand the time difference. And the Moloko sessions that we do,
if I could talk with her on stream, would I? Yes, but mostly because I would want to ask her things. I don't even... I would want to interrogate some of her claims. Let me put it that way. I don't know if she would want to talk to me or anyone like me, because scam doesn't work if you interrogate her claims even a little bit. Which is why she doesn't do that. She doesn't go on and talk with other people ever, from what I can see. Because it would interfere with her scam. But if I could, would I? Yes.
if you can't, you have to participate in at least one. If you can't, then we'll have to set up a time where we actually do the session one-on-one together.
This is a good Jason sticker. This actually seems like a lot of the times when you buy bulk stickers, I don't know if anyone else likes stickers. Stickers are cool. But when you buy bulk stickers, I think you get a lot of crappy ones a lot of the time, but this actually seems like a good set. This is a good Jason sticker. Like, it almost looks like it's Jason, but depicted if he was in, like, an issue of Creepshow or something. Or an issue of, sorry, Tales from the Crypt, or one of the other EC comics. Look, it's like my head is Jason.
I can't pass you as a Moloko instructor if I don't see you doing it.
You hate stickers? That's an interesting stance. I won't interrogate it further.
Okay, if you're not pretty decent at it, pretty good at it, I can't pass you, because you will be representing my academy.
And it's so legitimate, you wouldn't want to besmirch the name of your fake academy.
Okay, as an educator, so like all things.
James says there's a new scam Terrence does where you can pay live video chat with him, and I've been considering trying that. I think you should, honestly, and I know you do your own YouTube thing. If you can get permission to do it and record it, I think that would be very interesting. So, consider it. No, if it's a ton of money, though, maybe be careful, because, you know, he probably won't refund you if you start asking tough questions and he hangs up or whatever. But it might be worth a shot.
Things, if you don't demonstrate that you have the ability to do it and do it pretty well, then...
Harold Edelman says, again, it's a class where you learn to push a button that turns on the medbed. Within her mythology of the medbeds, in order for them to be effective, you need to be in a certain state of mind or spiritual enlightenment. So from her, you know, claims, she's saying that these classes will help you sort of counsel people into getting in the correct spiritual state to be able to use the medbeds effectively.
Unfortunately, you don't pass. So this is not something where you can just go, oh yeah, I'll catch up.
Oh, yeah. That's another pretty good Jason one. Focus. 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 Well, it won't focus, but you get it. You could kind of vaguely see it.
I'll do it when I can. Okay, you actually need to demonstrate that you can
Oh wow, there's a lot of cute stickers in this one. It's like the slashers, but they're in like the mystery machine. A good one.
Physically and spiritually be an educator in Moloco. Okay, so it's not for the faint-hearted. All right. It's
okay, this one's not very good. This is just the bottom half of Michael Myers' face. Not sure I get that one.
Pretty cruisy.
That was actually pretty sweet. I did that but it like flew off like a card, like a gambit card. I'm sorry.
Pretty easy, but you actually have to do it. Okay, it's not like just sitting and listening to a YouTube video of me talking about stuff and then you put it away till the next week and don't do anything. All right, you actually have to practice it and do it. Okay, so yeah, I hope that answers your question. So if you don't speak English, no problem. Okay, I will be able to use a translator to have a chat with you.
Don't worry, regardless of your primary language of choice, Carrie is open to scamming you.
And with the Moloco sessions, you don't have to talk.
If anything, a language barrier will help obfuscate how obvious the scam is. So, it's of benefit to her.
Just follow. Okay.
That's kind of a good Michael Myers one. I don't know about the skull. The pumpkin's pretty good, though.
Literally just follow. And things like that. So, it's super, super simple, super flexible. But yeah, I will extend it by another 2 weeks. So by the 3rd class, okay, by the 30th, the first lot of 500.
This one's pretty offensive. I'm not a fan of this, but I do have to show it because I guess content is my job. This one says no lives matter, and it's a Friday the 13th one. That's in bad fucking taste. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that one. That's not good, man.
It must be up to date, otherwise the course is closed. Okay, and when that first 500 is paid, then I'll send you the link to the course so you can start participating. All right, I hope that helps everyone, and take care and have a beautiful, beautiful day. Bye.
I don't know. I know I say it every time. Don't know how she lives with herself.
Beloved souls, it's Indigo Angel again here today with all of you, and today I'm standing with an unshakable conviction, and all of this is to hopefully awaken your...
I don't know if you know this, but unshakable conviction and a delusion is actually a bad thing. Flexibility is actually a pretty good trait to have as a human being, especially in the modern world where like things change all the time and we're always, you know, adjusting our view of the world based on new information. So maybe some flexibility would be favorable and isn't a dirty word.
Your spirit to the need to go deeper to heal the divine feminine and the divine...
I kind of like this sticker except for the hand. Like, what's Jason doing with this hand? What's that hand doing? Feels like... I don't know, man. I don't know about that hand. That's sus. This lady is bad.
Masculine right now, these sacred pillars.
Okay, so this must be like part of a series, because they also did the bottom half of Freddy's face. That's terrible. Why would you do that? That doesn't even make sense. Welcome to my stream, bitch.
Of creation are currently under attack. They're under siege, and they're bound by an ancient implant system, sexual misery system that suppresses our...
Did you just say sexual misery system? That's a good band name. Hello, Chicago, we are sexual misery system. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ancient implant system, sexual misery system that suppresses our sovereignty and our connection with the divine and our value, especially when it comes in pertaining to union, when it comes to sexual misery and being able to have harmonious relationships with the opposite sex. All of this really began actually at the fall of Lemuria. All of this began...
Ooh, Lemuria, you don't get that as often as Atlantis, but when you do, you know you're in for some crazy stuff. Oh, they even got Fetus Freddy. They got Fetus Freddy. Hell yeah.
At the great betrayal of Thoth, and these scars have wounded humanity.
Do you mean Thoth? Usually heard it as Thoth.
Heart for far too long. But the earth is currently awakening, and so are we, and we are finding ways to heal these traumas and truly move past and beyond and remove these debilitating implants that we can reclaim our divine power. Essentially,
I'm very concerned about my debilitating implants. Also, look at this The Shining sticker. That one's pretty good.
Through some of this regression work back into the Lemurian timeline, I've worked with many.
Oh, I love this one. This is a sticker that's just like VHS tapes of Friday the 13th. Is the sticker thing annoying? Should I stop doing the sticker thing while also doing the stream? At least I'll shut up about it. Good call.
Divine feminine and many divine masculine in these clearing sessions, and I really have seen such a transformation in people restoring balance, and I do believe that this is healing the world through every single person who can move beyond the limitations of sexual misery implants.
What are sexual misery implants? I genuinely don't get it. Is she miserable during sex? And she thinks it's because of an implant?
We're healing the womb. We're healing the stargates. And we're healing the womb sacred heart. And we're removing the King of Tyranny implants out of the prostate. Okay?
I'm sorry, what now?
And we're removing the King of Tyranny implants out of the prostate.
How do you get stuff out of the prostate?
Okay, this journey goes all the way back to 200,000 years ago in the Lemurian time, when there was a golden age and there was so much harmony between men and women, when the Pleiadians seeded the 24th chromosome.
This is basically, if you don't know her shtick, she basically does like trad wife stuff and like, oh, right-wing conservative like cultural beliefs about women's and men's roles, but she likes to wrap it up in the spiritual nonsense. So when she's vaguely talking about like, oh, the relationships between, you know, men and women, or like the divine masculine and feminine, she's basically saying women shouldn't have rights and men should do everything and women should be subservient to men, etc., etc.
And they enabled parthenogenic creation.
Parthenogenic creation is a virgin birth. That would be a conception without like sperm, or without, you know, the other half of the sexual equation, which happens in nature occasionally, not happened in humans to our knowledge.
Of karma to free the souls. And this was a beautiful time when communities thrived in tribal unity, raising children as sacred gifts.
Because when I think unity, I think the part of human history where we lived in separate tribes, and definitely those tribes never ever fought each other.
And there wasn't punishment for procreation.
Who is Oh, wait, no. Is she talking about the biblical concept that, like, pain in childbirth was introduced after the original sin?
There wasn't punishment for connection. There wasn't punishment for sex.
Okay, I don't know what she's talking about then. I'm confused.
There wasn't punishment. People were healed. It's the men and women punishing each other, right? Because they've been fooled by the Draco invasion system that's implanted.
Reptilians on the bingo card. Dracos are reptilians.
In the women with forced breeder moon chains and harnesses, and what they call the fleur-de-lis clamp. That's affecting about 75% of the divine feminine's wombs, essentially. Disallowing her to fully create, disallowing her from being able to tap into her womb powers, to keep her blocked energetically and through her intuition, to keep her all having, you know, continual reproductive issues, suppressing her creativity, passing down the ancestral pain to her through cursed maternal lines and lineages shrouded in betrayal and abandonment.
Ma'am, if you want to talk about generational trauma, just talk about it. Why are you making it a woo-woo thing?
Okay, getting this all passed on to the masculine as well, the masculine dealing with dark implants that keep them from being able to truly step into their masculinity at all. Okay, men too bear these deep wounds, and so we cast the blame as the men being bad or the women being bad, But really, we are both bearing the depth of the Ioni massacre that happened 22,000 years ago in Kauai, Hawaii, that marked the Luciferian rebellion. And many of these lines were essentially betrayed by Thoth. Many of the men were...
So she thinks 22,000 years ago in Hawaii is where Satan rebelled from God. In the, like, a biblical literalist. Okay. But, like, if you're a biblical literalist, the world is 6,000 years old, so it's not that. It's a mix of things, I guess?
Implanted with false king of tyranny implants, okay, estrogen implants, which is what we're currently seeing on a big scale right now, as many men feeling
I wish I had estrogen implants.
emasculated, many men being cursed by the Medusa gaze, fostering shame, impotence, and patriarchal domination, and also carrying the shame and the wounds of circumcision, satanic ritual abuse that binds their souls essentially to Moloch, mutilating the masculine power. These implants are
Moloch can mutilate my masculine power? I don't know.
Rooted in the dawn of time emotional seals and sexual misery tags that disrupt relationships, sexuality, and emotional connection, and the need for that, and people turning away from this. It's really actually a little bit heartbreaking because it's perpetrating and perpetuating a global gender crisis, and a crisis for deeper level of like romance and deeper level for connection that's needed for people.
Okay, this one's pretty good. I will show this one. This is like Jason, but it's like Jason from the Friday the 13th Nintendo Entertainment System game, and it has the game over screen from that game, which if you're not familiar with it, it says, you and your friends are dead, game over. That's the game over screen for Friday the 13th. Come on, focus, you dick.
Okay, just deciding to just pick your boots up and live alone and not seek or search for union, right? This cosmic battle is continuing to really divide and separate people, and with AI coming between everyone right now, it's making organic connections so much
What does that even mean?
harder for people to find. Okay, and the Roe versus Wade thing was overturned. That was to call value back to life, back to creation, back to men.
Oh, fuck you, lady. Ugh.
Women coming back together, right?
Yeah, it really brought women together the way their rights were ripped away. Great, good job.
There are certain things and fringes within all these things that happen that are redirecting humanity on its coursework in terms of the divine feminine, the divine masculine coming together. So this is all flooding the grids right now. We're getting supercharged with Sophianic codes that are coming in to recorrect. The divine feminine is coming in to heal the masculine and wrap him in her sacred heart, her sacred silhouette, her sacred place of nurturing.
Say vagina.
And we're amplifying this because it's correcting the corrupted time.
Thinly veiled anti-Semitism for circumcision being called satanic? That's a good question. I don't know if she was... Well, she's done anti-Semitic stuff before. I'll go with that. And we've had stuff earlier that was marginal. So, sure. Thinly veiled anti-Semitism on the bingo card. After this video, we'll look at the bingo card master
from
sheet.
Orion, from the Anunnaki invasions, fueling enmity and hatred against life itself. This is the struggle of the Mother Mary and the 12 patriarchy stars versus the red dragon and the fall of Sophia versus the Yaldabaoth. So this is the time that we have to open our minds and hearts back up to that healing space within our sensuality, our sexuality, our inner intimacy. And I say this because this is really the truth of a lot of people's inner, like, place, is to be seen by the opposite sex and loved by the opposite sex. Okay, we can't deny these aspects of our existence. The forced breeder programs actually want you to. Those motherhood hooks and wounds want you to. Those J seals want to keep you from finding partnership and union and sacred marriage. Okay, so if this is something you're dealing with or struggling with, come and work with me, because I have a 2-hour Lemurian healing and regression session where I work individually with both men and women, and we get to...
How much does she charge for that one again? I know we've looked before. I think that was one of the $500 ones. Toria Dora says, honey, open your mind to a new haircut. Wait, hold on. Let me... Honey, open your mind to a new haircut. The back length blonde fade was cute in high school, but it's time for a grown-up haircut. That felt good.
to the bottom of what's really truly...
For services and prices. Yeah, let's take a look again real quick. Gridwork mission assignment is $75. 13-dimension chakra clearing, $333. J-seal removal, $288. The fact that it is both a J-seal and the number ends in an 88 really concerns me. Lemurian regression, $333. Masculine template implant removal, $333. Atlantean special, $576. Wow. Yeah, she just really, really wants money. Where'd she go?
Be blocking you
Psychic tapeworm removal. I'd pay for that one.
here. Okay, and we work within the body.
What's a J-seal? From context clues and the way she describes it, it's some sort of spiritual, what's the word I'm thinking of? Almost like what's like a magical seal called? You know what I'm talking about? Like a sigil or something. It's like some kind of like seal that's been spiritually placed upon you that's blocking certain things.
To release those forced breeder chains, those rape tags, those ancestral wounds, those everything implanted in the womb and everything implanted in the male physiology in terms of maybe sometimes that's porn implants, sometimes that's hedonistic implants.
Can you tell me more about these porn implants?
Incest tags. Okay.
Gonna move on from that.
Okay, all these things. The divine masculine clearing and healing removes the false king of tyranny implants, which is very, very significant for many men to overcome what's destroyed them basically in terms of the patriarchy of their own paternal line, of their own sacred masculinity and their own emotional sovereignty, removing the seals from their heart, their eyes, and their ears to hear the divine feminine again, to see her again, to want her again, to pursue her again, and not in the way that he's hunting her, okay? In a way that he's honoring everything about her heart and who she is, and vice versa, to create compatibility within that unified connection, uplifting the earth spirit. This, men and women coming together, is what heals the grids. This is what heals the sacred heart of the earth. So these implants are not a personal thing, even though they're a personal thing. They are a control structure.
They're not a personal thing, even though they're a personal thing.
Within the Earth's race morphogenetic field. And it seeks to limit ascension by limiting men and women from coming together in union. They literally put etheric chastity belts and gag orders into the manifestation templates of the reproductive system of the feminine. Okay, and so this is what we have to up and remove. The hedonistic and belial implants in the divine masculine. Seeing the woman as just a sex bot or a sex doll, right? A sex slave. We have to unbind the sex slavery, okay, between the hearts and souls of men and women and remove this disabling reptilian karmic energy to the free souls, so that way they can incarnate and truly embrace their roles here and find sacred union, find sacred happiness. Okay, so let's work to override these distortions. If you feel ready to jump in session work with me, I love to work with people one-on-one and individually to...
Oh, I'm sure you love it. They pay you hundreds of dollars for like 2 hours of work. I'm sure you love it.
Heal these core wounds and the collective core wounds of humanity when it comes to the separation between men and women. And I'll leave my booking links down in the description. I also, if you are in like a couple situation right now, I also do couples therapy.
Do you? Are you a licensed therapist? Because I kind of doubt it. And if you are, that license should be subject to removal.
Well, like I will work with both of you, and I do have a package for that as well, and it can help create understanding in your relationship. So yeah, by removing these implants, you anchor Earth's ascension. You free yourself from the sexual misery realm, because there's a realm that actually feeds and consumes that within the Earth. And it's your birthright to transcend and find sensual and sexual freedom. Okay, guys, so I love you all so much. You can find me at indigoangel222.com. Be sure to sign up for my website newsletters, because I put stuff out about this all the time, and be sure to check out my blogs. My writing is very extensive, and currently I was just talking about the eye for the eye punishment with the women in Iran. They're dealing with the most severest forms of forced breeder implants right now. Also, another way that you can help out too is become certified to remove the implants as a teacher, as a way shower, and help.
And let me guess, you offer classes at a reasonable price to become certified in that thing you just made up.
Help other people heal from this. So I'm also offering coursework for people to learn how to remove sexual misery implants. And I'll leave all the information down in the link. You definitely, if you're a healer and you haven't tapped into the sexual misery realm yet, this is a very in-depth teaching. It can give you everything you need in your background to be able to support this work and do this work. Giving methodologies,
This is like Jason, but done in the style of agitprop, and that's kind of funny. Princess Faust, thanks for following.
Templates, giving data, giving diagrams. Everything you need is in these courseworks to help others with clearing this, because the more people we help with clearing the sexual misery implants, the more freedom that the Earth actually begins to feel again, healed again. Because at the core of all wounding, it's what's going on between men and women. Okay, guys? So yeah, we hold the power to heal, and the value of life, of children, of our sacred templates, of sacred union and sacred marriage. It's being tested right now, but it's being tested to rise. Okay?
I'm the second streamer you found this week with the tinfoil hat on. Hey, it's in vogue. Everyone's crazy. Why not?
So I love you guys so much. I hope that you come and book a session with me. I do have some openings, I believe, all through May. So you can definitely get in fairly quickly, and I can't wait to work with you. Together we are going to heal the womb and heart of humanity. I love you all so much, and namaste.
Wonder how much money she makes doing that. Genuinely curious what the market is like for that sort of scam. Just out of curiosity, how much they pull. Oh look, it's the International Tribunal of, wait, what is it? Natural Justice? So, a bunch of conspiracy theorists in the UK got together. Oh, we will check the bingo. Sorry, and then I'll explain this. Sorry, I forgot. We have... Oh no, my headphone's gonna die. Good thing I have another one. We had vibes-based conspiracy. We had accidentally based, I think, a while ago, actually. Did we have dimensions beyond our own? I think we did. Word salad. Hannah puts head in hands. Thinly veiled anti-Semitism. Atlantis. Reptilians. Nice, Zytam. I'll take a look at that in a sec. Parteria. Popular media is evil. Is that it? That's not how women work, for everything she said. She said a lot of stuff. Zytam, let me check your bingo card. Vibes-based conspiracy, satanic, this rock mountain was a human, Atlantis, and dimension beyond our own. Indeed, Zytam, you are the official bingo winner for today. I will write your name down, and you can get that for yourself or someone else whenever you would like. So that is our official winner for today of the bingo gift sub. We'll still play for fun. Where were we with the thing I was explaining? Real quick, since we did the bingo thing anyway, I actually have to use the bathroom again, so I'll be right back. Returned. So, okay, this is the, quote, International Tribunal for Natural Justice. This is a group of conspiracy theorists and sovereign citizens who have gotten together to basically make their own fake justice system where they are, like, putting on trial and convicting people they don't like. A lot of them are, like, COVID conspiracy theorists and all sorts of weird stuff, so let's check it out. Do they have robes and wigs? Robes? Yes.
Let me say first off that this is a court of inquiry. It's not an adversarial court.
Are they introverted thinking, intuitive, and judging? I'm kind of assuming that that was a legitimately I think they intended to make that a double meaning, which is funny because the Myers-Briggs test thing is like bullshit, or whatever the fuck that's called. That personality testing thing.
It's a nonprofit educational event. And with enormous energy and intelligence, all of us have been brought together to try to
just self-described as intelligent. That's always a good sign. Myers-Briggs, thank you. That's what's
bring out some of the aspects. So if I may, I have prepared an overview statement based on my work these many past weeks. And I want to just say that as a parent and as a patriot, I'm absolutely outraged by what we're allowing to happen to our children. Humanity is judged on how you treat the weakest member of the society. Let me say that although pedophilia, which says child love, has nothing to do with the abuse of children, these children...
Oh, we're off to a great start. What the fuck?
...are not just kidnapped and in some cases bred by families as a cash crop. We have people in the United States of America that breed children in order to sell them.
What? No? Not by and large. Not as a systemic issue, typically. What are you talking about?
And when they are sold, they come without birth certificates, which means it's easier to kill them and have no one ask where they are.
What? Fucking what? Yeah, his hard drive needs to be checked, I would agree. Someone who's this, like... We're
also importing children by the plane load. Again, children who have no documentation. It's not just child slavery or child sex abuse. It's also...
Okay, I do have to point out this sticker, which is, it's a pun, Magic Mike, but it's Michael Myers. So I guess feast your eyes on that. There you go. Welcome.
So child torture, because you have adrenalized blood. You have the...
Adrenochrome on the bingo card. That's adrenochrome. That's part of the QAnon conspiracy stuff.
The whole blood drinking ceremony of the satanic world. It's also the use...
Sorry, I had to pause. I wanted to make fun of the one on the far left that even wore the stupid old-timey scarf or tie thing.
of children for harvesting body organs. We'll have the Falun Gong testimony tomorrow.
Oh, the Falun Gong. They're a cult. They're literally like an insane cult. That's not good. They're not legitimate.
One of the reasons that the Falun
And also, yes, the chair is funny.
Gong are so popular is because they're so healthy, so that you can harvest their body organs and get the very best. And then you have ritual ceremonies and ritual murder, as well as incidental murder.
I like that he has no evidence for any of this, but he's just straight up there talking about it like it's real. Yeah, this is very much hello FBI, is this a threat? We already had that on the bingo card, though.
I have been a spy. I'm out from undercover. I'm under a lifetime secrecy agreement. I absolutely tell you without doubt, I have no secrets that I can remember.
Okay, so this guy's a scammer, too. He's a conspiracy theorist scammer who's claiming he's a former spy or something. Okay. Yeah, definitely check his hard drive.
If when I go to Iran soon, they can torture me, there's nothing there.
I'm sorry, he says he's going to Iran? Okay.
For them to get.
He claims he's former CIA? Oh boy.
But I know the system. I've been a spy all over the world. I have created...
Spies, yes. They usually talk about how much they're a spy and how good they are at it.
The Marine Corps Intelligence Command. I have trained intelligence and law enforcement representatives, over 8,000 of them from across 66 countries. They're all without...
But has he been in over 500 street fights like Marcel? I don't know. Which judge wins?
Exception. Good.
I want to have a fake judge fight between Marcel and this guy.
Good people trapped in a bad system. And one of the most wonderful things that this court could achieve, now that we've had Pizzagate, for example, which opened people...
Oh my goodness, he's really going there, huh?
People's mind.
Reminder that that is the conspiracy theory in which anonymous people on the internet claimed that a pizza place in DC was secretly a front for child trafficking with zero evidence. Someone actually showed up to the pizza place with a gun and held it up to try and, quote, save the children that were not there and never had been. Toreador with 50 bits says, to use one of my favorite quotes from the Hitchhiker's Guide, I feel like a military academy. Little bits of me keep passing out.
Is we could achieve an opening of the public mind and an absolute imperative from the public to governments, including the U.S. government, which I think is the center of gravity in so many ways. I have found in my research in preparation for this court and all of the work that will follow that most organizations that end up being used to prey on children, Oxfam is a recent example, all of the United Nations organizations, the Boy Scouts of America, all of them.
What?
Child services agencies across the United States of America.
Every child services agency?
They did not start out as organizations to prey on children, but
they still aren't.
Attract pedophiles. And ultimately, pedophiles end up rising in the ranks and controlling those.
Unironically, people like this who see pedophiles everywhere scare the shit out of me. They really do. Real creepy that they're this focused on it. I understand that people who predate upon children are a real thing. They're a real threat. But it's not a big thing operated by a bunch of rich people, typically. It's people in your family. It's people you know. It's local teachers or leaders at your church. It's people who know the kids. Like, the problem with, like, pedophilia and people who predate upon children isn't some giant conspiracy, you know, orchestrated by billionaires or whatever. Big issue is that it's a local problem that's a human problem because, unfortunately, some people have this fucked up thing in their brain that makes them want to do these things to children. Like, I don't know why you have to turn this into a big conspiracy when it's just a really gross, unfortunate part of humanity that needs to be dealt with at that level, so you can protect your kids from real threats instead of imagining some apparatus that you're fighting. You need to be aware of real potential risks and not become focused on this nonsense.
Those organizations. So that an organization that initially started out in the service of children becomes an organization that is in fact hunting children. And one of our distinguished commissioners has written an absolutely wonderful
book. I did
make
it 5 hours. 1 hour left.
Called Child Hunters, which I recommend to all of you as a brief on this. Governments are letting us all down. And I absolutely agree with the
We're going to make our own government with blackjack and hookers.
Commissioner who brings forward the need to restore the sovereignty of we the
Oh, that's a pretty good sticker. You don't see a ton of Puppet Master stickers.
People. Because governments have become not only bureaucratized, but they are now the servants of the deep state, of the banks. And if
Deep state on the bingo card. Also, we already had thinly veiled anti-Semitism, but I'm pretty sure the banks is thinly veiled anti-Semitism as well.
I may, the deep state is not the same as the shadow government. As I say, every organization is 90% good people trapped in a bad system. It's the highest 10% that is generally the rogue killer element. The shadow government is generally politicians. I won't speak to English.
The shadow government are the politicians that are not in the shadows and are in fact publicly known as the government because, again, they're politicians?
England, but in the United States of America, we have a two-party tyranny, which disenfranchises 70% of the public. And so they run this...
Okay, then we need to get rid of first past the post systems? I don't know what to tell you.
Chimera of an election process. One of the problems with computers is they're too easily manipulated. In the United States of America, elections are decided before the first vote is cast.
No, they're not.
The electronic voting machines are essentially fraudulent machines.
They are not. There's no evidence of that. I really hate this shit. Please stop. No evidence of that.
Just as computers can record a fraudulent judgment that sticks with you forever, or make a child vanish. I am concerned because most of these organizations dealing with children don't have counterintelligence protection. They're not vetting the people that are moving up in the ranks. And the government is allowing that to happen. So what you have essentially is the pedophiles generally appear to be the most wonderful, sociable people. You know, let Sally sit on Uncle John's lap because he's such a loving uncle. Unbeknownst to people, Uncle John is actually a predator. We're not doing the counterintelligence at the local level, the province level, or the national level. It's absolutely essential that we begin to talk about this openly. And while we are not a law enforcement commission, we can in fact turn information over to law enforcement. And I believe we will render a
This
signal
guy gives vibes. Oh, he's scary. He scares the shit out of me.
service to the people of Great Britain and to other countries by being a magnet for information.
By the way, this guy's name, I think, is, yeah, he's Robert David Steele. There's a guy on YouTube who goes by Mind of Steel, and he covers this guy amongst other people he surrounds himself with, and that's a pretty good channel. If you like me, you'll love Mind of Steel, so check out that channel, maybe.
It's been my experience that when you put out one piece of free information, it attracts 100 pieces of information from others, of which 10 are priceless. So there's a 10-to-1 return on investment. And this commission seeks to create an online library and some other things that I'll talk about in a moment. And I believe we will serve as a magnet, a hub, a catalyst for a new emerging global consciousness.
Oh, you know, I've been all right.
About pedophilia and all of its aspects.
This guy, Mind of Steel, yeah. This channel is great. Would recommend, very much so. There's a link there by Captain Rachel if you want to check out Mind of Steel. Alright, where did this go? Before I click off things, I really need to start remembering where they are when I have 50,000 tabs open for this show. Near the end, though, right? For here, he was doing this good judgment thing. There it is.
There is great cause for alarm. There are two great causes for alarm beyond the actual fact of pedophilia and its existence, which, as His Grace has pointed out, has gone on for centuries.
Just a Peach with a $1 tip says, I am of the understanding that they do new background checks when social workers get promoted or after a couple of years. Oh, that's good. Good to know. It makes sense.
First, the elite appear to be seeking to infect local and provincial law enforcement officers with a taste for pedophilia.
Just says shit. Like, these are such outrageous claims. I can't even believe he's saying this and isn't embarrassed. Like, what is he talking about?
There appears to be a very deliberate attempt to push this interest in pedophile movies, including movies that include bestiality. I'm very concerned because we're seeing some snuff movies.
Someone needs to get on this guy's hard drive. Like, unironically, I know it's kind of a cliche, but the idea that people who, like, get the loudest about this stuff, especially, like, made-up stuff, obviously people can advocate for victims and for children, and that be a very legitimate thing. There are all sorts of organizations that advocate for children against people who might predate against them, and that's a wonderful thing. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people like this who, like, do made-up stuff. Like, really creeps me out, man. It reminds me of that other guy that we watch, who we've watched before. Forget his name, but we've watched him before. He got really into the QAnon stuff and accusing everyone of pedophilia, and then it turns out he was convicted of pedophilia, convicted of child abuse along those lines in the 90s with, like, a young child. So, it just scares me, the kind of people that get really into these conspiracy movements. Just red flags all over the place.
Movies now, and we're seeing some movies in which military war dogs are raping children, including toddlers. And these movies may have come out of the American occupation of Afghanistan and the boredom of U.S. Army and Marine Corps troops, where in Afghanistan pedophilia is common. It's a standard practice at the village level. But military war dogs plus common pedophilia and video cameras, which
I don't know, when I get bored, I maybe, like, play a video game.
U.S. soldier and Marine has is a very, very toxic combination. And I'm seeing direct evidence that that is one of the most horrible things that's come out of Afghanistan in recent years. Now, let me also tell you that we have a second concern, and the witness has really most magnificently outlined asset stripping. The core message from this asset stripping is that the same machine that strips children from families strips wealth from those who are being preyed upon. Not just whistleblowers, but, as we'll hear on Wednesday, husbands stupid enough to try and hide their money by moving it offshore so that they don't have to share with their wife. What husbands do when they turn over their money to intermediaries who are part of this system is mark themselves as a target. They might as well paint a target on their forehead because they have now become prey for a system that recognizes people who are asking to be made destitute. Now, it's not my working assumption, but the working assumption yet to be proven that the totality of the children disappearing worldwide is toward 8 million people.
He's just making up numbers now?
8 million children.
Like, he says 8 million a year? Last I checked, the number was closer to like 800,000, and as I've stated, the vast majority of those are non-custodial parents or other family members taking the kids without the permission of the custodial parent.
United States of America, the acknowledged number, not counting the children being bred without birth certificates.
This guy died of COVID? Robert David Steele did? Are you serious? Can I get any confirmation on that?
Not counting the children being imported without documentation is between 600...
And some of the missing children show up later. The vast majority show up later. Again, in the cases where it's like a non-custodial parent or family member, they usually show back up. He was a COVID anti-vaxxer, but like he for sure died?
1,000 a year.
Because that's something.
Now imagine Africa and East Asia and all these other locations. I personally believe that the number we want to try to document is rising well beyond the official figures, and we have yet to learn what the actual number is. Okay? The other working assumption is...
Let me take a look. Oh, it's from The Independent. Former CIA officer and conspiracy theorist who called pandemic a hoax died of COVID. Let's read that. A former CIA officer, again, he claimed he was a CIA officer, I want to point out. I don't know the veracity of that. Former CIA officer who claimed to be the first person to call COVID-19 a hoax died from the disease after battling for life for nearly a month in a hospital. Robert David Steele, a veteran of the U.S. Marine Corps and a QAnon supporter, promoted several conspiracy theories, including one that said COVID-19 was a hoax. He also promoted an anti-vaccination campaign earlier this month. Steele was hospitalized with coronavirus symptoms, including severely damaged lungs. The former Marine, however, continued calling the infection a hoax and refused to get inoculated. I will not take the vaccination, though I did test positive for whatever they're calling COVID today, but the bottom line is that my lungs are not functioning, Steele wrote in his final blog post on the 17th of August, accompanied by a picture of him on a ventilator. We will never be the same because now we know that we've all been lied to about everything, Steele wrote, but now we also know that we can trust each other. I'm alive today because I had a network that put me into a good hospital in Florida. Sounding positive about his recovery, Steele wrote, "The good news is that I will survive with a few days off. I should be back up and at least functional soon. This has been a near-death experience, very much like a new death experience the whole country is going through right now." On Monday, his friend and fellow conspiracy theorist Mark Tassi confirmed his death in an Instagram video. In the video, Mr. Tassi leveled several allegations against the administration of the hospital in which Steele was admitted and claimed his death was deteriorated after he received treatment for COVID-19. So, of course, not surprisingly, his conspiracy theorist friends, instead of recognizing that he made a mistake and actually died of COVID, blamed the hospital. Because they're conspiracy theorists. That's kind of the whole thing, is rejecting reality in favor of more comfortable narratives. Open your eyes, don't take my word for it, do your research as I have done. He was doing well until they put him on remdesivir, Mr. Tassi said in the video. This immediately resulted in his oxygen level dropping. They immediately began shaming the family to force him on ventilator. They're trying to make Florida look bad, but they're targeting Florida, he added. Oh. Okay. Well, probably don't be an anti-vaxxer.
How long do these children survive within this system? What I am hearing from the witnesses that I've talked to is 2 years.
Many people are saying
it may be longer. It may be 4 years. It may be 6 years. But by and large, these children are so abused. I mean, we're talking rapes by the hour and so forth.
Again, ostensibly, this man sits around all day and just imagines imaginary scenarios in which children are being harmed in the way he is describing. None of this is real, what he's describing. Of course, real abuse takes place. But, like, what he is describing is not at mass scale. There is not the systemic issue he's talking about in the way he is talking about. People abuse power in any organization, but he is describing, like, an actual world-spanning singular system of torture and kidnapping that does not exist.
That they reach their expiration date within 2 years. And then they're murdered with impunity, or they're ritually murdered if that's what they've been bred for. So I think we need to document this. No one else has done this before in a systematic manner. This commission is rendering a signal service by seeking to do an overall view in the public interest. This will be a massive, massive undertaking. And while the preliminary attempt is to do a 6-month to 9-month endeavor, subject to funding availability and the availability of witnesses and also prisoners, there are a number of prisoners who can be debriefed, who, when properly debriefed by specialists, can...
Properly debriefed by specialists is an interesting inflection and way to describe that. When properly debriefed by specialists, let me guess, do you get him in a room with a crackpot that tries to get them to admit or have false memories? That's kind of the vibe I'm getting. Like the McMartin preschool, giving me vibes of that.
Really give a deeper understanding.
Is he wearing judge robes to look more official? Yes.
Understanding that has not been achieved by existing law enforcement and other agencies, because they simply treat these people when they catch them, in those rare instances when they catch them, as disposable goods to be thrown into prison and forgotten about. And tomorrow we will have some expert testimony from one of our commissioners who can speak to this far, far better than I. William Binney is my counterpart. He is for NSA what I am to CIA, which is to say, he is saying, as I am saying, that we can delete 70% of our respective organizations and put the other 30% to work. But Binney is also the author of Thin Thread, which is a way of
another conspiratorial, psycho Dunning-Kruger asshole that has no idea what he's talking about, thinking the government exists for no reason, and you can get rid of most of it and make it better? These people, man. I really don't even know how historically you write about this in the future, about how you write about how the United States went down, and how much of it is just basically idiots who don't know what they're talking about, getting heard, and doing their stuff. Doing the crazy, uninformed things they want to do, and no one stops them. Wild.
Deep discovery in unstructured databases and the internet. And so he is prepared to actually help us do pedophilia tracking worldwide. And one of the things that the other technical commission, Stephen Arnold, is very good at is de-anonymizing the internet. This includes every image having a fingerprint. So you can take an image of a child being abused, and you can track that image through the dark web. So there are resources that we can bring to bear in support of this commission's mission. My favorite technical commission is Arno Reuser from the Netherlands, who is a master librarian. He is so good that when the Dutch intelligence community realized it didn't know enough about the world, they recruited him to create the Open Source Intelligence Center for Dutch intelligence. And as with the endeavors that I helped create in the United States, and in fact for Scotland Yard, very quickly people found out that they could get 40 to 60% of what they knew very cheaply using open sources of information. That's not what government intelligence agencies do today. They want to spend as much money as possible in the riskiest way possible on the most expensive way possible. They're not actually there to do decision support or answer questions. So I believe that Arno Reuser is capable of creating the world's first digital library on pedophilia. And this would be a multilingual
phrasing
library to include local dialects. And it would be a library that would then end up being what we call a magnet for walk-ins. We want to have a very professional ingestion system so that people can volunteer to provide expert witness to the thing, or they can volunteer to offer up their papers. There are a number of pedophiles now who are actually ready to turn over their diaries. All right, so I think we're actually doing something
what is he talking about?
Really, really huge. My final comment. The center of gravity for taking down the deep state. Pedophilia is both.
Is there a cut there?
Gravity for taking down the deep state.
Oh, I wonder what they cut out there. I wonder if that was a direct call to violence or if it was just something really sketchy. Wow, with all the things he left in, what could he have edited out?
Pedophilia is both the induction glue. Pedophilia is how the deep state recruits and controls people. It is also the Achilles heel of the deep state. I believe that once the public realizes that the government is not protecting their children.
Okay, the proportions on this Freddy Krueger sticker are hilariously bad. What is this? What is this? The fuck is this? Why did they do this? Why would you do this to my boy? Look at what they've done to my boy!
At a scale of vulnerability that we can articulate, then everything else about the government is called into question. All right? So for me, this is a truly righteous endeavor. And
we do what we must because we can. The vibe I get from that line.
I'll end by saying that as much good as it might do to get the British angry, for me, the center of gravity for change is the American public. Because if you can get the American public angry, we will stop supporting dictators overseas. We will close all of our military bases overseas. I am on record as a former CIA operations officer as saying that our 1,000 bases overseas are not there for national defense. They're there to serve as lily pads for the smuggling of guns, gold, cash, drugs, and small children. So let me say I am proud to be in your company. And
that is quite a fucking claim.
I believe that no matter what we do or do not do, it is going to make a difference. God bless you all.
What a scary guy. They have a whole ass YouTube channel. They haven't posted in a long time, though, so that's good.
Hi everyone, this is Daniel Scranton, and this is my YouTube channel. Please subscribe to it if you haven't already, and now I'm going to channel for you.
Oh, Ashley with 50 bits and a link.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
You trying to do like the Tibetan throat singing? Sorry, is that Tibetan? Why is my brain saying Tibetan? Whatever the throat singing thing is, it kind of sounds like he's trying to do that. Mongolian.
Blessings! We are Thymus. We are the collective of Ascended Masters. You are strategizing all the time to make your lives better, easier, more fun, more expansive, more creative, and containing more freedom and abundance. And we can't blame you for doing so. We support you, in fact, in all of that. We do feel that it is important for you to have desires, things you are moving towards. We believe that it's necessary for you to be moving towards a better life. It keeps you going. It gets you out of bed in the morning. And it helps if you take an optimistic or a positive view of what is to come, what you are.
Okay. He made his funny noises. I can move.
In this video, we're going to be talking about a great tip if you're feeling like you're getting isolated from your friends as you progress on this journey.
A lot of times, conspiracy theorists will end up alienating themselves from people around them. They're not unfamiliar with this, so sometimes they'll make videos about that very topic. But of course, from their perspective, they think they're being abandoned because they're enlightened, when in reality, they don't want to deal with it because they're in touch with reality.
Hey guys, what we noticed on this journey, it can be very lonely. Sometimes, you know, you have this awakening and you go, oh my God, we're in a matrix. We're in an illusion. I'm a soul.
Matrix on the bingo card.
Infinite soul that's having a human experience right now, and everyone else is very asleep. And all of a sudden, you just like can't be around certain people because they can't see what you see. So naturally, you start questioning, am I going?
They keep poking holes in the insane conspiracy theories I talk about, and it makes me very uncomfortable having to deal with that cognitive dissonance. Let's just isolate ourselves. That sounds good.
Going crazy? Am I doing the right thing here? Is there other people out there like me? And if you've found our channel, you are perfectly okay with this awakening. Just so you know, we felt like you as well, and it is like such a normal thing to feel isolated on this journey and alone.
Yeah, so we found this is still going on in our lives. In fact, for myself personally, I've got to this point where I realise there's certain people that I'm just going to have to stop associating with. And it's because of how they are behaving in and around the fact that I'm changing. So it's like clear I'm changing, and I don't like hide it. I'm proud of it because I feel like I'm being kinder, more compassionate, more understanding, more empathetic. It's like, you know, who wouldn't want to hang around me? I'm not going to give anyone a hard time, but some people notice the change, and it's almost like they'd like the old Pete. And it's not that I ever was particularly nasty or whatever, but certainly the sort of conversations that I want to have has changed dramatically. I just don't want to talk about meaningless stuff. You know what I mean? It's
by meaningless stuff, I assume he means, like, you know, fun things like sports or like shows people are watching because he no longer thinks they're important. Now, to be clear, these things aren't like significant ultimately. They're, you know, things we do for entertainment and fun, but they're also ways we connect with other people around us, you know? Humans are social. We like to connect with other people, and oftentimes we connect with them through things that might be ultimately frivolous, but we are animals that like to do things for fun, and there's nothing wrong with that. And, like, it makes me a little sad when people get so like this, where they think that they're above entertainment, or above spectacle, or above just, like, spending some time enjoying something. Just seems, like, really sad and limiting and depressing, quite honestly. You can't be a human being and just spend all your time in search of some, like, ultimate meaning or, like, some sort of spiritually significant thing. Sometimes you just gotta sit on the couch and do something fun, or eat some chips, you know? You just gotta be an animal sometimes and just chill. It's fine. Be a person.
Right now, it has to be all about things that are more in line with, like, love and light and higher intelligence and consciousness. And
we've seen CC, we know obsessing over one topic isn't good, right?
And the joy of...
That's why I split my interest between DVDs and Blu-rays. See? I'm diversified. Hannah mentions Blu-rays.
Life and enthusiasm and being alive and enjoying this gift of experiencing 3D and being human, and to...
Applewood smoked bacon bits are fine. Thank you for asking.
To, like, learn all the tricks of the Matrix and unpicking the puzzle, and, like, I'm into all of those sorts of conversations. So, talking about politics, the...
DVDs and Blu-rays are the same thing, Carbcosian. Today I grant you the gift of mercy.
Football, weather, etc. I just, don't have time for. And there's certain people who I've been feeling more recently got a problem with that. So that's okay, but I'm going to spend less time with them. And then you got this amazing little reminder on your phone this morning. I remember you saying,
this morning I woke up and someone beautiful, light warrior from across the world, sent me a meme, like a video meme on Instagram, and it was the analogy of...
I love when people send me dank memes.
Changing and associating with old friends, and it has a season, these friendships. Like, we're not to stay as the caterpillar forever. We're going to transfer into the butterfly. That is the design of the universe, to transcend our consciousness, to evolve, not repeat. And this analogy was about the seasons of friends, like going through high school with friends, and then graduating through uni with the same friends, and then perhaps going and being...
Genuinely don't know where do the 4Ks come into it. So in the same way that Blu-ray is a higher definition than DVD, 4K is higher definition than Blu-ray. It's also probably going to be the last physical media format for movie shows. Sadly. Based on how things are, it'll probably be the last. And frankly, even if we did do 8K discs or something, virtually no one has a TV big enough where you would notice a difference between 4K and 8K. You would basically need a full theater screen to notice the difference.
Friends when you have children, it's like continuously staying with the same friends through your life. But
and 4Ks can also have things like high dynamic range and color, and brightness. Blu-rays don't have.
What the analogy was about, just staying with the season. Yeah, it's a season, and we're meant to evolve through that season. And it's like the rocket ship launching off the pad, and
they talk like MLM people. You notice that? They give strong MLM vibes.
You're going to go to a certain altitude, and there's going to be parts of the...
Alright, we can move on from that. I did have at least one thing pulled today that was explicitly about weed.
Thank you for tuning in. My name is Tyler Ellison, and I'm going to be bringing through Ryo today, and he's going to be speaking about the cannabis plant, because as you know, today is 420, which is a widely celebrated cannabis-centric holiday. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring him through, and sit back, relax, and enjoy. Ladies is our species' highest joy and passion to be able to interact with each of you through this particular channel. We shall now...
Is he channeling the Jim Carrey of that particular alien species?
...describe to you all the nature of the plant you call cannabis. So, one of the...
Gamerlin, thanks for following.
...major functions of this plant is to remind your people that there is more to existence than the physical reality. Many of you, through addiction to the physical mind, numb out the idea of the spirit realm, numb out the idea of the extra-dimensional levels to your experience. And when you consume the cannabis plant, through eating it, through vaporizing it, through smoking it, you begin to activate different parts of your consciousness that know fundamentally there is more to the existence than just the physical reality. So,
I don't know, I think you just probably get high because it's drugs.
It acts as a permission slip, a tool to assist you all in transcending the limitations of the physical mind. In many ways, this plant is very much connected to the planet that you call Saturn.
I don't think so. Saturn's a gas giant. I don't think there's any cannabis growing there. I don't even think they're growing hemp. Freyline says, I'm not surprised they sound like MLM people. MLMs are extremely isolating, so they have a lot of material on how to deal with that isolation and why it's actually a good thing. Creepy.
In ancient days...
Are you in touch with extra dimensions right now? I wish I was in touch with a dimension of brownies. I have ice cream, though. I do have ice cream downstairs for later. Very excited for the ice cream. There's also Dutch apple pie. I could put ice cream on the Dutch apple pie.
Days on your...
That's just a la mode. I didn't invent that.
Earth.
I got so high I reinvented pie a la mode. He did it.
Saturn was considered to be the highest god, the highest planet, having to do with the idea of representing a border between the physical universe and the non-physical spiritual expressions of the universe. Saturn represents the bridge. It represents the threshold, the boundary that in many ways separates, in a certain sense, these two levels of experience, physical and non-physical. So when you are interacting with this plant, you are allowing for yourself to begin to transcend materiality. You're beginning to transcend the idea of your physical bias so you can experience more of the non-physical, more of the spiritual.
That's absurd. You're still subject to all of your biases when you're high. Like, sometimes I'll get high and I'll get, like, anxious about something, and I know that, like, cause anxiety in certain conditions, but, like, the anxieties are, you know, about things I might worry about normally, just exacerbated, and those are all informed by my own biases and subjective viewpoint. So no, it just gets you high, man. It's a drug. You just makes your brain do weird shit.
In many ways, it acts as a bridge.
I genuinely wonder if sometimes like my brain is affected by weed different than these people, because like some of these people act like weed like is like a hallucinogenic drug. Like weed makes you, in my experience, calm or maybe focused if it's like a certain strain, and maybe you'll have weird thoughts or things will be funnier, but at no point it's like they're describing taking, like, DMT or something, and it's like, what are you talking about? Weed is not that much. You're acting like weed is a lot more than it is, in my experience.
When walked across, begins to awaken your consciousness to what you would call the zodiacal realm, the star realm, even the galactic realm. So, the cannabis brings you to that Saturnarian level, and should you walk across that...
You have brownie mix but no eggs? Do you have applesauce? Do you have applesauce? Applesauce in some situations I think can be a substitute for eggs. There are also other egg substitutes. Google it.
Bridge that represents that threshold. You will begin to interact.
Alded Undying says, with my condition where I have an almost real imagination, THC makes the imagination more vivid. Ooh, interesting. Toreador says, this guy only on Saturnian level? Pfft.
More greatly with stellar consciousness, with star.
Darth Gently says, I actually had weed-induced psychosis. Maybe these people have too? Possibly.
Consciousness. And this prepares you to interact more holistically with what you would call the source level, the divine mind. Now, when cannabis is used as an escape, when it's used as a type of numbing agent, it can, in a sense, have the opposite effect. For when cannabis is used in a more negative way, instead of assisting you in transcending materiality, it can actually entangle you more with it. For cannabis also is deeply connected to the energetic frequency that you call karma. In other words, when you utilize cannabis, it can bring up the idea of energies that have been repressed, of energies that have been avoided, and this can, in many ways, elicit what some people call the dark night of the soul.
Who calls it that? Poor understanding of Eastern religion for the karma thing.
It has to do with the idea of facing one's shadow. And when cannabis is used in a way that is negative or is avoidant, it can actually act as a certain type of abyss that an individual descends into, where the things they have been attempting to avoid then come to the surface. And this is not a negative thing. It's not as if the plant is punishing you or anything like this. The plant brings these things up so you can actually overcome them, so you can transform them. And this, in a sense, liberates you energetically.
The plant did punish you. Some people would pay extra for that.
From the entanglements, too.
You do have applesauce? Try it out. Look at whatever the conversion is for how much applesauce for an egg.
What you would consider to be the material world. Because as you know, your conflicts and your negative, you could say, entanglements or relationships exist in the material world. So once you have transformed those things, it's as if you are less entangled to materiality. It's as if you are less bound to the physical reality, enabling you.
A quarter cup of applesauce equals 1 medium egg. There you go. You don't even have to look it up.
More easy.
The one-stop stream. Anyone else need any conversions done for them?
Walk across that Saturnarian bridge into the star realm, into the spirit realm. And this is one of the major functions that cannabis serves. Now, even if an individual is utilizing cannabis in a positive, loving way, it may still bring those things up. It may still bring up what you might call negative karmic energies. However, when an individual is utilizing cannabis in a positive, transformative way, when those energies are brought up, it's
male to female conversion. I'm way ahead of you.
Easy.
Way ahead of you. My Orky consult is tomorrow.
Easier for them to let go of them. It's easier for them to transform them. And the cannabis can actually energize you in a particular way that allows for you to see more multidimensionally, so your process of transforming darkness into light, negative into positive.
Okay, I've had enough of this guy. He's just speaking literal nonsense.
The South Pole of the Earth is surrounded by many conspiracy theories, and this is not surprising.
That's just AI slop. I don't want your slop. I want real people's slop. I need homegrown slop.
This is Dabu 7. We have some This is Dabu 7. We have some interesting details now being released on space in terms of Mars.
Always remember to neuter your streamers. True.
This massive hole that you can see right here that they discovered that they believe could lead to an inside world that harbors life. Now, we know that the atmosphere around Mars is very thin. It's almost been stripped away. If you read the ancient text, like Thoth, for example, he explains that there was a big battle that took place around this planet. And it's almost as if it looks like it's been zapped by some kind of laser weapon. It literally has a scar on the planet that matches an electric shock.
What about that hole makes you assume it's a laser weapon?
And the atmosphere has been wiped away. It's gone. Thoth also talked about how those entities came here, and shortly after, that's when all hell broke loose and Atlantis went down. We're lied to left and right about all the space stuff, and we can sit here and do them a favor by arguing and fighting over all the details, or we can just gather the information, take the meat, spit out the bone, so to speak, take the good from it, get rid of the negative, or what seems to be a psyop, and then keep on pushing. It's also in my
psyop on the bingo card.
I believe that this planet...
Half an hour. No, not even. 15 minutes. Damn. Time flies when you're on drugs.
Because of the ancients and what they've said, even the Hopis and other have said that this planet is hollow in nature. The moon is hollow in nature. They've proved it. They've hit it. And
They've proved it. They proved it. They proved the moon is hollow.
Rings like a bell. All these other details about getting men to the moon and to Mars and all that, I'm not so sure of because of those Van Allen belts. And then again, all the lies of what they do. But they're saying that this massive hole leads to an area of inner Mars that could harbor a lot more chances of life. I'm going to tell you that life existed on Mars. It's been written. That there was a massive battle that dismantled the place, just as Thoth had described. And that there's just shattered remnants all over the place. I believe we could probably get technology out there, probes, rovers. Life is it's a whole nother animal when talking about trying to send something through the Van Allen belts. Until you're given the technology or you have the technology to be able to go through them or step around them through dimensions, which they're displaying they have that technology now, but not for the masses to see.
Wait, who's displaying teleportation technology?
You gotta understand that. Elon and Bezos and all that, they're out here putting on a show for the world, literally. They're launching rockets. Caveman type technology when they're over
Words don't even mean anything. We're calling rockets caveman technology? Like, space age is literally, like, used as, like, the opposite of that. That's why the Jetsons met the Flintstones. It was ironic, because they were the opposites. Now he's acting like the Jetsons are the Flintstones. Symbolically, that's all fucked.
We're here flying FAA drones around your country that have anti-gravitics. They can outrun our military aircraft that do not give off a thermal image. All this stuff, they're teasing you right in front of your face. They have...
Screaming at the radio says, it's a hole, sir. It's a hole. A hole's a hole.
This type of technology, I believe we're in an era of soft disclosure. And more is going to come out. But just look to the ancients and what was written. They didn't hide it. Just like they didn't hide the giants in your Bible and everything else. It's written. It was real. And I believe there's a lot more to Mars and inside of Mars than you're ever going to know in this lifetime.
I mean, that's probably true, but it's like mundane stuff, not aliens. Just like science about how it's inside of the planet works.
And the same goes for this planet. The mysteries, the crazy stuff that remains hidden. Regardless, they call this new portal an opportunity here to discover alien life, and they're saying it louder than NASA, of all people, have ever said it. But don't get it twisted. All these agencies, they worship the fallen. And all you got to do is flip their logos upside down, which you'll see in another video of mine. And, oh yeah, if you missed it, on my X, there's a video clip of the hatch door popping open before Bezos grabs a stupid little tool to act like he's opening it. It was a staged production, and a clip blows it out of the water.
Yeah, they're advertising for their quote-unquote space tourism, for their high atmospheric flight tourism. It is an ad. It doesn't mean they're not actually going incredibly high up. They are.
No excuse. They're done.
It's just also a disgusting display of the misuse of resources of the human race.
Join me on the live.
I won't get political. Me after 6 hours of tinfoil vaping. Jeff Bezos is a bad guy.
Live stream Saturday, 9 p.m. Hope to see you there.
Alright, there's 12 minutes left. We're fine. Alright, what are we doing next? No, not that one. Not that one. Did him. Are you being monitored through your mirror?
So before I start, I want to let you know ahead of time that this may creep you out a bit. How many of you have been in front of the mirror and had the feeling that you were being watched? I'm more so talking about
I've literally never had that happen. Is that abnormal? I've never had that feeling.
that eerie sensation.
I never get the feeling that I'm being watched. I've heard that described by people like, you ever get the feeling you're being watched? Never. Even when people are looking at me, no. What are you talking about? You get a feeling when you're being watched? What the fuck does that mean? You can feel if someone's watching you? What?
The chill down your spine.
I don't even relate to anyone saying that. I don't know what it means.
Glance at your reflection and you swear something.
There was a song about it, yes, by Rockwell, and Michael Jackson does the famous part of the song. I always feel like nobody's watching me, and I have no privacy.
Shifted. What if I told you this isn't just your imagination? The best way I can think of it, or summarize this idea,
No, someone won bingo already.
is using Snow White as an example. And more specifically, the magic mirror the queen uses to monitor.
It says I have CPTSD and I never felt like that. I also have CPTSD. That's interesting. Is that related? I don't know.
Her. There are ancient practices that suggest mirrors can act as portals or spying tools or gateways for spirits and dark forces. Mirrors have been associated with the occult for centuries. There's scrying, there's soul trapping. So I want to chat briefly about these mirror monitors, how they're used, and how you can protect yourself from unseen eyes watching through the glass.
That Weird Al? No, it was actually Paranormal Al.
The Egyptians, Greeks, the Chinese believed mirrors could reveal hidden truths or provide access to other realms. But in darker traditions, mirrors were also seen as vessels for spirits. And so you have witches, shamans, and occult practitioners using mirrors for divination or scrying. And this is when someone gazes into a mirror in a trance-like state, hoping to see visions of the past, present, or future. Some believe mirrors don't reflect light, but they capture energy. And it can absorb.
What do you mean they reflect light? That's an objective fact. What are you talking about? That's literally their function. That's what they do. That's what makes them mirrors, is the fact they reflect light. in a very, like, consistent way.
Who stand before them. And so you get superstitions such as covering mirrors when someone dies so that their soul doesn't become trapped inside. And then there is
Yeah, man, I don't know if you know this. People are ridiculous. People believe all sorts of kooky stuff. People are crazy. We're incredibly irrational. Rationality is not the norm. It is the deviation. We had to develop rationality. Like, what? Yeah, people think all sorts of crazy stuff. Doesn't mean it's true.
this thing where mirrors or the reflection of water are used as tools of control and surveillance. This is...
Garth gently says, do you mean Hannah is not sucking in my soul right this moment through the screen? I am, but it's unrelated to what he's talking about. I appreciate you letting me feed off your life energies, by the way. Thanks for agreeing to that off screen.
Normal phenomenon of mirror monitors, which is a technique in certain branches of witchcraft. Think of it as mirrors that can be programmed through rituals to act as supernatural surveillance systems, keeping an eye on unsuspecting victims without their knowledge. Holy crap, that's smart glass. That's why I said this may be a little creepy, because does that mean we are using magic without knowing that we're using magic?
No, it's a touchscreen built into a fucking mirror. What are you talking about? Is this magic? No, it's a touch. You put touchscreen shit in a mirror. Not magic.
Anyway, practitioners of the occult claim that specific rituals can bind a mirror to an individual. And that would
Once again, I reiterate, lots of people say a lot of things. Most of it's not true.
Allow the person performing the ritual to observe their target remotely. So I guess these days that could either be a witch or a hacker hacking into your phone or smart glass. Now, some even believe that malevolent...
In my opinion, for scrying, a mirror won't do. Want an orb. An orb purist, okay? Get that shit out of here. If you're not doing your scrying on an orb, you're not doing no scrying at all, okay? Call me a boomer, but I don't believe in those fancy reflecting glasses.
entities, such as shadow beings or demonic forces.
Ponder that orb. I would never ponder my orb publicly. That's obscene.
Can use mirrors as doorways to observe, influence, or even torment people. Sometimes they are used to keep spirits away. I once lived in a house that had 2 mirrors in it that were hung on both sides of the doorway, dividing the living room from the dining room. At one point, those 2 mirrors were taken down, and then things in the house started to fall apart. They started to break because the house was being renovated at the time, and one bad thing led to another. And
yeah, you're getting the causality reversed. The mirrors were removed because the house was being renovated. The house wasn't being renovated and broken because the mirrors were removed.
This would occur until those 2 mirrors were hung back up.
Yeah, because they hung them back up after the renovation was done. Guys, you wouldn't believe this. I fell off a building and I woke up and there was this cast on my arm. And this cast on my arm was making my arm hurt so bad. And I just couldn't use my arm because this fucking cast was on it and it hurt so bad. And then one day they took the cast off and wouldn't you believe it, my arm was fine. That fucking cast making my arm hurt.
Now, this happened before I moved in, but that is what I was told, with emphasis on the 2 mirrors. I guess that fits into the superstition of 7 years back.
Correlation isn't causation on the bingo card. Yes, indeed.
Bad luck when breaking a mirror, right? Mirrors were often considered portals to other worlds where spirits could cross over.
Again, that's because we have stupid monkey brains.
Which is used.
And our brain goes, ooh, see-through glass, me see in glass, inside glass, real place. And you gotta go, no, monkey brain. That's just reflective because of how physics of light works. And your monkey brain goes, no, go inside mirror, mirror, real place, mirror, window. You go, no, brain. No, you're very confused.
Use mirrors and hexes and bindings, placing them under beds or in homes to control someone's fate. Then there's black mirrors, also known as obsidian mirrors. I uploaded a video on this some time ago. I'll link it for you. And they're used specifically for spirit communication and interdimensional contact, or what we commonly call a smartphone or portable tablet device, right?
Portable tablet device? Does anyone call a tablet a portable tablet device?
We're all a bunch of witches and warlocks using cell phones and tablets under the guise of advanced technology.
I mean, I guess if no words mean anything, then sure, what you said is true.
Hey, I don't make the rules.
I mean, you do. You're making up total bullshit right now. You're literally making up rules as to how you're defining these things and then relating them to one another, thus leading to weird conclusions. You are making the rules.
Witchcraft is witchcraft. I do have to say, though, mirrors can be creepy, especially those mirrors with old decorative frames. Hey, you guys want to hear something funny? Actually, some of you may find this chilling. Way back in the day when many people were superstitious about being spied on or monitored through a mirror.
Oh, and no one's superstitious about that now, says the guy who's superstitious about that now.
Guess what people would do? Guess. They would cover them up. In most cases, using a black cloth.
Okay.
Just like the black piece of tape people use to cover their devices' cameras.
I mean, if it's solid tape, it doesn't really matter what the color is. Black tends to, like, block out, so it's fine. But, like, you could use any kind of tape. Also, you don't even need that. I have, like, a hinge thing that does it, so when I'm done with stream, I just, like, I hinge the thing down. So no, please take your meds.
And one of the reasons a lot of people used black cloths, I mean, they did use other colors, but black was widely used because black absorbs energy. And
light. You mean it absorbs light. Which is a kind of energy, but you're making it sound esoteric when it's not esoteric. It's quite well understood.
Is believed to block psychic surveillance.
No, it does not do that. What are you talking about? No, there is no psychic surveillance of any kind ever in history.
Negative spirits or dark magic in general. So look, history repeats itself. So the way this works is, and this is just an example, there may be variations to this, but a witch or a cultist might place a mirror in front of a personal object that belongs to their target. That could be a hair or a photo, some item that is infused with the target's energy. And so that is supposed to create a metaphysical connection. Oftentimes there's chanting involved, candle magic. Historically, there have been blood offerings. The mirror is said to become attuned to the victim's energy.
Again, sir, you describing weird things people in the past or even contemporarily believe doesn't make it true or ominous. People believe crazy things all the time.
Right? So they get this mirror charged, And when they do, they can watch the target by gazing into the mirror or even receiving visions or whispers when the person interacts with other mirrors in their own space, you see? But that's only half of it, because if they are really crazy, they'll try and summon spirits or demons to do it for them. Imagine that. Imagine instead of someone praying to God to watch over you, they go and pray to some evil spirit to do it. And I guess
neither is effective if it helps.
These entities can lurk behind the reflection, waiting for an opportunity to influence the target. Some people claim that this is why mirrors in certain hotels or abandoned buildings or any place that feels haunted or off. I mean, any place or location where people have actively practiced magic leave behind open channels for the unseen.
Green guy with a $3 tip says, I would love if these guys entered the military. They couldn't do to stuff. I don't understand what you mean. Because of their delusions?
But in today's world, who cares? We're already doing that anyway with our technology. We're doing it to each other without even realizing it. People monitoring each other through social media.
666, thanks for following.
For some people, they know your every move. Instead of using traditional magic, these dark forces have found a way for us all to practice magic in a more user-friendly way. Think about it. All those magic symbols inside and outside the phone.
Ember says, so this guy unironically believes people can cast scrying. We wouldn't worry about it. 5th level spell slots are pretty hard to earn. Most casters aren't level 9. True.
The black screen or black mirror, the devices when the device is off. I know there's that.
Did this person just have an AI write him a spooky script, throw scary tones in the backlog and in the backing and try to profit? You might be right. I hadn't even considered about the script thing, but his scripts are kind of weird and stilted. It could absolutely be that he had an AI write his scripts. We know he uses AI images, so he's certainly familiar with how to use basic, like, AI crap.
Thinking of, well, now that I'm aware of this, what am I supposed to do? Get rid of my cell phone? No. You see, the problem is when a person uses this device to hurt someone else. I don't think most people understand the consequences of this. I don't think people truly understand what's going to happen because of this. It's actually already happening. And I really don't know if there is any way of turning it around except to make people aware of it. But because it involves getting into another topic, I'm going to discuss it in the very next video. So stay tuned for that. If the idea of being watched through your mirrors makes you uneasy, you're not alone. If you have a strong spiritual relationship with God, then this shouldn't be an issue.
It's okay that you're scrying through demon screens. God says it's okay.
Shouldn't have to worry about it. What you do have to worry about are those darn cell phones. The destroyer of worlds. Whether you believe in mirror monitors or not, the idea that mirrors hold power has been around for centuries.
Okay, yep. People have all sorts of ideas that just aren't true. They exist for symbolic reasons or because we often use heuristics in order to navigate the world around us, and we can come to incorrect conclusions because of that. Fine, it just is what it is. Doesn't make it true.
They've been used for wisdom, deception, supernatural spying. If the legends are true, then your reflection may
KDet666 says, lots of the stuff he's saying sounds like stuff I believed during my phase of being an 11-year-old girl who read all the Wicca books at the library and got bullied by my Christian friends for it at school. Genuinely baffling to see an adult going through this same philosophical struggle 20 years later. Yeah, I felt that too. My mom was very religious. We went to like a thrift store or like some kind of like flea market or something once. I don't remember. But I recall there was like a book on witchcraft. It was like, you know, one of those like silly books you might find at like a Barnes and Noble or something that's like, you know, spells to do this thing or that thing. Bullshit, but you know, innocent bullshit that's not true, but like it's not evil. It's just nonsense. Oh, my mom got like so concerned about it. She's like, no, that's like of the devil. Like that's evil. We don't do that.
not be the only thing staring back at you. And I'm sure there are a few of you who have had a strange experience or two with the mirror. Let me know in the comments below. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives into the unseen world. My other social media links are in the description box below. Everyone have a great day. And as always, friends, stay awake, stay aware, stay safe, and I'll talk to you all soon.
All right. I think that's it, everyone. We are at 6 hours. A little over, actually. We got to 6 p.m., so that's pretty cool. You've had strange experiences with mirrors called gender dysphoria? Same. It must be supernatural. We need to exercise our mirrors. Or maybe I just need to exercise. Ba-dum-bum. Oh, love you too, Mr. Blast. Alrighty. Let's see who we're gonna raid. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out for stream today. I really appreciate it. It actually flew by pretty quick. And I'm not nearly as high as I thought I would be. Like, I'm not high, but, like, I'm quite functional still. So I'm excited to go and have some pizza and maybe some ice cream later and watch a couple movies. Beans. Like I said, I won't be back tomorrow because I do have electrolysis as well as my, doctor's appointment. So that's cool. Let's do a raid. Let's raid Lumi. Pizza a la mode. Alright. I will see y'all Tuesday, I guess, for more tinfoil. It'll be different than today, though. I won't be, you know, on drugs, and maybe we'll do a spotlight or something since we did just do this long tinfoil stream. Alright. Have a good night, everyone. Happy Easter if you celebrate, and happy 420 if you celebrate that. If you don't, have a good Sunday, and, yeah, see you Tuesday. Bye, everyone.